Bad part is I don't like Gypsy, but at least I don't got to copy everybody's shit. That, you know.
I have empathy for Gypsy, but I don't agree with what she did. But Merv is not even being factual. It's all hate coming out. And it's so obvious how jealous she is. The attention, the money. Oh my gosh. I
Man,
lost I lost track of how many videos she's done about her already.
man, it's envy. That woman is so green with envy. I'm surprised she don't puke green.
She probably does after the lies.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I do not agree with anything Gypsy did. I don't agree with the shit she's doing now. But you know what?
I don't think
It ain't.
Merv is not addressing that.
Hi everyone. Hi Nana Patty.
Hi, Destin.
There's always something new with Merv. She's so condescending and judgmental that, I mean, if you ain't got her, you got other ones on this platform that I don't feel free to mention. Trust me, because I ain't climbing it. I'm already ass deep in this battle. I don't need to be in another one.
You know what's crazy is like with all the stuff Gypsy did or is doing, she can't even focus on it. It's all about Merv and her opinion and her attacks and her jealousy, her envy, everything. It's just bitterness.
You
Yes,
know,
thing one. I agree.
if I had to sit here and worry about what somebody's doing
Hi, Teresa.
about getting my ultrasound done because it was free, I can
All
probably
right.
guarantee hers was free 15 years ago or
Uh,
16 years ago when her last one, because she
I
didn't have
about
it then either.
I about died when she was like, come on there and said, "Oh, she is pregnant, right?" Hi, Pussycat, Teresa Green. Um, and she's like, at first, she was like, "Well, yeah, well, the people in the chat were thinking Gypsy wasn't pregnant," and I'm like, "Really?"
Yeah.
That
Well,
people in the chat. And then later, she's like, "Yeah, I didn't think she was, but man, it took her time to get there." But she never owns anything.
I'm going to change it for just a couple minutes, and then we'll go back to good old
Crazy stuff.
Gypsy. Okay. I was watching a live the other day, and I heard some comments that were made that entails Moo and Nana Patty.
Uh,
Okay.
Hatred, Merv's favorite topic, and BS.
Well, you know, everybody in this group has forgiven, gave grace, stood up, maybe admitted if you did something wrong. If you didn't, you went along with it. Okay. But everybody has given grace in this chat. They've given grace in other chats, they've given grace in other lives. Who in the hell does anybody think they are to stand outside this group and judge anybody for past actions? I know some of you have seen it, especially when others' past actions ain't 100% legal. Okay?
That
So You know, I will stand here or sit here and defend anybody if they have admitted or owned up to the shit they've done.
Oh,
I was,
so true, destined.
I was not involved in half of that, actually 3/4 of it, because I wasn't here. But you know what? It doesn't matter.
That's right. I wasn't involved in any of it, and it's wrong.
But like I said, people's owned up. They've been, people who was given forgiveness. People have went back, regrouped, become friends again. So you know what? Don't even lump this little group over here in that little screwed up mess over there on that best community on YouTube that screws the pooch every time she comes on.
You got that right. She ought to take a look at herself in the mirror. Never mind worrying about what somebody else is doing. People have moved on.
Well, they have to a point, but the point is their opinion don't matter, to be honest. And I don't do a popularity contest. If you did, you'd see me up here pushing the subscribe button because I need more than 400.
Oh my gosh.
You know,
Popularity is BS.
and if I wanted to sit here and be a grifter, I'd say, come on, we got to get this sucker to 1,200. And I got to drop my PayPal. I got to buy me something. It may be a pair of socks, but something.
Hmm.
But you know what? That ain't going to happen.
Keeping it real. That's what we do over here. We keep it real.
Yes, we do.
Hey, Snow Lion.
Just like, I don't say a whole lot about other creators, but
I have a right to your opinion.
you know what? That's not the point, Nana Patty, when they talk about you did give others rest. You know what? That ain't the point. It'd be different if it was facts, if it was true.
Right. She
said
just
her,
talks to be hateful.
well, which one are you talking about?
Who, me?
Yeah,
I'm talking about Merb. I know
that's
there's
not the one I'm talking about.
Say that again?
That's not the one I'm talking about.
I think I know who you're talking about.
You probably do.
The one that's going at her?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Hi, J May, Dana Leslie.
You know
I
what?
don't even.
I don't
Go
give
ahead.
two shits how many emails was sent back in the last 4 years. I don't care.
Right.
Because if it was any time when people were in Merbzillas,
I don't even know why bringing people up now should be even relevant to any point being made. Just stay focused, stick to your facts, and that's it.
her facts.
And leave other people out of it. If wants to go after Merb, go after Merb. That's it.
Like I said, I consider everybody in here friends. I know one I talk to, but not, regularly, but I consider her a friend. And doesn't anybody get you're going to sit over there and bash people in this chat and you want to claim you're a victim of something when it's done illegal, but everybody in here is a victim of the same same person. That makes no sense.
Nope.
Whether there was some shady shit done or not, people have talked about it. People have got over it. They have moved past it. They have made friends again.
Yeah, people here are civil. There's no animosity. There's
No.
nothing nasty. And anything you hear over there, that's her problem. That's her issue. She's going about it the wrong way.
No, I ain't gonna drop my pants. That'd be the scariest thing on earth. Woo-hoo.
Oh, we have more class over here.
My 57-year-old butt in the air. No, they
Oh,
have.
come on. Hey, Debbie doll. You're so funny, Florida.
Hey, see, that's it. I will admit how old I am. I will admit I've got wrinkles. And guess what? If you lose weight, you have a tendency of having a lot more than what you did.
Yeah, and it sags a little.
Because the first place women seem to lose it is their face and their boobs. So, I mean, you start dripping from head to toe.
There you go. That's just called life. I don't know Enchanted. I didn't hear about that. But if
What?
that's true, what Enchanted wrote, if it's true, then yeah, that is technically sharing that.
You know what? I seen that
When was that?
that was a couple years ago, and you know what?
Oh,
That is disgusting.
it is.
It really is. But you know what? Find any true person that was in that Zoom or in that Slack that is honest, and see if they will admit she ever got it.
Yeah,
Okay?
I agree. I agree with Teresa Green. She probably sent it to herself. Yeah, probably. Because isn't it amazing how she's always on a live when this stuff happens? I mean, I know she's always live, but you know what I mean.
But like I said, you can accuse, you can insinuate, you can sit back there and do all you want. But have you proven it to anybody besides those little liars that sat beside you on that panel?
Hmm, Got that. Good for you, pussycat. Oh, that's good, Jamie May.
I mean, I'll tell you, if I had friends like that, I sure in the hell don't want no enemies.
Really?
Because that means they're gonna be
Oh, Jenny, it's okay.
what?
Oh, she's saying her dyslexia is off the charts today, and she just can't tag everyone, and she's saying hi to all. So
Oh,
Jenny Bond,
Jenny, it's fine. They all
nobody's judging here.
we all can read and we're good. You know,
Yeah.
we don't have to do that. And I don't gotta sit here and go, of course I can if you'd like, and go, uh I mean, I can do roll call. I don't have to do roll call. You know what? Roll call sounds like we're back in romper room.
Oh, I call some names out.
You
I
know
mean,
what?
we do. It's just
That,
manners. We do it, but
that's
hey,
fine.
PC,
But
don't feel like it's not okay if you can't or something. Don't worry about it. I think everybody here is very accepting. And if there is an issue, on this channel, the best thing to do is just email Florida. Nobody's dragging anybody over here. It just doesn't happen here.
no, because the next thing that happens is when I get an email, I'm going after the person dragging.
There you go. Everything doesn't need to be public. We don't need that kind of drama. Well, we'll keep the drama where it belongs on the people making trouble and calling them out.
If they're liars, yeah, I'm gonna call them out.
Exactly.
You betcha I am. Like I said, I had to do a lot of catching up when I was gone. But you know what? I was smart enough to take the time off when, if I would have started a channel back then or come on to people's channels and talk then, I would have been the most mean and disgusting individual you could have ever met. Because
Feedback.
that is what pain will do to you. It makes you, it just wears on you and wears on you. And I had enough brains not to be in chats or on panels.
That's right. You had the common sense to take a step back for your own sake
Yep.
and take care of yourself. That's the right way to do it. But a lot of people don't know how to do that. They don't know how to take a step back.
I mean, you all think I'm full of sassy ass now. You'd have hated to see me then.
Oh, Pussycat, she's jealous, envious. Gypsy's got views, money, attention, whatever. All the things Merb doesn't have.
Pussycat, Murphy's been trying for what, 4 years, 5 years? She got on that bandwagon of, I'm gonna tag 48 hours. I'm gonna tag all the news stations. I'm gonna tag Dateline. I'm gonna get a hold of every, you know, grieving mother group, and I'm gonna get a hold of Netflix and get it. Nobody wanted her story.
She doesn't have a story. You know, she had a horrible thing happen and she has to find a way to live with it, period. There's no news story here.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is nobody wanted any. Does she not think if she would have tagged any of them, they would have went back and looked at her videos like any normal person did their research?
Yeah,
Yeah,
well,
gonna march on DC. Yeah, uh-huh.
oh my God. I mean, in my opinion, she's just delusional. Who would even think like that to tag these people, you know? And these news people? Who would do that? So that's not, normal right there.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If she would have got any intention, she said, I mean, she tagged
Nancy Grace.
just about every YouTube, real life news channel, newspaper you could have imagined.
That's nuts. That's really nuts. Hey, Sarah.
Because people were doing the bullying and hating and did.
I,
Man, get over yourself.
she got such an ego. It's unreal. When she does these interviews, she can't give the spotlight to her guests. She doesn't know when to shut the up, you know?
Uh-huh.
And it's all about her. And she says the dumbest shit. In an interview today, right, she had some woman talking about previous relationships that weren't so good, you know? And she's just being real and honest and open because she's trying to help people by sharing how you can get deceived or etc. And Merv is just being Merv, rambling on. And when the woman was saying something about one man, Merv says, "Oh, he's kind of like Michael Corleone." And I'm like, did she just say that?
When
Did
did she
she
say that?
today in the interview, and the woman just kind of looked at her. And I was like, this Merv, do you not know that Michael Corleone is just a fictional character in The Godfather? I mean, hello.
Well,
He's
he's
nuts. Hey, my crazy
but
life,
he
Amy.
is, but he isn't. He's fictitious for the movie, but there really was.
I understand sometimes things are based on somebody, but the point was, did you think of anything more inappropriate and stupid to make yourself look like an ass to say? I loved it when the woman at one point, when she was talking, and she says to Merv, let me think a minute. Something, all right, I'm paraphrasing a little. That, well, you ought to know all about this. She says, he was a sociopath. And I'm like, okay. That's what she told Merv.
You know
That
what's bad?
Merv,
You know it's bad when people get secondhand embarrassment for the crap.
yes,
In my crazy
yeah.
life, that's secondhand embarrassment.
You know what? I just sit and laugh because everything Merv does, it shows so much about herself, whether it's Gypsy, whether it's the interviews. Merv is telling you about herself and she's showing herself.
I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know about anybody else, but my youngest son is 35. All right.
Hmm.
From when he was born till when her youngest was born, there was a lot of improvements in healthcare in that time.
Mm,
Okay. There was a different ways of doing things while you were pregnant in that length of time. So
yeah,
you
and Janet.
figure if her youngest is about probably 15, maybe, all right,
Hmm.
and Gypsy's pregnant now, that is a 15-year difference, almost 16. Do you not think there's been improvements since then?
Right?
New technology since then?
No, she doesn't know anything. And thing one says, oh my God, this last interview was crazy. Yes, Merv talked more than her guest. I'm telling you, her guest actually looked annoyed. Not in a mean way, but just like, is this for real? Is this how this gonna go? That kind of a look.
Does her fake laugh go with her fake cry?
Yes. Yeah, I mean, when does she not mention her poor son? I mean, oh my gosh, leave him alone, Merv, leave him alone. Let him rest in peace, for God's sake. Yes, Ivy Lynn, she makes a fool of herself every time she goes live. It doesn't matter what it's for.
She
She's
said, I
scared
mean,
about, I'm sorry, Earthbound says, but she's scared about it. What is she scared about, Earthbound?
she says that she don't think that Dixie's ready to be a mother. She thinks that Dixie's going to say that she's more important than the baby.
Oh my gosh. It's like Merv, you know what? Get a crystal ball, buy yourself a cape with some stars on it, and hang up a shingle. Because the way you're talking, it's like you know everything that didn't even happen. Do you know how when you have a baby, when you're pregnant and you feel them move, and the first time they move, and whatever you say because it's like surprising and exciting? You know what Merv said? No, hold on to yourself, okay?
Is
Because this is totally whacked out.
this the one where she said that the baby punched her?
Yes, but Merv tried to make it sound like like Gypsy was taking it in a way that the baby was assaulting her from the inside. That's how Merv tried to portray Gypsy's reaction. And I was like, did you forget your medication, Merv? Allegedly.
You know, just wondering for a friend. Wonder how many emails Gypsy could get from a friend of a friend of a friend of a friend of a friend that would
Mm.
give the down low on Merv
She thinks
and
Gypsy watches her.
hold on, get the down low on Merv. And, since Gypsy's the way she is, put a cease and desist on that woman and shut her up for the next 6 months.
Oh my God, I'm hoping for that. I'm hoping for that. Because the things she says are outrageous, you
Because
know?
legally it can be done. And she would have to shut up for 6 months about her to see if Gypsy took her to court.
Oh my God, I wish. Yeah, and like the guy said something about the baby having a big nose. I mean, and then Merv made it a point to put that on her thumbnail. Like, really, Merv? Really? It's like you're going to take something. Not only is she taking it out of context, she's spinning her own narrative on it in the worst way possible. And it's like, okay, you do know this is a young person. She is free, whether you agree with it or not, and she's pregnant. So what are you doing? You're not speaking facts. You're speaking everything about your opinion. Oh, this and this and this and that. It's like, shut the hell up, Merv. You're an idiot. And every day you're making yourself look like a bigger idiot.
Met her, your friend. Oh, no, no, my friend met Jenny. She was a gentleman, she said.
What?
I'm reading what
Oh, oh,
Teresa.
oh.
Well, she does have a weird obsession with the Jewish faith. She has a
Yes.
she has a weird obsession. Does she think Gypsy is going to be her next big break, like the Chris Watts case that nobody can talk about but her?
Yeah, another thing she thinks she owns. Well, you know what? Um, Joycey didn't tell the woman because the woman had something with Jewish people related to her story. But Merv was talking and went on, like, what? About um some Nazi or some Jewish person in the neighborhood, and she turned him in and had called the cops and reported him and something like that. And she gets so offended if people think she's Jewish. Well, Merv, you know what? Maybe you ought to do ancestry.com. Maybe you have Jewish in you. And if you do, so what?
Well, what we all know when ultrasounds are done, things look bigger than what they are. And that's like when if we have a little boy, we all want them to zone in on their little section to see if they got one of those little
But
things down there.
the ultrasounds today are better. They
Yeah,
know.
yeah, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I mean, yes, it's a girl, but they would have zoomed in on that little sucker to see if there was a little turtle down there. So,
That's a cute way to put it. Oh, Teresa Green, I got ADHD. Don't worry about it.
well, she was talking about that too, and she went on to say, that Gypsy knew what she was doing, and when she got older, and she went right along with her mother, and you know what? Maybe not. Ever heard of Stockholm syndrome? You're raised a certain way for so long that you just find a fall
Oh,
right in,
snow wine.
you know? So you can't honestly sit here and judge if it was willingly or unwillingly that she did what she did. But like I said, I'm not going to agree with what she did, what part she played in it.
Right.
I don't agree with the big whoop-de-doo about her. I mean, hell, Merv even had to go and take Starlight's Jip Jip. She couldn't do
Hmm.
it on her own.
And you know what? Don't forget, Merv does not believe that Gypsy was abused.
I know.
And it blows my mind. Like, oh, so does that mean, Merv, that when your kids were little, you shaved their head, put them in a wheelchair, told them, don't pretend you can't walk when we're in public? And she acts like, oh, Gypsy can walk. Oh, no
Well, you know,
shit, Sherlock. Gypsy knows she can walk. She just can't do it in public because her mother didn't want her to. She
you know,
doesn't, she knows this. She's purposely ignoring it so she can peer into her and go on her rants. Exactly, Sarah. She was a minor, dependent on her mother.
like I said, and and if you're raised that way, like I said, like Stockholm syndrome, like the people that was over in, and I don't even want to compare it, but it's the best comparison. Over in
Hmm.
Anecdotes, them kids were mentally and physically abused
Right?
till they
You-
fell in line and they were like robots. They had to do what they were told.
mhm. They're
And that,
conditioned, conditioned.
yes, they're conditioned.
And does she really expect that Gypsy is
She is.
going to grow up and not have any problems from growing up like that?
Tammy, I'm not going to say she's not a master manipulator, but I'll tell you this. She had a damn good teacher.
Right.
She
And
was taught that from when she could start learning it because
nobody,
her mother was the same way.
right. If Gypsy wasn't abused, like I said, Mary, why don't you shave your kids' heads and tell them they get in a wheelchair and they can't walk in public? Maybe you'll go to the Disneyland. Maybe you'll get a make a wish. Maybe you'll get two of them like Gypsy did. I mean, she's so bitter. She's so jealous of everything. It's insane. I've never seen anybody get so emotionally invested in anyone they never knew, they never met, they never will. And she talks about how Gypsy is so dangerous. Oh, I wouldn't trust her with a baby. Oh, she's so bad. She's so blah, blah, blah. But Merv,
Well,
is she really that scary? Because if she is, apparently you're not thinking while you're running your mouth about her for what? How many videos? Close to 20 videos now?
well,
So,
I'm gonna bring it up again. She says the human brain is hardwired for survival. I can't imagine anyone with an average IQ thinking Gypsy would come out of that abuse unscathed. Oh,
exactly.
let's see. Is that why your little 4'9" husband over there says that these kids at that school were spoiled brats and nothing happened to them and they should be fine and there should be no lasting effects on them, right?
You know what? You can do the
There's
work.
over 130 that have either committed suicide or have unalived themselves out of that school.
That's
They
right.
were brainwashed.
Everybody is different, and some things will push people over the edge. Some people work through them better than others. And here's the deal, everybody matters. It doesn't matter. Oh, well, they're doing okay. They're not, hurt by it. Yes, they are. What do you think they're going to sit there and tell you everything? Not everybody uses YouTube as a personal diary, Merb.
Well, you know what, Nanny, you're right. Gypsy has no bearing on any. She doesn't. But she's going to sit here and ride this horse for the views, just like she did the Watts case,
Mm-hmm.
and twist her narrative and throw her opinion in there. And that little bunch of brainwashed Kool-Aid drinkers over there are going to believe it. And she's just pushing that hate through that whole channel.
Oh my
Still,
gosh. That is the theme. I think there's two themes to her channel. Hate and what's the other one? Hate and money. Just hate and money. And she'll use anybody to do it. She's constantly dropping about the Watts, about Sandra Vuchek and her son, about herself all the time. It's like, shut up. YouTube is not your personal diary. Nobody who's worth knowing is going to be impressed by any of that bullshit. No, Merv has no idea what the facts are. Like when she says, oh, because that's what we do here. We deep dive into true crime. Really? Is that why you ask the people in your chat, oh, what's that? I didn't know about that. What happened? And then going on to the screen and Googling something to read? Yeah, that's real deep diving. It's such a crock of beans. Yeah, Merv the victim.
victim, my ass. I want
Exactly.
to show you something, show you all something. It's not going to be very big because I don't want to bring the screen, bring it up to really play the video.
Jenny, maybe they're two peas in a pod.
But I don't know if you can see.
It's small.
That's what I'm saying. It's small because I don't want to bring it up
Okay.
to play the whole video because it's 18 minutes long. This is true crime. Why are you not digging into it? And you know what? And the bad thing is, I live in this state.
Mm.
148 arrested in Hillsborough County human trafficking operation. That was 11 hours ago.
Hi, 80s girl. Because Merv doesn't do the news.
148 people. And the youngest one there was groomed
Oh, God.
at 16.
Mm.
16 years old.
That's
Youngest was
disgusting.
groomed to be that.
Disgusting.
And come to find out, it was in her mother's home with the boyfriend.
Ugh.
Because he would put her on these sites as
Oh, my God. How could they?
and rent her out,
Oh,
keep the money.
that's what I feel like Merv's going to do with her dogs. Turn them into a puppy mill. Because she has no respect for people. Why would she respect the fur babies?
So I'm saying, if you're not concerned about her and you don't want to make her a celebrity and you don't want her to be all of this, why are you covering her when there's there is true crime out there that you can cover.
Same to you, 80s girl. Look back. But she doesn't do true crime. That's just more BS she talks. She likes to talk and say things, but her words never match. They never line up with her actions. Yeah, she's so concerned about Gypsy's dogs and cats. Oh my gosh. You know what? There's an older video that I came across on Merbs, and it sounds like somebody grabbed the dog crate and just shake it, shake it, shake it. But nobody was doing that. It was the poor dog trapped
Right.
inside. And you know what? I had to shut the video off. Because when you hear, I can't handle that. Like, you know how they have commercials for Save the Animal? Oh my God, I can't handle that. And when I heard that on Merb's video, and this was probably the dog that got run over, that
Mhm.
dog. It just lived in a cage. And for what? There was no reason. There was like, well, there's a reason for this, blah, 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 blah. No, there was no valid reason where, well, if we don't do that, we can't get rid of her and she'll be put down, or there's no, no explanation, no sense. She just simply had her in the cage because she didn't want to be bothered. Oh, oh wow, Jenny. Look at Jenny said.
I'm reading Tammy.
Merb is evil, in my opinion,
You don't push
allegedly.
You don't push someone to self-harm. Cutting, Carolyn. You are a nasty MF, and I have proof, Carolyn, that you sent me to a F safe house. You nasty but these women did nothing to me.
Oh my God.
She told you that we were all after you, didn't she?
Wow.
Hi, 80s girl, sending love back. Nice to see you.
Oh, thank you. Big love back at you, 80s
You know,
girl.
when I
Yeah,
said,
Wade Wilson might be a good match for Merb.
why ain't she covering his phone calls? Why hasn't she covered any of the
It's-
Sarah Boone stuff that's went to court?
She doesn't do current. She doesn't do true crime. She says she does, but she does not.
Well, you know what?
And Merb, you could get in trouble for pushing someone over the edge too, Things are changing. That's what I call going real life. Such a bitch.
She does. Yeah, you're right. She does mean girl drama. She
She
does.
is a mean girl. That's why she likes to use those words. All the words and horrible things she said, she's talking about herself.
You know,
If Gypsy's so dangerous, why isn't Merv afraid of talking crap about her? And I mean crap, not facts, crap about her night after night after night after night. One day, Merv, and I'm not saying this is not a threat, but you're going to do it to the wrong person. Look what you're doing to Gypsy. You say you're afraid she's a murderer, but you won't lay off her. So how scared could you really be? She's
anybody
so
else?
full of crap. What?
I just asked if anybody else wanted to come up. I dropped the link that they had.
Yeah, why don't somebody come on up? Right, Pussycat? Merv invests herself in people for what? You know what I think?
That's like I heard on the other channel. What she said you don't need to brag and tell people if you help other people.
Mm-hmm.
Then I heard I helped an assaulted rambler in here. I was the only person she could call.
Oh,
She was assaulted. She was assaulted. You know
she's
what?
telling her business.
Your first thought, yeah, you may not have told who it was, but you're bragging on what you did.
And that's too much info about somebody else. You
I'm
don't
saying
talk about that.
she's bragging on, I was the only person she felt safe. You know what? Bullshit.
Ah,
Bet you the
pussycat.
woman now thinks that if I bet you woman now, if the woman think back, she could have called anyone and
Hmm.
she'd have been in a safer position than she was with that woman.
Yeah. Hi, Heather. I don't see her, but
I don't
that's
either.
it.
Hi, Heather.
Beth said hi, so she must be somewhere. I think she's riding the gypsy train because one, she gets to be her old, gnarly, nasty, bitter person that she seems to thrive on being that way, you know? And then, the kids are going back to school, bills got to be paid, and her channel's tanking. It's like trying to save a ship with a teaspoon and bail out water. Good luck. Ain't happening. Somebody wants to come up. She dropped the link. Uh,
Deleted a message and
I didn't even notice that. I mean, if anything, I think Merv is the dangerous one. I'd rather sit with Gypsy than sit with Merv, and that's saying a lot.
you're right. If she felt safe with Merv, then Merv was manipulating her.
Got
You got
that right.
100% right. No, that is not for somebody. It just shows how much she paid attention to her little online classes or her
Hmm.
online videos. Okay. Of how she can call people out to be a narcissist, hater, whatever thing she wants to call this week.
She's always after someone.
Huh?
She's always after someone. There's nothing positive. She doesn't have an original thought. She doesn't remember I said like how she doesn't do her arts and crafts. She made such a big fuss over the stupid little sewing machine, then she can't even use it. She's not creative because to be creative, you have to be real. You have to think outside the box a little bit. She doesn't do that. She doesn't care about her animals. All she cares about is attacking people for the things that she hates about herself.
Senior Senior gets tons of views.
Oh, please, the seniors. She said something recently like, oh, about some bedridden grandma with two broken arms and this and that and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, what? Like, what are you talking about? So not only does she go with the grandma and the bedridden, but now suddenly there's broken arms and broken legs. It's like WTF, Merv, get on medication already or tone down the medication you take, one or the other. It was nuts,
You know,
right? Oh,
she can tell that guest that she loves collecting shells because they're free. Does that mean if we go throw a pile of trash out in front of her yard, she's going to collect it because it's free?
that's funny.
Maybe she could, maybe if we throw a chair out there or a table or something, she might repurpose it. What am I saying? She never finishes nothing she does.
No.
Nothing.
I say almost fire. Yeah. I think the woman, um, she was very tactful, but you could tell she was like, what the hell is going on here? It's nuts. Right, Destin? The dogs died. Not only that, they're out there killing deer. I mean, what is positive about Merv? to be honest, not to be cruel, I don't see anything positive about her. Her channel should be called the cult, the biggest cult on YouTube, the biggest cult leader on YouTube. That's a good name for her channel.
Well, no, we can't do that because there's other ones that are bigger.
No, biggest cult leader, not
Yeah.
biggest channel. Big difference. I think her and Jimmy taught each other crap like that.
But I'll tell you, in my opinion, they make a good pair.
You're right, they both suck.
A con and a con.
You got that right. Literally. I'm giving her too much credit. I can't. Can you think of anything positive about Merv? There's no crafting. She didn't branch out and say, let's do this craft. Let's do that craft. Hey, let's try this together. She hasn't done anything. And then none of her, Claude is saying, none of her stuff has facts. Nothing. It's just vitriol. It's caustic.
Yeah.
Acidic, nasty. She'll give you stress in 2 minutes of listening to her. I know, Destin. Who does that? See, that's the thing. When her son died, when her dogs died, she doesn't get off of YouTube. She uses it. And you're like, who does that? If something happened, I don't even know, and somebody just took off, I wouldn't even blame a person for not saying goodbye. You know what I mean? It's like life happens. But not for that one. Nothing stops alive. Yeah, Bonnie and Clyde. I think she's getting worse because I think her mental health is just going down the drain. Because when you don't, people go to the doctors and take care of their bodies. And there are a lot of individuals that need to learn. You have to take care of your mental health. You have to take care of your emotional health. There's no shame in it.
Well, if your body ain't taken care of,
all of it matters.
You're not taking care of your mind, so.
But the thing is, people aren't embarrassed to take care of their bodies or say, oh yeah, I went to the doctor for a checkup. But, there's too much stigma about mental health, and there really shouldn't be. Because it's just like taking care of your body. That was my point. We're a complete package. We're not piecemeal. Boris and Natasha. You know what? I did not see her newest short. Is there any way you can show that, Florida, or no?
Let's see. More than likely I can.
That'd be great. Everything she does is cringe. And I know I said this before, but I can't help it. It still surprises me. And I'm like, my gosh, she's so low level and, like something you would scrape off your shoe after you step in it. And nobody stops her. She has adult kids. She has a husband. Nobody stops Merv and says, you look crazy. And I tell my husband, I think Jimmy don't care because he needs that money.
Okay, I got it.
Gypsy's not a celebrity. She's listed as celebrity pregnancy. Hey, wait, celebrity family? Ken's a celebrity family? Gypsy's a celebrity family? Come on, People magazine. She's a murderer. She's not a celebrity. Get it together.
What a crazy bitch.
Hold on. Let her replay from you.
Hey guys, could somebody clue People magazine in on the fact that Gypsy's not a celebrity? She's listed as celebrity pregnancy. Hey, wait, celebrity family? Ken's a celebrity family? Gypsy's a celebrity family? Come on, People magazine. She's a murderer. She's not a celebrity.
That's the latest and greatest.
Wow. And all that attitude. Hey, People magazine, you know what? Merv's husband's a felon. Robbed somebody with an armed gun. And you know what else? He tried to escape. And you know what else? He worked at a school that was horrendous. And there's a lawsuit on now.
There's
That's a lot
probably
more interesting, isn't it?
there's probably more than one, and if I remember correctly, my favorite villain said she's working with a place for a docu-series on it. So
Oh, Merv, you're turning green.
she's got to be turning green with envy.
Absolutely. Look at the attitude, and she's practically bouncing in that video. It's like, Merv, this is not romper room. You're an adult.
Her whole content for the last 10 days, besides interviews, has been Gypsy.
More, yes, and it's got to be close to 20 now. It's nuts. I
Like
mean,
I
you're
said,
talking obsessive.
every day that she does not do a sale, well, even some of them days she does. For the last 10 days, it's Gypsy.
Yeah.
So why don't you just make her even,
And even when she had a sale, they have to stay because she's going to talk about Gypsy.
yes.
And you know, Destin, I saw that when that bullshit was flying to stroke the narcissist ego. I would have been like, no, I'm not doing it. You know, there, that's what I'm saying. It's ridiculous. At this point in time, with everything that's known, I don't understand why anybody is there telling her about the porcelain skin and the doe eyes. You know, she ought to have doe eyes, the kind that look at headlights coming at them, like she did to those deer. She goes nuclear and she's told no. Let her explode. Screw her.
You're
She
right.
go-
Hi, the Unforgiven. You're right. She thinks that Gypsy is going to be her new Chris Watts, and it's going to bring in her views
Hmm.
and put her back up in the algorithm.
She's delusional.
It's
Oh, Jenny said difference between Jimmy and Gypsy, 3 little seconds.
I like well, the Forgiven is a channel that he does. He does a lot of different things, but he does a lot of stolen valor stuff over there.
Oh, speaking of valor, she had on a gentleman the other day. He seemed like such a sweetheart. He was an elder gentleman. He was from Alabama. He's a veteran, a veteran. And you know how when she does these interviews, how
Mm-hmm.
she wears like a nicer top or something, right? Um, well,
Oh,
according to her style, okay, not anything we would think is nice. Um, she wore a freaking sweatshirt or something, and I
is
was
that
like, "Are you kidding me?"
that's the one where the guy was he was military. He was an investigator.
Yes, and
Um,
I thought, "How dare you? You're wearing a sweatshirt. You didn't do that in your other interviews, and this man is a veteran." I thought that was so disrespectful. You know, when you're the host, it doesn't matter. if your guests dress up, don't dress up. And he was dressed nicely. You're supposed to carry yourself professionally.
Maybe, you know what? Maybe she don't wear adult diapers. Maybe she's still using them damn Kegel balls that she says, tightens that sucker up that you got to put a crowbar in there to
Crowbar.
pee.
Oh my God. Oh my God. She doesn't care about anybody else's feelings, but yet she expects people to care about hers. It doesn't work that way, Merv. That's not how it works. Oh my God. But I just thought that was disrespectful to not dress nicer. This man is a veteran, for goodness sake.
I mean, I'll tell you, he looked good.
He did. He almost reminded me of that singer, Kenny Rogers, when he was younger. Remember? Do I have the right guy?
Yeah.
He wore that leather vest too, right?
Yeah, that man looked good.
Yes, he did. Looked a hell of a lot better than you, Merv. And he dressed nice too.
Because he's the one that was talking about he did investigation on
Kennedy, was it?
JFK and
Yeah.
all of that. Yeah. And his stuff.
He was interesting.
Well, you know what? He'd have been more interesting if Merv would have shut up and let him talk.
Shut your pie hole, Merv. Yeah, I think her chair has a built-in potty, or like Florida said, you need a crowbar just to do a normal human function. She doesn't like men because men don't like her.
No.
Hi, the Unforgiven. Garbage bags covered in huge beach towels. Gross.
Well, that's like she had to throw in there that, well, my son goes to school with, I don't even know his name. Maybe Lynn can tell me. Because, like I said, I don't do much TV or movies or that.
Hey, Paisley.
The guy that played the Hulk, just had to throw it, Who cares?
I know. She's ridiculous. And her slamming that mug down because she's a wildebeest.
I knew Ivy could tell me. So, I knew it.
See it.
Mark.
Oh, okay. Jenny.
There is so many auctions on YouTube. So many. Dandy just had one last night. There's, what is it? Step by this seashells. Don't.
Well, when you die, Merv, we'll make sure they put a seashell over each eye.
They must have lived there. All you have to do is, you know what? If you think you're important because a celebrity lives somewhere in the same county you do, you got an issue.
You do.
You know what? If that is a proven fact that you are a celebrity,
I like Lightheartedness.
because you have, yeah, Beth, that's the one, that you have a celebrity in your county, then I must be a freaking superhero.
Superstar.
Because
She's the original, man.
Let's see, because I have who, God, I can't think of her name now. The lady that was on Cheers that died.
The blonde?
Not the blonde.
Oh, I know. All I can think of is, oh, you're not talking about that little lady who was married to that little short guy, are you?
No.
Oh. All I could think of, is it Shelley Winters? No,
No, the
that's,
other lady.
I'm bad with names. I'm sorry.
Yeah, right. Unforgiven. You live in LA. You must be more famous than Amos.
Oh,
Christy,
wow.
Christy Alley. Christy Alley lived here.
Oh, yeah.
John Travolta lived here.
You know, he's really smart. Remember him in the sweat hug? That was funny.
And Randy Macho Man Savage lived here. I had a baseball player.
I think so, St. Elmo.
3 doors down from me. That's a
You
professional
know what?
player. So
You're
like I said,
truly a superstar,
I
Florida.
must be. If it all has to do with who lives in your county, man, I must be. Shit, I can take you down to the tree Randy Savage hit when he had his heart attack and died.
Oh, wow.
I'm just saying, like I said, I must be. If your surroundings judge your classification, then God,
You're taking credit. Yeah, Merv, you're taking credit that you didn't earn and it doesn't belong to you. That's not how it works either. There's a lot of stuff she doesn't apparently know how it works.
I mean, we know Christiane's a superstar living out there in LA too with.
Oh, no. Christiane actually is with her daughter, sure.
Yeah, but I mean, look at all the celebrities she,
Oh, forget it. Over there, forget it. Yeah, she always has to one up someone. And I think that's where all her hate and jealousy and blah blah comes from.
Well, that's like we know somebody from Tennessee. Hint, hint, hint. See if she pops in. Hint. Somebody from Tennessee that
might want to come on panel.
There's how many people actually live in Tennessee?
Oh, gee, I'm sure Merbzilla can tell everybody where everybody lives. But don't do it, Merb.
That must mean that, our Heather is.
Yeah, where's the wedding in Italy, huh? What's the name of Dandy's channel again? I have it saved.
Which, yeah. I like that. Elvis. Yeah.
Elvis. You can't beat Elvis, Merv. Forget it. Oh, no. She's wearing sequins. She's on a bitch run.
Which channel you talking about? Christiane's or Dandy's?
I'd give her both names. They're both
No,
great.
I mean, he was asking for the link for, I don't know which one, Dandy's or.
Well, they mentioned both. Christiane Shenanigans is good. I love Dandy's items because someone tell me her channel, so maybe both. Do you know that movie Rocky with Sylvester Stallone?
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, and if I am, please correct me. I think that was based on this boxer, Chuck Wepner. And he was known as the Bayonne Bleeder. You know?
I'm not sure.
Yeah. What now?
That one I don't know.
Yeah, well, I could be wrong, but I'm more sure than not. So I'll just put that caveat on there, out there. But Chuck Wepner was a boxer, and he was known as the Bayonne Bleeder. And he used to hang out in a bar 2 blocks from my house. And guess what? Didn't matter to me. My brother knows him, but I was little. But even if I was, so what? You know, I think it's really weird when people see or hear about someone famous and they act all goofy and stuff. It's like embarrassing. It's like, calm down. You know what I mean? I wouldn't be doing that. Yeah, JC Ray, we don't want the truth, maybe some
Oh,
truth to come out.
Beth, can you drop Dandy's link, please?
Well, you know, the Unforgiven, I thought it was Chuck Wepner, and he was the Bayonne bleeder. Bayonne is actually where I come from. And you know, that time, one time when she was out with her son, man, she kept saying Bayonne so much, and I'm thinking to myself, whatever, Merb. Rocky wrote that movie.
Yeah. He wrote.
I wonder.
I don't think he wrote the first one. But
Who was it? Chuck Wepner? Yeah, I hope the tax people audit her PayPal and her GoFundMe. Because being that people donate it and being that it's YouTube, what if they live across the state? Wouldn't that be like a felony if it was fraud?
I would say it is, but you know.
And tax evasion. Exactly. Oh, Merb Noodle, you put yourself in such a dirty puddle. Oh, Sarah, Florida is so down to earth. She's a sweetheart. She's a badass sweetheart, but still
Okay,
sweet.
let me get Dandy's real quick so I can drop it.
Yes, Dandy, Dandi, like you have. That's right.
Yeah, let me get hers because he was asking for it.
Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know Rocky wrote one of them. That's cool. Yeah, they'll catch up with her. Oh my God. Who would want to live like that? You know, I was thinking earlier, with all the lies and all the hatred and all the negativity she's putting out into the universe, and they don't have jobs and all this grifting, I'm thinking, oh my God, Merb, you should be really scared because you're going to end up homeless. You're going to end up homeless or broke. And then how are you ever going to help your kids when they need you?
I dropped Dandy's link into the chat. It's Dandy's Unlocked Treasures.
Oh, that's it.
But I mean, like I said, there's thefts and there's so many other ones out there that does fabulous sales. And they're not near as pricey as her stuff.
That's okay, Pussycat. I said I wasn't sure. I was more sure than not, but not 100%. Oh, it was Chuck Wepner. Yeah, in Bayonne, they call him the Bayonne bleeder. I guess he bled a lot. I mean, like I said, that's his claim to fame, not mine. All I could say is, yeah, I lived there. You know? Oh, wire fraud. Yeah, that's another thing. She's in a two-party state. And if you know something, you don't use it against people.
Hold it. Who's in a two-party state?
Merb.
No, she's not. She's in a one-party state.
Doesn't she say she's in a two-party state in New York?
Merb is in a one-party state. That's why she doesn't need permission to record everybody.
Oh, then I'm sorry. I made a mistake.
Yes.
Yes, I did. Thank you, Florida, for clarifying that.
Massachusetts, for the one that you're referring to, is a two-party state.
So in a one-party state, it's literally what it says. You only need one person's awareness.
Yes.
In a two-party state, both people must be aware to record. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. Thank you, Sarah.
Mm-hmm. You're welcome. Like I said, because
It does matter.
it really does.
We like facts over here, and we're not afraid to say, hey, thank you for correcting me. I appreciate it. We don't have egos like you, Merb. You know what? If you know that, why do I think it's really shitty to use that against the person. Oh, I can get away with it, so I'm going to do it. And it's also really shitty to go stalking people and then cry if people look at your shit. Like, what is that? You know what I mean? Like, she would constantly go on the Facebook and stalk these people and be like, oh, it's okay, it's public. But yet, if somebody were to do it to her family, oh, what are you doing? And she carries on like oh my God, it's outrageous. Exactly, Sarah. Merb is a snake. That's my point. She's using it, like, abusing it, the knowledge.
Well, there's only a one-party state and a two-party state. Like I said, because New York is a one-party state. And like I said, Massachusetts, most of the states are a two-party state.
Yeah, I think New Jersey is, but I'm not 100%. I think it is.
But it doesn't matter if she does record it, because you try prying that out of her dead. Wait a minute, I gotta change that before I'm putting a hit list on her. But
yeah, she'll cry like a baby.
Try prying it out of her hands, her living, breathing hands, as proof. Okay.
Pussycat. Oh my God. Make sure you videotape it. I'd love to see it. She's the kind of person where we're lucky we still have TV screens, because she makes you want to punch her in the face, hypothetically speaking, of course.
I don't need permission to bitch slap her.
I know. I love it. Videotape it, please. I'd give you $10 for that.
Yeah, I think we'd all donate for that one.
You sure got that right. Destined. The Helen Keller is left over there giving the narcissist pass every time. Either they're victims of abuse or clueless about what a narcissist is. You know what? I don't know why they're there. That's the one thing I can't figure out. I'm like, what the hell did you do that she's got such a hold on you? Break free. Nothing is worse than being with Merle. Yeah, really. She is the worst.
Well, y'all know I keep a lot of things. I don't say a lot about me, actually, personal. But I will say this. A fence sitter that was, by chance, maybe kind of contacted a friend, maybe.
Say again?
An acquaintance, maybe a fence sitter from, over there.
Uh-huh.
Maybe have contacted a friend or an associate or
Uh-huh. I mean, all those neighbors she claims that love her.
I hope you feel validated for that stupid ass email.
Uh-oh.
Okay?
Hey, why send the email? That's so stupid.
Like I said, I hope you feel validated for that stupid ass email.
Mm-mm-mm.
Because proof is in the pudding, and I don't kiss anybody's ass.
What did she do? What email are you talking about?
I'm just, like I said, I don't tell a whole lot of personal information.
Oh, okay.
But
No, that's fine. That's fine. Don't say it.
Somebody that, like I said, might have contacted some people we know, maybe a friend.
Okay, I guess what I'm really asking is the person who reached out to a friend, is that a bad person or a good person?
Another person reached out to it, you know, somebody
Like, was that a negative thing
channel,
or a positive?
at a Merb's channel.
Oh, oh, I get it. So it may be a positive thing. I get it.
No,
Right?
because she's full of shit as Merv is.
Oh, man. So in other words, it's like a poison spider reaching out for you.
Yeah, it's kind of the ones when you see that big bug coming, you step on it.
Yeah, squish. Wow. Email fights. What, Merv, what the hell are you on? I mean, you got to be totally crazy. Man, you know what? She ain't afraid of people swinging their arms. She's afraid of people swinging bats. Because look how many people she pisses off and abuses. She is, oh my God, what an abuser. Yeah, I don't mind my own business person. Nosy. That's why she got a big nose. Because the air is free, right, Merv? Just like the shells. Crazy. Email fights.
The air is so fresh up there around that lake,
And it's free.
yeah, and I got to do my 10-mile walk and get my exercise in, and
Oh, Kevin did stick up a little bit for himself. During an auction, she got a little, snippy with him. You know how she makes her passive aggressive comments? And Kevin was so cool. He was like, it's all right, Carol. You'll get over it. And I was like, you go, Kevin. You go. Yeah, I'm not saying everybody there is bad. I'm not saying that. I just question whatever she's got on you. It can't be worse than being there and continuing on with this horrible stuff she does. That's all. And poor Kevin, I think he should run.
I'm not delusional.
No.
Most people take their medicines, their vitamins, their supplements, whatever y'all want to call it these days, in the morning. Or some of you, we take your medication, or if you take it twice a day, you take it like after dinner or something.
Right, like in the evening with food.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, like I said, don't y'all take this normally when you get up in the morning and like at dinner time?
Yeah.
Who in their right minds has to slap that vitamin and sound like she's swallowing cud at 3 o'clock in the morning to take a vitamin?
She's always sound like she's eating mud or cud, whatever. And slamming her mug down.
That means a cow chewing.
Oh, well, then she definitely got cud.
Yeah, that's an old farm thing when, a cow chewing cud.
Oh, okay. I heard of the word cud. I wasn't very clear what it was.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Well, I know what a pothole is. Right?
Yeah. But like I said,
Merv's got a pothole.
she's got a pie hole.
She got to shut that pothole. It just means your mouth you're eating pie with.
I've wondered that since I first started watching that. Why?
Wondering what?
She goes, why in the middle of the why?
What the heck did you do now?
If I took my B12 in the middle of the night,
Yeah, you'd be up late.
man, I'd never sleep.
That's why she does it.
Man, Jay, maybe somebody ought to slip her a gummy or a half.
I know, 80s girl, wasn't that sad? She asks her son about the Blue Moon in the movies. Why didn't she go? Why didn't she get off her fat ass and go?
Did you like how she conveniently did that? She started like 15 minutes before she knew they were going to get there.
She's always setting everything up.
Okay? So that way when they get home, I'm on a live, I'm on a live. And then you hear
Right?
Jimmy back there saying, well, can I talk to you?
No, because she's always live, and you know.
You couldn't wait 30 minutes to start that live until your kids got home, got something to eat, and they talked to you after the movie. No, you couldn't do that.
Why don't she get off her ass and go to the movie and
Because
spend some time with her kid?
it had to be a big dramatic thing where I'm on a live and my kids just got home and they, you know,
Oh,
but you hear Jimmy in the background. Can I talk to you?
she don't care about you either, Jimmy. Ivy Lynn. Oh, okay. Yeah, after a long swim around the lake. Good. Yeah. You know what? Someone said that too many vitamins are no good for you. Shh, don't tell her. She was that stupid. That's her problem. Hey, congratulations. Pussycat swam Lake Michigan today. Bravo. Oh, wait, we're all Italian. The only way to know an Italian is faccia brutta.
Swim it. Did you swim it or did you half swim it?
Oh, that's right. Oh, like a camel.
Or did you sit there in a boat
And just pretend it was moving.
and you were going somewhere?
Like the time she sat in the boat like she was eagle watching. Please. That video was so grainy. And I think she did that because the boat was not moving. I know it's crazy. If those people over there think Merv gives two hoots about them, they're crazy. There's no way. Emma time, yeah.
Really? No, to be honest, I think they called her when the movie got out because you know he has to check in with her. So I think he called her when that movie got out.
Oh, she does set stuff up.
That's what yeah, honey, we're on the way home. So, it could look like she was important.
Yeah, like those crazy phone calls she gets. I seen an old video of hers recently. Um, and I think it's the one. Oh, it's the one about calling her Jewish. And Jimmy saying he'll get the shotgun. Well, why does your felon husband own a shotgun? Why do you have a gun? And why are you putting this on a live? Why
Well,
don't you get, it's the same crap, different day, different names.
yes, you're right. You and your dog looked at the lake. That's called swimming. Yep, sure is.
And if you side eye the lake, is that what half swimming means?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna side eye the lake. Oh my God. And her sister's in the house now? Is she in the lake house, her sister?
Her
Because
sister, her
what's
sister don't
Merv
go to
gonna
the lake
do?
house.
What?
Her sister don't go to that lake house.
Ah, well, maybe they were talking about the previous time. Because I was gonna say, where's she gonna have her auction at? Huh.
Her sister don't own any of that lake house anymore.
Good for her. Right, Pussycat? We just went with my son and his wife and my husband. The four of us went and we saw that new Wolverine and Deadpool movie. It was great. I don't know, Debbie Doll. Maybe she got money.
She can't banish Elle.
Hi, Willa. Banish. I banish you from the greatest community on YouTube.
Believe it or not, I still got all the Disney movies when my kids. I would
I
buy them
had,
and we would set it home.
yeah, but I had them and I threw them out because they were on VHS.
So's mine.
Oh,
But I still have them.
she's a heifer. I know what a heifer is. Exactly. Al gives her money. If you got money or there's something Merv can get out of you, then she'll pretend to be a friend. But if she got no use for you, you could hit the highway. Or you could just be a number in her views. Oh my goodness, Ellen's a mod now.
First of all, I don't give a shit what state you live in. If you are a convicted felon, especially of a firearm, you cannot have a firearm in your possession. That right is not given back to you. Your voting rights are given back to some voting rights are given back to you, and that. But
She says it right on alive.
your right to own a firearm is never given back to you. And yes, they're on. No, I don't have a VCR, Ivy. No, but I got the tapes because they were the originals when they came out. You know, like Lion King and all those. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we had.
But they're the originals.
Maybe I should have kept them. I see him, Willa. I
Willa Gray. You know what that name.
What, Willa Greystone?
Yes.
That's from a movie.
There was a mini.
Wasn't that with The Rock?
I don't know. But there was a mini series that had to do with a good witch.
I'm a good witch.
And it just reminds me of the name reminds me of that. That's back when I watched TV a lot, but I don't do it anymore.
Yeah, don't call Merv a witch. Don't insult the witches.
Ray something. I know that.
I know that name does sound very familiar from a movie or something. The Willa Greystone. What is the name from, Willa? Yeah, I wish I would have sold them, but my mom died. They were selling the house, and my sister's like, let's toss them. You don't need them. And there they went.
I remember that. Baby Jumbo called Dumbo. Yep.
Oh my gosh. You know what? I cried when I seen that. When I was a kid, we went to the movies to see that.
Hey, I'm not ashamed to admit it. I stopped going to movie theaters and my kids were old enough to sit in a movie theater chair. I fell asleep and put my feet up between two of them while they were watching the movie. And I got well, my husband was there, so trust me, I wasn't a non-caring parent. He was watching them. And my feet got stuck between the chairs.
Oh no. How'd you get them out? Oh man, you're lucky you didn't twist your ankle.
Like I said, I ain't ashamed to admit it. My foot got stuck. So needless to say, any movies after that, I waited till they come out on VHS because I was so embarrassed to go back to the movie theater.
Nah, I wouldn't care. I would just laugh. Wow, that's so sad. She got such a good heart. Very well. She's extremely sensitive, you know. what Jenny's saying about the little one crying about Dumbo. That was sad though. I mean, you know what? Like, I'm the kind of person like I'll cry over cartoons. And my husband, he's like, "Oh, that's what endears me to you." And I'm like, "Well, how are you not sad?" He goes, "It ain't real." And I'm like, "It doesn't matter. It evokes those emotions, and I can't help it." But I don't know. I can't think of anything that would. Oh yeah, I can't think of something that would make Merv cry. A zero bank account, $0 balance.
I mean, we went to Disney. Anybody remember when The Lion King came out? And
Oh yeah.
when it came out, Disney in Orlando
Oh,
does a stage show of it.
all witches aren't the same, Willa.
And we went to when it first opened, and it made me cry.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, well, Disney's always killing someone.
Well,
Somebody always dies in a Disney movie.
I didn't like Scar.
Oh,
I didn't like Mustafa's brother, Scar, because
oh yeah.
yeah, I just didn't like him. So, but like I
Remember
said,
her?
it's something to actually watch it on a stage, to watch the actors act it out and dance, and
Oh
it's
my God, that must have been fantastic.
it is.
The only time I've seen anything like that from a Disney movie, it wasn't in Florida. It was at a local theater, and I watched Beauty and the Beast. It was so much fun because that's my favorite movie, Beauty and the Beast. Which one is your favorite movie?
Lion King.
Aw, was that little Simba? So smart. It's so sweet.
Um,
I love the Beauty and the
well,
Beast because
if
go
you
ahead.
remember Simba's little girlfriend,
Um,
her name was Nala,
oh, Nala. Okay. I'm
and
sorry.
that was my puppy's name.
Oh, that's
That
right,
was my baby's
Nala.
name.
Oh, that's a great idea to get names.
Hmm.
I always liked. Well, all right. Before I tell you why Beauty and the Beast was my favorite, why was that your favorite?
Huh?
Why was The Lion King your favorite? Oh, sorry, Ivy
I
Man.
just liked.
Hi, Davida.
I just liked the whole thing because, like I said, the music. I liked. I can't think of the actor's voice.
Oh, okay. So
Uh,
you liked everything about it.
yes.
I like everything about Beauty and the Beast too. I love that she reads books, and I especially love that she cared about her father, and that when she her and the Beast, she wasn't unkind to him. Like she was not shallow, you know, and came to love him based on who he was, not on appearances.
Wasn't it? I bet you Davita can tell me. James Earl Jones that did the narration for
Beth.
Lion King.
She said she was going in the shower, so I'm not sure if she'll see it.
But I think it was James Earl Jones that did that. And just
Jungle.
the tone of his voice.
Aw, I know. There's so many cute movies. Yeah. Yeah, when people have nice voices, it's nice. Oh, Cinderella. Did you see the new Cinderella they remade? I
Mm-mm.
cried. I cried. That woman was so mean to her. They should have just named that woman Merv. Oh, Ivy Lynn. Beauty and the Beast is so sweet because it's like I said, it's not shallow. It's who he was. And it didn't happen overnight, like, ta-da, you know? It took time.
You know, and she still loved the beast,
He's a beast.
even though she didn't get, even though he didn't turn in the end.
Yeah, I
He got
know.
just a little bit too late, and
Right.
she still loved the beast.
That's what I mean. She loved him for him. Oh, and Bambi. Oh, that's a sad one. And Dumbo's mother swinging her in the trunk. Oh my gosh. And putting that clown makeup on him. That's horrible.
He
Yeah.
does. You're right, Pussycat. He did a lot of voiceovers
Mm.
for movies. James Earl Jones did. It's just his deep, precise,
Yeah. Well, it's like that. What's that guy, Morgan? Something that has such a nice voice, too. That older guy now. Morgan Freeman has a nice voice, too.
true. He does.
When he talks. And I think didn't he do the Nutcracker one time? He narrated it.
I'm
Or
not sure.
like a story.
I'm not sure. I never liked the Nutcracker.
Well, this is like a story, not the ballet. It had to do with it, but it was more about the little girl. He has such a I don't know. He has such a nice, calming, steady voice. The Fox and the Hound was dark. Oh, yeah, the Dumbo mom scene. Oh my God, it kills me. That
That's
and when they put the clown makeup on him.
what. Now wait a minute. The Dumbo mom scene gets me every time, but nothing gets the waterworks going like Land Before Time. The mom's death.
Oh, you know what? I'm so stuck on Dumbo. I didn't see that.
Hey, Unforgiven. You're admitting you're a real man.
You sure are.
Did you just realize it?
Yeah, it's a real man with real emotions. Woohoo!
We
Respect.
got a real one.
Hooray! See that, Merv? We got a real man over here. Oh my God, my sister loves Sam Elliott. I like Sam Elliott too.
It took me watching Ghost Rider like 4 times.
Oh, Nicolas Cage, he's a nut.
No, to figure out that Sam Elliott was in it.
Oh my God, you're kidding me.
No.
Oh my God, you need glasses, Florida.
Sam
I'm kidding.
Elliott,
He looked good. He's
Sam
older.
Elliott is when the guy rides up to the cemetery on the motorcycle
Yeah, Nicolas Cage.
and the guy comes out that works at the cemetery.
Yeah,
That's Sam Elliott.
he's got the cowboy hat.
Yep, that's Sam Elliott.
Yeah, he's still hot. I always thought, oh, what's his name? Clint Eastwood. Oh my God, he was hot in the 60s. Hard to find a blonde man that looks hot that's actually a blonde. Oh, they killed him off in Roadhouse. I'm so mad. Aw. Oh my gosh, so many of these Disney cartoons. And that one with Up, where they were together since they were kids, and then they got married when they got older, and then she couldn't have a baby. They really wanted a baby. And then she dies, and the poor man is miserable. And that little kid coming and doing his Boy Scout thing and all the balloons he had, and the house floated away. That
I
was a
don't,
good one.
I don't want Sam Elliott. I just want his
Huh.
voice.
You just want his voice?
That man can read any book.
Uh-huh. He does have a good
Hell,
voice.
he could read the newspaper to you. What am I saying, book? He could read the newspaper to you.
What about Rabbit's voice?
Oh,
Enough said.
never met Rabbit, but it's just the accent.
No, I love his voice.
I
His
cannot
voice,
wait
the
until
pitch,
Sailor Boom starts.
I know, the pitch doesn't change. You know, that's what I think. Like when we're talking about these nice voices, the voices are consistent. They're steady. The pitch doesn't go up and down and. You know what I mean? It's oh, he's got a good voice.
Like I said, I'm not a big Sam Elliott fan. I mean, I didn't really
I don't
like.
want Sam Elliott.
I
I'm
didn't
married.
really, I didn't really like Patrick Swayze. I liked how he danced.
Right,
Like I
right.
said, like I said, Sam Elliott could read the newspaper to you, but
Yeah. Well, that's it. It's like we don't actually want these people. Like I said, I'm married. I don't want them.
even if I wasn't married, I wouldn't want them. Man,
Well,
that's
they're
high.
strangers. You don't know anything about how they are as in real life.
Man, that's high maintenance.
What's high maintenance?
I know I know a lot of people's tried to get Rabbit to read, and he just won't do it.
Well, maybe he's shy. Oh yeah, the elephant. That he was like the elephant boy, Jenny, like the elephant man, her son. I've seen that.
Is that the
And
one that had
Cher
Cher in
was Cher and Sam Elliott.
it? Yeah. Why do we keep going back to these?
I don't know. She mentioned the movie. He just happens to be in it. Speak for yourself, lady, said Snow Lion.
The Mask is heartbreaking. It really
It
is.
is. There's a lot of sad movies, really. I mean, if you have a good heart, you're gonna cry. Or at least get emotional. Rabbit's playing. He's cheeky. Rabbit, you hear that, Rabbit dog, you cheeky fella? Come read to us.
Hey
Here,
Rabbit,
listen, the elephant man, Ivy Lynn.
hey Rabbit, if we start a fund for you, will you read to us? Will you read us a bedtime story?
We're gonna watch you do Sarah Boone. Oh, he's so nice. Oh, yeah. Are you talking about the mask with Jim Carrey?
No, no, no. The Mask with Cher and
Okay, that
Elliott.
mask. Okay. Because Jim Carrey was in that comedy one that was also called The Mask.
Yeah, the green one.
Kenny, look, my husband's there. Hi, honey. See, Kenny F. That's the other half of Irene F. There he is. He says, I just want to say hi to my lovely wife, Irene, and let her know I'm leaving work now and I'll see you soon. Okay, honey, don't forget. Stay back. I love you.
What am I? Chop liver, Kenny? Jesus.
Yeah. Say hello to Florida in the chat. No bad form.
I mean, you've already talked to us on live. Really?
Ivy Lynn, I don't cook.
And I don't even like liver.
Hey,
Hi,
honey, say
Kenny.
hi to Florida in the chat.
Hi, Kenny.
I love you too, honey. Stay back. See, Merv, that's a real relationship. Not the, you're not, I'm not. I love you. See you later. You know, not that stuff.
Mine comes out here, looks at the door, and goes, "Oh no!"
Oh.
And shuts the door.
Oh, Kenny said, I'll see you all when I get home. Stay back, honey. You know, I always tell him stay back. And by that, I mean not to drive too close. Not that he does. It's just that the way some people drive, like Merv, for example, So I just tell them, stay back. So in case they do something stupid or God forbid something happens, he has time to maneuver, you know? Because my son does that too. He stays back a little bit. And you're supposed to. See, everybody's saying hi to you, honey. See how
See,
sweet and kind they are?
I was watching another channel and I seen her go.
Yeah, right, Jenny?
Her voice, her
Friend.
opinion about the guy behind her, about going to McDonald's and the way his car looked.
Oh my gosh. What? Why? Or for what?
Because she said he was too close and then he sped up around her and then he went into McDonald's and she says, no wonder your car looks the way your vehicle looks the way it does. Well,
Yeah,
first of all,
right, Ivy?
that for over there. I've seen you pull into McDonald's, so you and your self-righteous bullshit attitude.
And how did your cars look after you kill all those deer, Merb?
But like I said, her and her self-righteous attitude, we've all seen her go to McDonald's. So
Wow,
okay.
judgmental much, huh? Who is she to judge what anybody has? Some people have more, some people have less. So what? If that's how you're judging people, Carolyn, then you got a
Well,
lot
that's
to
it.
learn.
We've watched her go to McDonald's.
At
So
least none of us are married to a damn felon.
it, no matter what that guy's car looks like, I can probably say it ain't hit 3 deer.
Right?
You know,
Exactly. And what did their cars look like after all these accidents with the deer? Well, I should say murdering the deer, because nobody kills that many deer in one lifetime. Come on.
yeah. Then she stops at a green light too to sit here and bitch.
Oh my God, because she's a bitch. Because she can't leave anybody alone. I don't know, there's something that she can't feel better about herself unless she's making somebody being a put down or something negative about somebody. God forbid she ever was kind. Yeah,
Nope.
she couldn't pull in a hospital parking lot. She couldn't even get to the hospital for her husband. She was too busy shopping instead of sitting with him while he was in pain. What a woman.
I remember one night I was on her live and Scooter was going to get iced coffee. And so I took the sling out and I went over to we both went to Dunkin' Donuts.
Yeah.
And I asked about iced coffee. Well, I'm not a coffee drinker. Okay. I hate coffee. I hate the smell of it. Everything.
Were you getting it for your hubby?
No, I was just doing it because she asked who else would do it. Nobody would go out that late at night to do it. So
Okay.
I was going to do it. And then then they said, first of all, I'll admit it, I was dumb. Like I said, I don't drink coffee.
Exactly, Beth. You're not dumb.
I had to ask what iced coffee was. And
You're not dumb.
when they sat here and explained to me that they brewed that coffee in the morning and it sat all day, I'm thinking, I said, so I'm going to pay you twice as much for an iced coffee that's stale as hell.
That's funny. My dad would have drank it. He used to work on the railroad when he was younger.
Like I said, I had no idea what I mean. Then my sister had to explain to me that that's how some people. Okay, fine, good to go, but that's just not something that. Like I said, I hate coffee. I hate the smell of it.
I love coffee. I love the smell of it. But I thought iced coffee was fresh coffee. You just put ice cubes in to make it cold. I wouldn't drink it that old. Do you see what Destin wrote? Michael lost his daughter and he was gone for a couple months. He tells Merv what happened in chat. Merv says, oh my, prayers. Isn't that horrible? That's sad.
Yeah, it is. Well,
Merv,
no,
excuse me, Merv, you're such a bitch. You just think that you're the only one whose feelings matter. And that's not true. That's very cruel.
Unforgiven. You don't know what iced coffee is? It's brewed coffee that's poured over ice with cream and sugar or whatever flavoring. Yeah, like stuff you'd get at Starbucks. Yeah, with ice. Like I said, I had no idea. I don't drink the stuff.
Yeah, she is lazy. I mean, how lazy you gotta be not to brew fresh coffee? I mean, we have that pot that boils the water, you plug it in and boom, the water's boiled. I mean, when I use instant coffee. But either way, it's quick. Yeah, when her friend Sharon was talking about having breast cancer, Merv could barely contain herself or sit still. If Merv had any class, which she doesn't, she should have put her hands under her desk if she needed to fidget. She shouldn't have been so obvious about it or do her best not to be. But Merv just doesn't care, you know?
Well, like I said, we had talked about this before, and
We
I
had
had
to
sat
start.
and heard some people over there after people that in this chat had made comments about, and they were truly honest and they were, sending prayers and all that. And they snapped back and said, I don't want your prayers. So you know what? Don't need to worry about it for me.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? The only prayers I'd be afraid of getting are from Merv, probably evil prayers.
Well, I actually said that in one of my comments. I'd be afraid for that woman to pray for me
Me
because
too. It'd be some kind of evil chant.
I'd be afraid.
Me too, because Merv is no good. Unforgiven. Excuse me, sir. What is this iced coffee? Is this like something you find in hell?
God, I mean, no wonder you can't sleep at night. Iced coffee, coconut extra, 9 creamers, 9 sugars. Ugh.
JC Reg, she has no compassion or empathy for Gypsy. And my empathy for Gypsy comes from, I don't know, I just feel so bad because as a little child being manipulated like that, of course she's going to not be doing healthy things, which is why, you know what? Whether you agree, don't agree that she's free, that's not even the point. The point is she's free and she's going to have a baby. And if you know that she was so abused, you know, um,
No,
how's she going to learn what's healthy and normal if you're going to treat her like crap?
well, Jay,
You know?
I'll say this. You'd think she'd have faked it for her viewers. You know what? No. Because after she come on and said that and did her to the chat for the next 3 weeks, if any of you remember, Merv was looking to be sick.
Ugh,
I
that's so bizarre.
swear she was trying to find a disease.
Hey,
Hey, Unforgiven.
how's it going? Hi.
Hey.
I was not. I wasn't sure if I wanted to do this because I'm out in the park right now. So like, there's like a lot of commotion around here. So I don't know if you guys can hear the commotion outside. I hope you can't. But
No,
you guys
we
are having. That's great. I'm just having a great time hearing your conversation. I was like, you know what? I want to join.
Great. I'm glad you came up. Florida always wants people to come up. She's always welcoming everybody.
Well, he's been
No,
in here
well,
before, and I go
What?
yeah.
and I go into his chat.
Nice.
Yeah, she's awesome. She's been there. I'm happy for the support, and I'm glad you talked about the stolen valor stuff. That was cool. Unfortunately, I haven't done it for a long time, but hopefully I get back to it. Hopefully I get back to it.
You should, because there's way too many people that are doing that.
Yeah, well, like I was calling it out with the guys that I was doing it with before, but there's hence been some some internal drama, which is unfortunate. You know what I mean? It happens. It's YouTube.
Yep.
What are you gonna do? But yeah, if it wasn't for that, I'd probably still be doing it. But I'm when I do get back to it, it's gonna be my own cause, or at least something that I'm gonna have a lot more stake in. Uh, but until then, I'll just keep my ears open for new stolen valor stuff.
Well, as you see, we just don't really have a whole lot of prepared content on here.
I see that.
But
We have a good time going with the flow.
but
Well, that's kind of how my channel is as well. I don't really have a prepared content. I do get a focus. I like to call it a focus when there's something that I'm really focused on. I talk about it a lot. But if there's nothing that I'm hyper focused on, I could usually run the a panel like this that's just like from iced coffee to movies about Disney, which I wouldn't mind talking about again.
The focus.
see, we always start out, and I'll be honest with you, we always start out with Merbzilla over on the mountain. Always. Because I'll say 98% of the people in here, she has either abused, used, or victimized in some form, fashion, or doxed them.
Wow, that's a lot of people. Was there 100 people in this chat? That's not including me.
Well, all the people she's hurt are not even all in here.
No, they're not.
There's people all over the internet that have left her because of that.
Oof.
Okay.
What? So what? Am I led to believe here that she's one of these people that like is constantly telling people what she could do for them and like telling them that she can make them into a star and taking money from them and stuff like that, or is it something
Well,
else?
she don't want anybody to be a star but her.
Oh my God.
All right. And your opinion don't matter, but hers does.
She's a selfish woman with a YouTube channel that she destroyed all on her own, and she treats people like horrible, goes real life, and is just a nasty, vile individual. And don't even take my word for it. If you ever seen even just a couple videos, you'd see it.
I mean, to be honest, she preys on people.
Literally like a predator.
Yeah.
And she's a grifter.
So yeah, I mean,
We would never talk about someone like this without a very, very good reason. Because she's still doing it to other people. And
just
she's
like
still
being a
lying
victim.
about it. That's the whole point. Right, Florida? She continues lying about the people.
Well, like Destin, like she says, most do have a story. Mine is mind blowing.
Uh-oh. What did you do, mister?
Like I said, most of them do have a story. She's went after I mean, people's kids. She's called jobs,
Trying to get them fired.
Yeah. She's a real lifer.
And then she'll sit there and say, that's not true. And then she'll badmouth them, and they never did anything to her. She's just a narcissist.
Ooh.
They don't like when you leave them.
Well, I don't that type of stuff. I don't ever get. Like, why go real life? Why go? I mean, it should never go real life. Like, it should never go that route. It baffles me when people do that. Like,
Well, she denies it.
Well,
she can deny it, but I'm sure everybody got evidence. I mean, nobody just throws out accusations without having some kind of receipts, right?
That's
Right.
exactly our point, and that's exactly why we talk about her, because she's hurt people that have done nothing to her, and then she'll lie about it.
Yeah. Normally, people don't want to just you know give up the ghost when it comes to that kind of stuff, especially like when it comes to this. I I I struggle with these subjects because I've been accused of being one of these people, but at the same time, like I I like I've decided to do certain things to protect myself from being called that. Like so, like I try not to interact outside of YouTube when it comes to like creators and non-creators type of stuff. And then I also try not to involve myself with any kind of monetization if it's not necessary. Like my channel's monetized, but I try to demonetize all of my live streams and stuff like that, so that there's no like question that I'm here to entertain and not just get a cash grab or anything like that.
Well,
It's a difficult thing. It's a difficult thing.
nobody cares that she's monetized. It's the way she goes about it. Her
Ah,
channel, it's like um,
well, like
what
Ivy
she
says,
says and what she does do not match.
she uses personal information as a weapon.
oh no, yeah, that's not good.
And she lies to people and hurts them. And then she'll turn around and act like she's the victim. And if
Hmm.
you ever watch her video, just a kind, friendly suggestion, and you do whatever you want. No, I mean it, because I'm not trying to tell you what to do. I'm just trying to give you a little warning, is all.
I got you.
If you
I got
go
you.
into her chat and if they know you were in here, watch out. They'll attack you.
They will.
I know. Well, I mean, that's what I would consider the YouTube drama sphere, because that's kind of how it works. Like once you're in that drama phase of your channel, which I believe everybody gets into a drama phase. You can't necessarily like avoid it, because there is always going to be. And I hate to say, because I don't want to be that guy, but like there's always those people that just hate on you. They don't
Right.
care who you are. They just don't like you, and they're not
That's
gonna like
right.
it. So and what they do is that they do their best to the people that they don't like, to try to like supposedly them expose them, or I'm gonna seek out the truth, but it's not really anything. Like they'll just blow up the smallest thing, try to make it the worst thing in the world, so you look like the worst person in the world. It's like, no,
But
like
see,
that's not how that works.
Well,
the people here have proof.
I will give
Oh yeah,
you
well,
a legitimate legal action that woman had did. Okay. She wiretapped a conversation from a person in Boston and went and took it to her police and had that woman in court
wow.
in Massachusetts. Does that give you an she records everything you say.
Mm.
I mean, I'm saying
She
that
has spreadsheets with information on everyone.
Yeah, that's the kind of that's a snake to me. That's a snake
It's not
automatically. Like,
normal.
no, yeah, no, there is a theme that I'm running on my channel, and it's called the snake parable. And it's this idea for me is that it's like there are these people who are snakes, right? And they've learned, and they learn how to hide in between people, and they sound like everybody else, right? They act normal, they act cool and everything, but they have some sort of ulterior motive, and you know it coming in because you could sense it. You know, you can kind of feel it. You kind of feel like there's something off about this. You're too nice. Or
You know
you're
what?
too complimentary. Stuff like that.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but I gotta tell you that the reason why some people don't see it right away is because she had a son who was an adult when he passed away. He died, and she uses her grief.
As a weapon.
Oh,
Matter of
She
yeah,
fact,
yeah,
uses
yeah.
it like a shield.
I
And
don't
it's
know if you've ever watched BX Boys.
No.
Okay. Well, he's pretty good. He really is.
yeah,
Um she contacted him thinking he was going to be her muscle to go after channels.
Mm.
Okay. She
and
and he called her out on it on his channel. He called her out.
Yeah.
he showed the spreadsheets, but he made them wavy because he wasn't going to dox anybody.
That's cool. Him. That just goes to show the consideration. You know, it's like.
Yeah, look at.
it-
Please go ahead.
New
oh
York,
no,
you're right. And anybody that is promoting her behavior should be ashamed of themselves. They should. And then people over there are promoting it every single day.
And the people here calling her out are the very people she has done something to hurt them.
mm, I see. Well,
So this is
I know. I
firsthand.
know that. Yeah,
Yeah.
I know what I know what it's like to be under somebody who plays that role, who plays that they're like the greatest thing in the world, and then like they're doing horrible things, but yet it's nobody else. I mean, it's not their fault. It's everybody else's fault, and you. All they want supposedly is peace and love or whatever, but yet they're doing some terrible things. Yeah, I know this. Yeah, like I said, it's something that I'm running on my channel, and like I said, it's something that I've been talking about a lot. I've taken snippets of different experiences that I've had with people like this, and I'm creating small like little. I don't want to call them lessons, but like kind of like my way of looking at them. So like that, maybe you guys can use those types of tools to see these kinds of people when you see them, and I mean, one of the things that you notice about them is that they gaslight everything. They'll gaslight everything. Like everything is like there's not like a something that you could say that's going to come out right to them because they're going to use it against you in some kind of way. And they'll take something out of context, and they love things that are out of context because then they can use them to make you look foolish or make you look like you're the one that's crazy. I see this. I've
She,
seen this in experience with this all around.
she can know the truth and she'll gaslight you anyway.
Right.
When
Yeah.
when she
Gaslighting is
has
such a
hurt
big thing for people.
someone and they decide to leave the community, that's not good enough. Even though they haven't done anything to her, she'll get the rest of the people. She's got like a handful of people on her panel, and she'll make an actual live where she will now attack the person that left and just rip them apart.
Yeah. Yeah. There is a perfect mirror match to that person. I'm like, I'm starting to listen to it, and I'm starting to listen to, and I hear another person. But the only difference between this person and her is that, while this person seems like she also does it for money, this other person seems like she only does it for the attention, which is,
She does it for both.
well, I mean, it
I'm
sounds so familiar
serious.
because. And I believe you, because like I said, this lady, and if the channel is called Shannon is my name, and she is nuts. She just straight up like just talks crap about a bunch of people over and over and over again all day
Wow.
and all night, and then she gets upset when after she's talked so much crap about people, just said all this stuff, like that has gotten people upset, angry at her, and everything. Then she cries when they come after her. When they finally start getting at her, it's like, oh no, you can't do that. You can't do that. Oh.
Well, this
What did I
one
do to you?
cries, and she cries. She's a victim. I'm a victim of bullying and harassing. They're bullying a grieving mother. That's what she'll say.
Yeah.
Oh,
And she's
Thank
supposed
you.
to be religious, okay? Always saying God bless you and this and that.
Uh,
Until cite
yeah,
Bible verses. Go watch your video. Ask
that
yourself,
is
when
that
was
is
the
a
last time
confusing
you seen a
thing.
religious person talk like this and the spit's flying and so nasty?
Yeah,
It's sick.
that's another red flag. Like these are all part of the series that I've been working on about the snake parable. It's like it's exactly that. You know, like these people who they'll bring in religious figure, religious dogma, and make themselves seem like they're on Mount High, and
Mhm.
they're gonna bring down the sermon and everything. But then at the same time, they're cursing and saying things that you would never hear somebody who was a real Christian
Well,
or real
it-
religious practitioners, you know, like talk. You
yeah.
wouldn't hear.
I don't know that she's a big, I mean, she's cursed. I don't think she curses as a way of talking, but it's her meanness, her superiority. She's very condescending to people. In Florida, tell them how, like, about, how she's going to contact all these newspapers and do all this
Yeah,
stuff.
she said she was going to contact, NBC and ABC and newspapers and grief panels and people's jobs and,
Like actual news channels.
yeah,
Well, I mean, the calling the job stuff, that's uncalled for. But the calling news, I would say go ahead and try, but it would have to be a very slow news day for any of one of those networks for them to take on something that's going on the internet.
Well,
you
you
know,
know
that,
what?
that's
What
what
is
I
that?
said. Because, I mean, if they go back and look at her, they wouldn't get it, man. They would think she's the craziest bad on YouTube.
Mm-hmm. That shit crazy.
Oh, that's true too, Amanda. That mother of 8, she accused that father after he passed away of being part of the KKK.
And
Oh my
accused
god!
the wife, like maybe she had a hand in the death.
In one of the death certificate.
And the lady has 8 kids.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
And
I
like,
know. I wouldn't be laughing if I haven't already experienced people who act like this and seen it for myself. I probably would not be laughing right now. I'd probably be like, "Wow, this is amazing. Are these people for real?" But I've seen it, and it's for
yeah,
real.
we get it. We get why you're laughing because it's just nuts. Well, when I said about her being a grieving mother, she has had people in her chat, some closer to her than others, but no matter, it doesn't matter. If someone says, "Oh, I lost my husband or my child," she blows it off. And, "Oh, it's not as bad as mine," she'll say.
Amanda Shu, I have, I'm starting to like, I'm starting to dig in, and this is the first time I've actually like said anything about this, but I'm actually trying to find out if there are actual hitmen like for YouTube creators, because I've actually experienced something with a group of people who came after me for like a small amount of time, a small amount of
Oh
time.
my
It wasn't
God.
long. It was like a week period, right? And they came at me for for which ball? Oh, okay. Here you go, buddy. Oh, I got it. I got it. Thank you very much. Here you go. No problem. Sorry about that, guys. uh, uh, and if those that little group felt like it was like kind of organized against me for a little bit there, and then for some reason they disappeared after a week, and so I
Hmm.
wonder if they were actually paid to do what they were doing because it didn't last longer than a certain amount of time, and then when I finally got to contacting the creator of that channel, he had no animosity towards me, and it was strange. So I think that's a thing, and I honestly think that there are actual real like groups that will gang stalk. I don't want to call it gang stalking. That sounds too conspiratorial, but like uh, um, will
Oh, real
troll
life?
your channel. Yeah, it might
Yeah.
even go real life. Yeah, they might even get information like PIs and stuff like that.
Well, she also talks about the mafia. She makes it a point that she's Italian. And you know what? Since when do people who are connected have the police on the speed dial, the FBI? I mean, give me a break. She's so delusional.
The what's the number one rule for the mafia is there is no mafia, right?
That's it. And not only that, they sure as hell are not going to be calling the police. They'll just shut their mouths and take care of it, and that's it.
Yep.
She's a joke.
Yeah, co-following that would be another red flag for those types of people and that type of behavior.
Yeah. All she's got is a big mouth. But the thing is, she's very manipulative and likes to put on the pity and the victim act. And I mean,
It's like I said.
go ahead.
Yeah, they ran. Poor old Cab 7 got ran off because all his swatting. Yeah, gets swatted at least once a month.
Wow.
But it's like I said, these people they'll get into your chats, into your panels and stuff like that, and they'll come in and they've had a lot of practice. They've seen a lot of people act, for real and normal and stuff like that, or they've seen people who have diseases or people who are going through grieving processes and stuff like that, and they absorb all of this information. They absorb it, and then they create something with that. And like after practicing over and over again in different places, when they finally get to you, they're a well, put together act, and and they're ready. They're ready to counter on it.
She's so screwy Louie that she is not a well put together act. She
Oh my
just
God.
needs to stay. I'm telling you, you watch a video where she's being vicious, right? Which take your pick. She's pretty nasty. And you'll see it for yourself. You don't have to take our word for it. You can do your own thinking. No, that's not it. That's not saying that you don't believe us. I'm just saying that, excuse me, we're not afraid of independent thinking because we're not lying.
Right. Oh
And
yeah, no, exactly. I'll tell you one thing that I've learned. The people who have the most control in their chats, in their channels, meaning their moderation, the comment control, the even things like whether they're gonna have a live and leave it up or leave it or take it down and stuff like that. Like all that stuff, it to me it shows somebody who's working with deception, because they don't want to get caught, and they don't want to have like a fraudulent slip where they say something that might give them away. Like everything is scrutinized because they don't want to have a crack in that shell.
that's true. If somebody in her chat one time, like they have auctions on her channel.
Irene.
Yeah.
Hold on a minute and watch.
Great. A clip.
Mommy Ramblings blog, look what I have found. You have been on your streams for what, 3 maybe 4 years now, putting on the blame on subs who has left you and some creators.
We have known you were lying all this time. You have been putting everyone who ever said a word about you into one big group of haters. They are not haters, they are telling their truths.
Carolyn, you have been lying to everyone on your streams and in Zoom about who made the so-called threats on you and your family.
Since you are unable to tell the truth or show proof, we will just call you a liar and a bully wanting all the attention so you can play victim.
You've got a lot of nerve. I think he pretends to be on YouTube, and it's not the preacher. It's not the preacher that, oh gosh, what is his name? It's not the preacher Dorothy had on her channel. He goes by, he started leaving comments on the engagement of my son, portraying me as the Unabomber. Okay, that wasn't bad enough. Now, the links never got out there because no one can leave links on my channel. So he was, he starts his channel in August. Then he starts with some videos of Shanann. And I'm going to tell you now, buddy, you've got a lot of nerve, especially when you go to saying basically that I deserve to be killed by my husband, just like Shanann. He went on to make about 3 videos. Then he had the channel that I struck, the one that used Jimmy falling down the stairs, that was brand new, kitchen person that you have your channel, I'm still going to strike that. Okay. And I'm going to let them know that I struck your video. You used my content. You put that same content up again, and you're going to lose your kitchen channel because that's going to be your third strike and you're a brand new channel. So giving you a heads up on that. But what is really troubling is not only that he says Jimmy's going to kill Chris, in his words, Chris wants me. In another video that was done about me under the name, what was it, Pussycat? Yeah. And it's no wonder if you go to the first video about, I believe it's the first one about Chris Watts, you'll see a channel with 3 letters. No, not the BBT. It starts with R, that made horrible, what they call jokes about my deceased son. They're there. Isn't that funny? Okay. And this person multiple times says I'm going to meet my end. It's going to be Jimmy that kills me, okay? Because I'm just like Shanann. I need help, and he knows how to help me, but it's in the form of a veiled threat. And I don't take care of my children, and I don't do anything for them, and Jimmy does, and CPS needs to be called on me.
None of that was done by people in here, but she accuses them of it.
Yeah, and I saw that immediately. She went to somebody talked about my dead son. So yeah, I could tell that's that's that thing. You know, like I said, she found their pocket, people who have a soft spot for grieving mothers, right? So that's her angle, and then from there she works everything else, and because she feels like she's on a moral high ground, she can't be wrong about anything, right? I'm sure that's how she feels.
She's
She
been doing
doesn't.
shit since 2019.
Mm.
Yeah, 2019 when she started attacking
And
channels.
you know,
Yeah.
she after she attacks you and you try to stand up to her, she blocks you from the channel, and then she'll scream, "Tell it to my face." How are you supposed to tell her? She blocks you.
Right. Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. They all do that. They all say, "Oh, no, they don't want to come over here and to say it to my face because they know that they'll be facing the truth." And then either they'll let you up and talk over you and then kick you out, or they'll just block you so that it makes it look like you never actually show up.
You got it.
Man, that woman's got the biggest block list you could imagine.
She could come here and we'd let her talk, right?
Well, yeah.
She
you guys
won't
are.
do it. She
Well,
won't do
because
it. She doesn't have the spine because she'll sit on her channel and be cruel, but she won't come here.
Now, yeah, that's usually how it works. They won't go to you. They won't go to you. It's just the way it is. I've in my channel, I think I've had anybody with opposing views only like 2 or 3 times, and it's been their demise. So that's something that they don't like to do.
But see, we're not like that. If there's things that you disagree with us here, we wouldn't jump on you. We wouldn't trash you.
I mean it in the sense that I didn't sit there and just like go jump down their throats. It's like they came up and we had a regular discussion about the things that were in the topic at hand, and they buried themselves because they couldn't lie. They couldn't sit there and like, because I would not. It's this, especially when I'm dealing with somebody that I want them to talk about the truth. I won't let them avoid a question. That's what they do. They avoid questions.
No, what you're
off the
doing
hell.
is smart. What you're doing
Yeah.
is smart. You're not tolerating being disrespected. But with her, and what I had said was about her, not you. That was applying to her, not you. Because she's nothing like that. Like if she came over here, we would want to do like you were saying, address the issue. But she doesn't have any interest in that. It's not her agenda, you know?
Yeah.
And it's
Yeah.
terrible because there's no need to do all that.
Well, those are gonna be snakes, and they're gonna
She
do what
does,
they do.
yeah. She's very controlling. Like, for example, let's say, like, if you're a part of her chat and she has the auctions, right? And this is a true story. And one lady went to another lady's channel to buy a pocketbook. And then the other person liked the pocketbook and said, "Oh, where'd you get it?" So the other person went there. She totally laid into them. Said, how could you do that? You know, we have the auctions here. You're taking community money away from the community. And you're like, what? So you're not even allowed to go to another channel. God forbid you buy something from somebody you like. You're not allowed to do that.
Well, Jay, you know what? You're right. It says Florida. Look at how she attacked people for digging into the families of the Chris Ross case, and now she's doing the same thing to Gypsy and her family.
Yeah.
He went out and had at least 3 people dig holes for the Chris Ross case.
Holes of the size of the grave that Chris Watts put poor Shanann in. Like, who
Not
does that?
beside them in their yard.
Wow. Wow.
It's in their
Jesus.
yard to see how long it took them to dig this hole.
But see her freak out if she doesn't like what, oh, you know, when they talk about my dead son. No, we don't. We would never do that. The only thing we say about her dead son is stop talking about him and using him, is what we say. That's it. Because, like, she's being sued for false copyright striking somebody, right? And
Oh no.
somebody in her community made, you know, those bracelets you'll see for charity or breast cancer or mental health awareness,
Yeah.
the rubber bracelets, right?
Hmm.
Well, someone in her community made them with her deceased son's name on it, and she's selling them. Is she selling them for something to honor her son? Uh-uh. She's selling them to as just one other way of grifting to raise money because she false copyright struck another channel. Now, who does that?
Yeah, that's
That's It's like, let him rest in peace. If you're gonna do something, get a
Well,
tree, do something beautiful, right?
it's
yeah.
not.
I mean, do
It's not.
something with a charity. I mean, gosh, that's
She is the charity. She don't work. She's married to a felon.
Mm, I mean, oh my
Well,
gosh, I just that.
it's not even just that.
I
It's
know it's
like
complicated.
it's nobody's grief is as bad as hers. Nobody's life is as bad as hers. Nobody, nobody's anything is as bad as hers.
And also what you have, hers is better.
Yeah,
A lot of
Yeah, Jackie, that
insecurity.
was what she did to you. What she did to you sucked butt.
Oh my gosh. Tell him what she did to Jackie.
Jackie put a deposit down on a house in South Carolina at Edisto Beach
Oh
for all
no.
to have a vacation. They went, and Jackie got food poisoning because basically wrong time of the year to eat the shrimp she ate. Okay, she knew it was
Mhm.
food poisoning. She'd been checked out by a physician's assistant,
Mhm.
and they would not let her in the house from food poisoning because she was contagious. The woman
Oh.
was so sick that she couldn't go anywhere to get like any groceries, so she had to rent she had to rent her own place. And they said they were trying to bring her some food and never did find her.
Oh wow.
It's a little island it's a little island. You couldn't miss it. There's a guy at the gate when you go into it that he would give you directions.
So not only did Jackie not have COVID, but she helped contribute to the house they were vacationing in and got treated like crap. And then if that's not horrible enough to ruin her time, I mean, the woman is sick. She needs to rest. You know, you need to be a friend. And then later on, she makes a video bashing poor Jackie.
Yeah.
Wow.
And she says if Jackie comes in the house, she's leaving.
And Jackie did not have COVID, did not.
No.
Yeah,
She didn't have the flu. She didn't have nothing. She would have been better in like 2 days from.
And her husband had just passed away, too.
wow, that's
Jackie, did you ever get your money back?
She said she did all but a penny or a dollar from Merv.
That's ridiculous. But that's not how you treat somebody, especially
no,
somebody
that's
that's supposed to
terrible.
be a friend.
Mm-mm. No
You know
way.
what? She's
No
actually
way.
told a person that used to be in her chat that their husband probably killed themselves because they didn't like their voice. Now,
Well,
who would say
Wow.
that?
okay, wait a minute, Irene.
Yeah.
She didn't say it. One of her flying monkeys posted it.
That's just as bad. If I had it,
It is. It is, but don't accuse her of doing it.
no, I stand corrected and you clarified it.
Okay. One of her flying monkeys
Yeah, it was one of
posted,
her flying monkeys, not her.
posted it.
Right. I don't ever want a channel, but if I ever had a channel, if somebody talked like that to another person, I would block them because that is too low.
But yeah, she did tell the woman that he probably killed himself because of her voice. And to be honest, it was disgusting and sickening because
Mm-hmm.
the woman, his husband, had went to like Sam's Club and he had a heart attack in the parking lot. She couldn't find him. Okay.
I was muted. I was muted.
But
Uh,
you're clear that that I made a mistake and it was not Carolyn who said that. It was one of her flying monkeys. You heard that, right?
yeah. I heard everything you
Okay, I
said. Yeah.
just want to make
I was,
sure because when we over here, if because there's so much stuff that happened that if we misspeak, we don't get offended. We help each other because, like, you know, Florida said, we just want to speak what's true.
well, that's and that's it. You know, like I said, I don't get I don't get, you know, like all the extra stuff that, like, people like her do. You know, like it's like look, you have, I mean, people will understand. Okay, you came in talking about your son, whatever, right? And okay, fine. You know, it's a grieving thing for you, but yeah, like what was going on with like her friend, that friend, you know, like going to that house in Florida and everything.
Yeah,
Those
poor
are the type of
Jack.
things. Those are the types of things where you rally around somebody like that. You know what I mean? You
No, she
don't.
treated her horrible and then bashed her in a video later. She didn't deserve
Wow.
any of it.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. That's a horrible thing because it's like I know the minute I know that one of my friends that is supposed to vacation with me is having a hard time because they're sick. You go and you go stand by their side because you don't start your vacation until that person's good. You know, like especially if you guys put this thing together like that. You know, like I can't see myself enjoying a vacation where I planned it with somebody for I don't know how long you guys took, but I would say just traditionally months, right? And then finally when you go out and the person is sick or whatever, you don't just leave them behind. You go and you rally around them. You go tell them, hey, we're gonna wait here till you're better, or we're
Yeah,
gonna
but
we're gonna figure this out. You know.
poor Jackie was going to the vacation. She was fine, right, Florida? And when she had something to eat, she didn't get sick right away. And when she got there, it was food poisoning. And she made sure and was responsible that she took care of herself and made sure it wasn't COVID. And they still did that to her.
Wow, that's sad. I couldn't see myself like being happy with myself, like knowing that that's what we did to a friend. I definitely could not. I feel horrible. I feel bad. Like, hey, where's so and so? Like, oh, they had COVID or whatever. Even if say she was diagnosed with COVID, that's you
So
still
put her
don't.
in another room and help her.
You figure it out. You figure.
Right.
I just can't see myself having a good vacation or anything like that. If I planned it with friends and then one of my friends is down on the day that we go on vacation, it's like, no, no, this is vacation over. You know what I mean? It's like I planned it with all of my friends to go with all of my friends, not so that, okay, if this one doesn't show up, then I'll be okay. No, I did it with all of them because I wanted all of them to go. I don't. To me, it's more about, like I want to hang out with my friends, I guess, than the actual, like place you're going to. I would hope that's what it is. That's why you planned it with your friends, but I don't know. That's just my logic.
Well,
I could.
she don't have a heart like that.
That's because
She,
you're normal.
right. That's actually a good way to put it. I know it's sad, but it's actually a good way to put it because it's a normal person would not do that.
Yeah. It's just I don't see that. I don't see how you do that to somebody that you call your friend. I mean, if this was say like a business thing, then
Like,
maybe I
well,
could see that. But
can you
if it's
imagine
friends,
telling your friend that, oh, my child or my child passed? Oh, what? You don't celebrate St. Patrick's Day? And your friend politely says, no, you know what? I don't. And she don't because that's the day her daughter died. And you say, oh yeah, oh well. So what are you gonna do or whatever? And there's no kind word. No, oh I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I asked you that. Nothing. And that's what she did to another person.
oh my gosh. Well, because I guess nobody, unless you had a child death, there's no other person that can be sad over a death or grieving for any other reason, right? That's
Eh, I mean, if it's your child, your parent, your relative, your cat, your dog, if you're heartbroken, you're heartbroken. That's how I am. You know,
Yeah, I could tell you, like I've just recently like had to get over. I've been saying this because I like I said, I have been so targeted for like certain things that I have to make sure that when I do speak about things, I have to speak about them like, in very small doses, because I don't want people to believe that I'm trying to manipulate them because of grieving and stuff like that, because of people like this. Because like I've had four deaths of friends that have been like very like long time friends recently. Like I'm not
oh,
talking
I'm
about like,
sorry to hear that.
and yeah, I went through a lot for it, and I'm barely getting on the other end of it. And so I I do my best to try not to use that as reasons why I'm having a bad day. But most of the time, I could tell you almost like 99.9% when I'm having a bad day is when I'm having like a grief moment of it. And it took me a while to recognize it, because I would tell people all the time, I don't know what it is, but I feel like these dark feelings hit me all of a sudden, right? And it's like
Oh,
it's those deaths, and they really do hit me hard, because it was two friends that I'd known for over 14 years.
oh, I'm so
One friend
sorry.
one friend that I've had almost my whole life.
Oh,
Basically a parental figure, and the other being my cat that I had for 18 years. So it's like
oh,
these are things that like they wave on me, and so I do my best not to mention them like much, because of people like her who put that out there, because I do believe that there are other people who are going to be in other stages of the grieving process than I am, because I think I've made it past the worst parts. I mean, I really think that I'm on the other side where I feel a little bit more free and like a little bit more open to talk about it without like, whoa, like getting all teary eyed or getting all sad and stuff like that inside. But in other
But
senses,
that's
I can
okay.
kind of
You're human. And when you have a
yeah.
loss, you're allowed to have those feelings. But the thing is, see how you take a step back? She doesn't. I hate to say it, but the ugly reality is she weaponizes her grief.
Well,
Yeah, I know. I've heard of this, and that's why like I said, I've been very much accused of it. Because people
No, when
felt
I
like
say weaponize, I mean she doesn't miss an opportunity to mention it
well, we know
yeah, I
constantly.
definitely like that.
you're
And the
right.
Yeah.
lady about the daughter that I said that had died with the St. Patrick's Day, she also argued with the woman who lost her daughter over the date her daughter passed.
Wow. Wow. Yeah, that to me that's it. Like I wouldn't even fuss about those kinds of things because it would make me think too much about them. Like,
She's doing interviews every time she mentions her dead son.
Well,
wow.
there's a reason behind the date issue with that.
With the
Yeah.
St. Patrick's Day.
Well,
Yeah.
like I said, there's a reason behind the date issue.
Mm-hmm.
And if Davita says it's okay, I will explain it.
I know what it is. I just didn't want to say.
I know, but like I said, if Davita says it's okay, I will explain it. But
Well, the point is, whether you know the
point
story
is,
or not, she
she
should never
shouldn't have
question
had,
it.
she shouldn't have had to justify the date.
Exactly.
No matter what, she shouldn't have had to have.
Mm, I don't know that how do you get into petty arguments about things like the death of your son? I'm sorry, but like if you start talking to me, like about my cat, you would start talking about my cat, and in a very innocuous way, like we're just talking about them in like memories or whatever, just dumb things. I start feeling it.
That's different.
So, huh?
That's different. You're
Yeah.
not
That's this one.
weaponizing it. You're just a human feeling person.
Yeah, that's why I don't get that having these like arguments about dates on my dead son. I'll be like, what are we arguing about here? Like, like I don't want to talk about this. I don't want to talk about this. Like, the date of my, like I'll worry about that when I have to grieve for him. Like, why would you have petty arguments like this?
Here's the thing. Irene didn't. You tried hard, Irene, but you didn't explain it properly. The lady she's talking about is a very good crafter. Okay?
Mhm.
She runs her own channel. She makes exquisite items. And she's good at it. But she never crafts on that day, on them days. Never.
Mm.
She will be more than happy to step out as a friend to help someone, but she will not craft on them days. There's just certain things that she does not do.
Mm.
She puts out a video every year for it out of respect, but she should have never had to defend anything to that woman. Whether it be one day or another, a death of a child is a death of a child. It does not matter if it was hers, mine, or Joe Blow down the street.
Hmm.
It is all the same, but not to her.
See, I didn't want to say too much info because it's such a personal thing,
That's why I said if Davita would have gave me okay, I would have.
Well, that's why I told it the way I told it.
But that's
And
why
that was bad enough.
She
and
is.
and
Like I
that's
said, she's a very devoted friend.
sorry. I think you guys are fine. Thank you. No, you're good. Dude, we- I'm invading your tennis court. It's fine. I'm sorry about that, guys.
It's okay, but like I said, it doesn't matter whose it is. It doesn't matter if, yes, a child is work. I'm not going to say a child.
All
It,
that is said,
parents should never have to do that. But
right?
that is like her demeaning another one of our ladies in here, saying her stepson didn't mean as much as her son did.
Because it wasn't biological, as if that
Yes,
determines whether you love and care about the person.
yes.
She
That's
invalidates
terrible.
people's feelings.
Oh my gosh, I've heard enough.
See,
And the thing is that there are so many things that are similar to the people that I know that act the same way, and it's sick, it's sickening,
see,
and I might just add some of her story to the series that I'm making about the snake parable. So it might she might just pop out on my stream soon.
Actually, she'll send her
go ahead.
flying monkey. She
Well, see,
doesn't get her own hands dirty in public.
that's it. That's why we do a full circle of a whole bunch of things in here. Like we said, the Disney movies. I cry at Lion King. Okay, I did. But we cover everything from putting her out there so more people get to see it. I intentionally tag her when I'll end this. I'll intentionally tag her so this video will come up when somebody looks for her, because they need to see her behavior. They need to
Yeah,
see what they're stepping into.
And nothing we're doing is done in a sneaky way. It's right out in the open, and she knows it.
yeah, yeah. Well, most of the time these people know what they're doing and they don't care. That's why, like I said, they take control of their moderation. Everything has to be well edited and cut because they want full control of their narrative all the time. It's control, 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 and that's the difference. That's, I would say, if you wanted to know the difference between somebody who's working in good faith and somebody who isn't, it's people who are not working in good faith will try to control every single aspect of their narrative. People who are working in good faith, just let it be.
And you know what? No matter who passed away, a human, a fur baby, a bird, love is love, and the person hurts. And I don't
Yeah.
believe like feelings should be invalidated or make fun of someone like just to be for no reason. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. I could tell you from coming from all my grieving processes that I don't see people like, oh, you lost a grandpa or you lost a son as any different than you just lost somebody that was close to you, and it
Right.
really
It's not a competition.
it's not, and it's really about healing. Whenever I see
Hmm.
somebody healing, it's about healing them because you're trying to fix a pain that is obviously never going to be repaired fully. You're never going to be 100% after that. But you know what? You have to figure out a way to keep going, and that's the hardest part. Is like, finding a way to heal where you could just keep going because it's the
It's
thing.
always with you.
Yeah, exactly. I tell people that like the hardest part when I'm done after all of this is realizing that my one promise that I made a long time ago to a cousin of mine who decided to take his own life in his funeral
Oh,
is
I'm
that I,
sorry.
i- is that I would never I would never give up on life, no matter how bad it got, no matter how hard it gets. I do not give up on life, and I'm not gonna quit by ending it. So
Isn't that
that's
so sad that somebody felt that sad that they did that?
yeah.
Because when I hear that, the first thing I think is, oh my God, that's so sad that they felt so sad that way.
Oh, Jay. I love the comment.
You know?
Channel needs a crime scene tape warning across the name.
But I'm glad you You made that promise to yourself. That's good. Because I think the grieving process doesn't end. You just find a way to deal with it. And some days are
Yeah.
harder, and sometimes are harder than others.
Yeah, yeah. Some days I feel like, oh my goodness, like I just like I can't get them out of my head,
Oh,
or I'm having like I think like it was like maybe like I want to say Saturday that I was passing by a place like a place where I would like hang out with my friend, and me and her would always sit there and just like have conversations about nothing. And it's just like when I
uh,
pass there, oh my goodness,
it's a
it was
trigger.
like
It's a trigger.
yeah, and I just felt it all coming. I'm feeling it coming now, thinking about it, because it was just like it was just so hard to see that those seats and how we
Yeah.
used to fill them and just talk. Oh my goodness, I'm feeling it right now.
You know,
I feel still
what
about
we
my
don't talk
dad. And when I get, like, you know what I do? I allow myself to feel the grief. And then after a while, um, I will make an effort to think of happy times together. And I tell myself that this person so loved me and I love them, that it's okay to feel bad for them and sad. That's okay to have your feelings, but just not to get stuck in there, because they're gonna come and go, you know. That I also try to say this person would want me to also be happy, so I think of good memories too. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
see,
Like,
yeah.
don't.
that's it. See, that's it. We know talking about her won't stop her, but the more exposure she gets, hopefully it will stop people from going in there and being harassed, bullied, threatened, and any other conniving little thing. Oh,
Awareness.
and to be used for your money. Because if you got a deep pocket, she's going to latch her claws into you like you wouldn't believe.
No, that's bad. That's really bad. That's one of the things where it's like, I definitely don't ever want to be one of those creators that gives more credence to people who give me money than the people who don't. Like I don't I never want to be that. I hate that. I hate that some people feel like they can't be a part of either your chat or like a part of your experience because they're not giving up money and stuff like that.
Well, she expects things instead of thinking like a normal person where nobody owes you anything. And if you get anything, you should be grateful for it. You shouldn't expect it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there should never be an expectation. Oh my goodness. Well
You can put Murber Mommy Ramblings in the church, and I mean, there's all kinds of clip channels that's clipped her ass.
well I'll be checking her out. She, like I said, she might work with part of the series that I'm doing. But I thank you ladies for having me up. This has been so nice. I always have fun here. You guys are so much fun. I mean, I usually lurk your channel. I'm not gonna lie, Florida girl. I try not to. Not that I won't participate. It's just that your sometimes the things that you talk about are so outside of what I normally talk about that I just listen because I like listening to new things.
Well, you're so nice and you seem
See,
down to earth.
but see, it doesn't hurt to ever come up and change a topic either.
Nope.
Yep,
Never
that's right.
does.
Well, again, I had so much fun. And I thank you for having me up. If you guys ever want to find me, the Unforgiven Jerry is where you'll find me. It's easy to put. Just write it down on your search. You'll see my avatar. Everything comes up. It's easy to find me. You don't have to sub right away. Just check out my stuff, and then if you like, hit the like button and sub. That'd be cool.
What is it? The unforgiving
Jerry.
Jerry?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Well, it was very nice speaking with you. I appreciate your openness.
No, and I appreciate you guys talking about everything you talked about. I think this was very nice. I'll see y'all later. Have a good one.
Find it.
Take care.
I'm trying to find it because I know I have it.
Who else wants to come up?
like I said, he does a lot of different stuff. I ran across him one night when he was doing Stolen Valor. And
Okay.
I despise that with a passion.
Well, there's the
Because,
link for someone to come up.
no, that's the link for his channel.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But I'll drop this link.
Is that
But
Yeri or Jerry?
Jay,
Because it says Yeerry.
yeah,
Oh, I spelt it wrong. Okay, I
it's
gotta write it.
actually it's the Unforgiving Yuri.
Okay, I misheard. I thought he said Jerry.
It's Yuri.
Thank you.
But like I said, I just have this thing about military and somebody claiming to be military that is not.
Yeah, that's not cool.
That just it gets under my skin because my husband's ex-military.
Yeah, I
And
have family that.
you know,
Yeah, it's like the perfect name, Stolen Valor, right?
he actually he is nice. I mean, you can tell he's younger than most of us in here. And that's why I hated to say it one day, but to me, I honestly think that if the person that is not that owns the military clothes is not wearing them should never be donated. They should never be donated to a thrift store, a Salvation. They should never be donated to one of them secondhand stores because
I
that is
agree with
how
that. That
people
seems
do it.
very disrespectful.
Well, they go in there, they buy the clothes. A lot of them still have the patches on them. You know, and that, and
Why don't the military make a place where you drop it off to a military place?
I mean, there's stores you can go buy brand new ones at.
Oh
But
no.
like I said, some of these, then you got to buy the patches, and the used Army surplus store you can do it. But I don't think it's right. I don't think being able to go out and buy someone's.
No, I don't think that's right either, especially if it belonged to someone. I thought like to get uniforms of that kind would be like the police, where you'd have to be an actual service or a veteran or something.
Mm-mm.
I thought it was like that. I had no idea these people can just go buy that because that's not something that I would ever think about. You know what I
Yeah, you
mean?
can walk into thrift stores and buy them.
That's not right. Hey, honey. Here I am.
There he is. He's home. He stayed back so he could make it home.
Yes. He better because I love him. I always tell him, I don't love you because I need you. I said, I need you because I love you. A bunch of old stale grandmas. Oh. Oh, no broken arms and bedridden and broken legs. I mean, even if somebody was, how mean is that to say that? And this guy, yeah, he was super nice. He was very open and down to earth, I think, you know,
Like I said, you can tell he's a younger guy.
but he's cool. He's
He
like
is.
in touch with his emotions. And I
Yeah,
love that.
he is.
That's, I like him. I'm going to subscribe to him, you know.
I mean, like I said, I've been up on his panel a couple times. And
Nice.
I'm not sure if Goodwill still sells the medals or not.
Oh
I know
no, the medals.
I know they used to.
Oh my gosh. Wow. Yes, he is respectful, Davita.
But to be honest, my Goodwills kind of aren't that good.
Oh my gosh. Look what Valerie wrote. You know what? I have to go on mute and be right back.
Yeah, they've done quite a few of them. I just found out in the last week. Nothing to do, well, kind of to do with the military. I just found out in the last week I missed a movie, and I'm trying to figure out how to watch it because it's like 4 hours long. It's the new not new. It's the newest Oliver Stone movie about JFK. I guess it came out last year. Because I am fascinated with that. And that, like I said, it's about the military. A lot of it is. The new one is, so. But I can't figure out how to watch it because I don't have Showtime. I gave it up a long time ago. JFK Through the Looking Glass.
Oh, thank you, Dustin. Yeah,
But
I had to go use the restroom because I leave my chair. Well, I'm lucky to have Kenny too, Dustin.
well, I wouldn't. I'll be honest. Give or take the day, I would.
What
give
a tag.
I'd give mine up sometimes, but I'd want him back in a couple days.
Oh, what Italian accent, Dustin? Who has Italian accent?
No, Davita. It's the like I said, it's the Oliver Stone. It's the new Oliver Stone one that came out. That he went back in and he did the first one. I think in 2019, and him and a writer went back and did another. They just did another one, and it's got a lot of the released information in it. And it actually shows that it was a conspiracy.
That was
And from what I've gathered, it actually shows that it was our own government that did it.
Oh boy.
Well, like I said, I have been fascinated with Kennedy since I was little.
So our own government had him assassinated?
Yes.
Wow.
Well,
I believe it.
Kennedy wanted to dissolve the FBI, the CIA. He wanted to dissolve all of them because he thought they were keeping secrets that they should have been telling him, and which they were. And he would.
But why did they not share with him? Is it that a nefarious reason, or is it because they thought one man knowing too much would have too much power?
They thought they were their own entities.
Oh, that's different reason. Yeah. Well, you know what? Trying to interject something real quick about with these groups you named. Uh, I like Abraham Lincoln, you know, and wasn't it the CIA that was formed because of him,
I
right?
think I think so.
And you know why that was? Because back in his time, if you went from this town and you went over next to the town next to you, or you traveled and you went to another town, the point is the money varied. It did not look the same. And it was Abraham Lincoln who formed the CIA to make money uniform because he was trying to fight against, what do you call fake money again? You know,
Counterfeit?
yes, counterfeit. Thank you. I have it in my head and I just couldn't think of the word. To fight counterfeit money. And that was his idea to form the CIA. And that was the purpose, was to fight the counterfeit money and to make money uniform. And when he had, died after being assassinated, he was buried and he was really tall. And back in the day, not that there weren't tall people, but there weren't as many. And they had to make his casket longer. Um, and there were people who actually tried to rob his body,
Yeah.
but they failed. And the guy who was there in the building hid the body. And because Lincoln was respected by a lot of people, the CIA people took it upon themselves to protect his body from getting stolen. And then first they buried him in, because the one guy hid him downstairs in the basement under some just stuff that was around just to protect
Hmm.
his body. And then later they buried him, they dug a big, big thing of cement. And uh, I mean, a hole in the ground. And then they lined it with cement and they put him in there. I think later he was moved though,
Yeah.
wasn't he? But the
He was
point
located.
was that was the purpose of the CIA. And they
Yeah,
took
he
it
was
upon
located.
themselves to protect his body from being stolen. And this was after he was deceased. It was never meant to be like it is now.
Here, I'll bring it up and I'll show you guys what you're looking for.
Sarah Hoover was a creep.
Like I said, I'll bring it up so you guys can see because, like I said, I just ran across it the other day, and now I'm obsessed with finding it. But did I share it? That's what it's called. JFK Revisited Through the Looking Glass.
Oh, I love all you guys in here. You're such wonderful people.
Yep, that's the actual name of the. There's supposed to be a 2-hour one, and there's an extended one of 4 hours.
And that was JFK through the looking glass.
Yes.
Thank you.
Hmm.
I'll have to look for that.
Because they actually say, like I said, I've caught bits and pieces of it that the lawyer that went and tried to prosecute in Louisiana. The guy ended up coming back before he died and admitted he had him killed. I mean, there's sworn testimony that they never released. that they've known of. So like I said, I can't wait to this is going to drive me nuts.
Yes, that's then a lot of people loved him, and they did um they took his body across country, and not only that, but back in those times, like if you go to a funeral parlor and the mortician cares for you to make you nice and keep you presentable and etc. Back then it wasn't as popular, but
Well,
they had a person like that for Lincoln that would touch him up periodically. And Lincoln also, when he was alive, he had a young son who died, and he was actually accessible to Lincoln in like a little mausoleum on his property, I think.
yeah,
And he had a mortician come in every time when it was needed for the upkeep of his deceased young son. And Lincoln would sit with him as often, like, for example, when I say as often as he could, if he could do it every day, he would spend time with his deceased child. I mean, I just love Lincoln.
we're not. Come on, guys. Well, Lincoln, if you do the history on him, I think it took something like 2 weeks to get him back by train
Yeah,
for the way they took him. He
yeah.
was embalmed like 4 or 5 times on that trip.
Yeah, that guy traveled with him, the mortician.
Yes, he was embalmed like 4 or 5 times.
Mhm.
Him.
And you know what's cute is like he had a good sense of humor. Like he said, like when people would tell him how tall he was and why are his legs so long, he would say, so they can reach the, they're like, wow, your legs are, how long are your legs? And Lincoln would say, long enough to reach the ground.
You want some?
Hi, Element W, Valerie, and I hope
Hi,
I didn't
Ellen,
miss
you.
anybody.
Like I said, it's something that's got to, like I said, I watched all the Abraham Lincoln. I did the deep dive on the Abraham Lincoln thing. Like I said, I know it took like 2 weeks to bring him back on train. I know he was, like I said, he was embalmed 4 or 5
Yep.
times.
Hi, Barb.
Um,
They
he was
loved him. A lot of people loved him.
he was moved twice,
Yep. And
and
it took
now
him years to get, he got, what, how many years like before he made president? He didn't get the president right away.
no.
And he was married before.
And they said people did not like his wife, his last wife. They did not like her at all.
Oh, the second wife, right?
Yes.
But I think that was his second.
Yeah, he did
She's
not.
buried with him and the children in that cement thing. I don't know if that moved or
Well,
not. But
when they did the last one on him, they poured the cement. I would probably say that's when they started doing the vaults.
probably.
They poured the cement walls in the floor, and
Yeah.
then they put his casket in it, and then they just poured right over the top of it, so there's no access to him.
And also, when his wife died, she was put in there. Later, when the kids died, they were put in there. Just the immediate family,
Yeah.
like husband, wife, children. That's it.
Hmm.
And two, like when he abolished slavery, it was crazy because what did it take? Like 2 years or something? I think up to like 2 years for them to travel to spread the word on
Hmm.
horseback back in the
Well,
day.
they moved Kennedy once.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yes, they moved him once in the dark.
Oh, really?
Hmm.
Why? Did they? Oh, I don't know how to say this. Um, was he all there from head to toe? Is that a good way to put it?
Well, actually, no,
Because
because
he was shorter, if you get my drift, right?
yeah, he would. I mean, but they still lost.
They
What?
lost his head.
No, he has his head,
Okay.
but they lost somebody. Somebody stole what was left of his brain.
Oh, excuse me 1 second. Barb
What?
Olson asked me to tell you you can rent that movie on YouTube for $1.99.
Oh, I can.
That's what Barb said.
Okay.
You have Amazon Prime?
Yes, I do.
There's movies on there you can rent too.
And now is that I'm gonna have to see if that's the 4 or the 2 hour version of it because I want to see the 4.
But if you yeah, what you said on YouTube for $1.99, and if you don't, I don't know if they still have it. They don't have it, but it, Amazon Prime, that's another option. You can get
Okay.
movies.
Which one? Which one was you saying you didn't know they moved? Lincoln or
Kennedy,
Kennedy? Yeah, they moved him in the middle of the night.
where?
Bobby was there when they did it.
Okay.
Yeah, Bobby overseen it when they moved him.
I love Lincoln. I'm glad he has a grandson. You know what? What happened to Kennedy's wife, Jackie?
She went to New York and still did. She was
Didn't
still a writer.
didn't she marry someone or no? Or had like an affair, like or somebody really rich. This guy loved her, didn't he?
She never.
Aristotle Onassis, Kenny said.
She got hooked up with Aristotle Onassis.
Yeah, Kenny's good at names. He told me, so he gets the credit.
But she ended up in New York with Carolyn and John Jr.
Oh my gosh, remember when they got married and they went in that uh he was piloting, what was it? A helicopter or a small plane? Small plane, and they crashed and her sister was with them.
Yeah,
And wasn't, I don't know, is this like an old wives' tale as the expression goes, or was there truth to it? That when hit that uh John, the boy who died in the crash, uh he at a certain age was gonna be told the truth about his father, or is that just old wives' tale? Like urban legend.
I don't know.
But have you ever heard that?
Never heard it.
Has anybody else heard that? With that when his son
Um,
John reached a certain age, he was gonna be told the truth about what happened to his dad?
which one are you asking where they're buried at?
Kennedy. Oh, I'm sorry.
Kennedy?
Sorry. No, wait. Valerie is asking where's he buried.
Yeah,
I,
who? Kennedy or Abraham Lincoln?
I love that we get on random subjects. I like fly by the seat of our pants, no?
Um,
Okay.
if you're asking about Kennedy, he's buried in Arlington.
Yeah.
I've been there quite a few
Yeah.
times to Arlington.
You know what, Sarah? I don't know what he was told. I'm assuming just what we know because I don't know anything about any private conversations he may have had with the government. I just heard that and I don't, like I said, I don't know if it's even true or it's an old wives' tale or urban
Well,
legend that they were gonna tell him about his father who killed his father. I don't know. I don't even know if
they
that's
might
true.
have, but even today, it's still not out.
Well,
Not all the paperwork is released.
well, maybe there could be some. I'm not saying there is because I have no verification of that. But I'm wondering if it's possible they could have shared something with him. Because like you're saying it wasn't released, that kind of makes it sound like, but they had it. You know what I mean?
Oh, they've had it the whole time.
So I'm wondering if there's any truth to that. Or like I said, maybe it's no truth at all, just an urban legend. I don't know. But that was so sad when they died, wasn't it? And his wife was beautiful. Oh my God! And her poor sister was with them. Kennedy. Yeah, I'm talking about Kennedy.
Okay. Abraham Lincoln's buried in Springfield with his wife and 3 sons.
Yeah, in that cement.
Yeah.
But I don't know. There's something about Lincoln. I just love him.
But like I said, Kennedy's at Arlington.
What did RFK Jr. say, JC Ray? You know, Destin, I don't know if that's maybe when I heard it that, oh, they murdered him because he was going to find out. I don't know.
Well,
And then, like Sarah says, he chose to fly in unfavorable conditions. And I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't know that he actually was an experienced pilot.
he wasn't as experienced as he should have been. He wasn't instrument trained.
Mm.
Like panel trained.
Okay, so he didn't have enough experience under his belt.
Not to be flying in that weather.
Yeah, because that takes time. And Bob, yes, I do like tall men. Kenny is taller than me. When I wear even 3.5-inch heels, he's taller. And he also has a beard. But not always. That's so sad though, wasn't it?
Because
remember him as a little boy doing that salute to his daddy? Aw.
if he would have been more instrument trained, like I said, which basically the panel in front of you,
Right.
you would have seen, you could have followed the horizon. But only going by visual view, you can mix up the horizon
Yeah.
very easily.
You know, I've heard that, like if they encounter fog or
Yeah.
because there was some plane crash where, oh my gosh, maybe you guys know, I can only remember this. The pilots, they knew what they were doing. There was some kind of fog or something. It was a plane trip. It was actually a tour where you could take this plane ride to see the mountain. And there was unusually heavy fog. And they actually, by the time they realized the mountain was in front of them, they hit it. Like, in other words, they didn't have enough time to correct their course. Good, Enchanted, I love you. She would never do that. Merv would never give it up. She'd give up Sandy first. It all depends on which way was more profitable. J.C. Ray, I don't know what he said about JFK, but he said his father was killed by several people, not just Saran, and that the government was behind it.
Okay, wait a minute. John Fitzgerald was killed in Dallas. Sirhan is Robert, the younger brother.
Oh, the other Kennedy. Oh my gosh.
Like I said, Robert, which they called Bobby, was killed by Sirhan.
Yeah, Bob Junior knew how to fly, but like we were saying, he just didn't have the opportunity to build up that experience yet.
Well, they were like an hour or two late leaving anyway.
Yeah, Jason,
to go to Martha's Vineyard. So, yeah, they said he left late anyway. So, I mean, you could have just waited till the next day and go,
in the daylight.
Yeah.
J.C. Ray did say RFK Jr.,
which is Robert.
Yeah.
Which is Bobby.
I guess because we're talking, yeah, okay, yeah.
Well, they say that too. That they just.
Hi, Tammy.
Well, you know, Bobby was hated.
You know, I'm not that familiar with the Kennedys. I'm really not that into them. I love Jackie's clothes, though.
Bobby was hated from the start because he hated the mafia.
Oh, that's right. He was the one. But wasn't Kennedy also against the mafia?
That was Robert Bobby.
I thought all of them were.
Well,
When
Joe the
Bobby was
father,
gung ho.
Joe the father was an old bootlegger.
Okay.
You know, knew some of them,
Okay.
but Bobby hated him.
Oh, Hoover hated him.
Yeah, right. Hoover hated Bobby. He hated him with a passion.
Yeah, Sarah shared that info.
Hoover hated JFK too, but
JC Ray said Daddy had gangster ties.
yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Yeah, that's what Florida said, that it was late, that it was dark, and the weather was bad. Kennedy money was Joseph bootlegging,
Uh-huh.
Sarah said. Wow. Remember Kennedy had that cousin that killed, wasn't her name Martha Moxley?
Uh,
Remember the Kennedy cousin? And finally, like, oh my God, 30 years later, he got,
the one that drove the car in the water.
no, that was the other Kennedy. The one that I'm talking about.
Oh, you mean the kid?
Yes,
You mean the
yes, not
kid?
the immediate Kennedy, correct. He was like a cousin, I think, a cousin. And he killed this young girl, Martha Moxley. And he didn't go to jail till years later. But the one you're talking about, who was that? Wasn't that Bobby with the car or no? Or do I, what,
No.
which one? Ted Kennedy. Kenny's great with names, so thank God, Florida, you helped me out.
It was Ted
Yeah, that's a
that,
Kennedy said
that drove
Ted.
the car into the water.
And then
the
took
girl
his
drowned.
time. Yeah.
And
Mary Jo something was the girl's name.
then one of the grandsons killed that girl.
No, I think that was a cousin.
Okay.
That he killed Martha Moxley, the blonde-haired girl. They found her dead under the tree. And her parents were wealthy too. And they tried to blame the tutor. Remember that used to come and teach them, the tutor? But that didn't pan out. And I don't know how many years later, he finally was held accountable for Martha's murder. And she was a teenager.
Jackie remembers it was Teddy, Mary Jo.
Kopechny.
Yeah.
Oh, Peter Lawford too. Oh, yeah, Jackie. There, she got it going in all the one row. Teddy, Mary Jo, Kopechny. Wow. That was so sad because he walked around, and by the time he went for help, didn't he stop and drink somewhere or do other things? And then when he finally went for help, he was all dry and wasn't she pregnant? Michael Skakel killed Barb. Thank you, Barb. Right, and I believe he was a Kennedy cousin. Boy, it took forever for that SOB to get what he deserved, justice. Well, poor Martha.
She was from Plymouth, Pennsylvania.
Which one, Mary or Martha? Sorry, we go back and forth like this. I gotta ask. But you see how versatile we all are? That's wonderful. Do you like the way this goes, where we just go fly by the seat of our pants, or unless you got a mission, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, Jackie said he was drinking, and no, she wasn't pregnant. Oh, I thought she was pregnant. Thank you, Jackie. Davida says, my cousin was supposed to work that day at the hospital in Dallas. She changed shifts with someone else, or she would have been there when Kennedy came in, but she was there when they brought Oswald in. Oh, wow. Was she scared when they brought Oswald in? I mean, that had to be some commotion. Oh, next town over.
I think if Mary used all her sleuthing skills, she could.
Joe was evil having the lobotomy. Who is Joe? Is there a Joe Kennedy?
Joe is the father of.
Oh, the lobotomy done on his daughter. Oh my God.
There was an
Well,
older son. There was
back
a
in
son
then,
older than Jack that died in the war. He was the one that was supposed to be groomed to become president, but he got killed.
In the war?
So they groomed Jack because he came out of World War II as a war hero.
Wow.
yeah, because Jack. Wait a minute.
Jack is John.
Yeah, JFK. JFK
Yeah.
came out a war hero.
Don't
He
confuse us. We have different names already.
His
because
older brother was
he
killed.
went into the military as some kind of uh, computer something, and he didn't want to do that, so he went out on and did boat patrol.
He was on the PT boats.
Yep, and almost got killed on it. Yep.
Yeah, they built them in Bayonne.
But yeah, his older brother got killed in the war.
Yeah, the boat was split in half. But he
Oh,
saved.
wow. But he
God, I'm
saved
showing-
people.
Yeah, he,
God, I'm showing
Wow.
my age, ain't I?
yeah, the whole movie about it. You gotta watch.
Well, Kenny's only gonna he'll be 61 in October.
Well, like I said, I've followed this for years.
Yeah, I was almost a month old when he was shot.
You have a good memory, honey.
I wasn't
He was shot in November. November 23rd, I think. And I was born in October. So I was almost a month old when he was killed.
like I said, I wasn't even born yet.
I don't remember much.
You're doing better than me. 'Cause he's so much better at names.
But I saw the movies. I mean, they made a movie, PT 109, about the whole thing. That's interesting.
You hear that, Florida?
He came out a war hero.
But
But
Tell about the movie name.
which
PT
one?
109.
PT 109.
Yeah, I've
About
seen,
yeah. See,
yeah, I've seen that.
look, yeah. I guess Kenny did too. Oh my God, Michael Skakel's conviction got overturned. Yeah, but I thought later on he got in more trouble. Sarah, I don't know. Jackie said she wasn't pregnant.
He
He promised to put a man on the moon, and he did that.
Kenny said he promised to put a man on the moon, and he did that.
Davida Oswald was really good looking.
Oswald.
Well, she says somebody asked if he was good looking, and then she comes back at he was really good looking, Joseph.
You talking about the father?
That's what I don't know.
That's what I mean. Like, Davida, who is really good looking?
Yeah, Peter Lawford was involved in that whole situation
What, with the Kennedys?
with the Kennedy Marilyn Monroe situation.
Oh my God, poor Madeline. I don't care what anybody says, and no disrespect, but I believe that poor girl was murdered.
So do I, but
Oh, Jackie was 10. They were going home for lunch, and her mom was watching TV and crying. Oh, wow. Who's the oldest son who was killed? Is Joseph. He was good looking.
okay.
See, I mean, oh gosh, I'm just gonna say it, okay? And there's no right or wrong, okay? But I never thought that John Kennedy was good looking. I thought the best looking Kennedy was the young one who died in the crash with the plane.
Junior.
Yes. She was murdered. Oh, wow. Hi, Jojo. Jojo snuck in to read the Photo Play magazine. I don't know what a Photo Play magazine is
Well,
when she was 10.
Jackie, which one Which
rat pack.
relative of the Kennedys was married to, was it Schwarzenegger?
That wasn't that Reva? What's her name? Oh my gosh, I know her name. And I'm so bad with names. I
And then they
know my
Maria
stuff. Maria, thank you, Maria Shriver. You know, I was almost gonna say Reva Schick, but I'm like, no, that's the doll creator who
see,
worked for
see, we're making you all think.
Schwarzenegger. Yeah, and you know what? I thought Schwarzenegger was a good guy, and then I found out he cheated on her, and I'm like, what a pig.
Well,
But not. I still like his movies. You know what I mean? Their personal lives not my business. But I was just like, oh no.
but if you actually listen to it, they said that Schwarzenegger ran California out of money. Being
Whoa, that's not good either. Hey Arnold.
my grandparents, my
Oh,
grandparents,
Davina was 8. Wow.
how I got hooked on it was my grandparents had a book, a hardcover book,
Hey, honey, can you come here?
and it had a lot, pictures and a lot of the details in it. But there's one
What's going
picture
on
that I
over here?
remember to this
Get the
day.
light.
It is the
Can you, I think there's a few. Can you get the light?
moving his rocking chair on the rollers out of the White House.
What?
Yes, there was a hardcover book
Wow.
my grandparents had. And
Right.
that picture has stuck in my mind for
Wait, who is moving the chair?
when
No, there's more
he
than one.
was killed and Jackie had to move out of the White House.
Oh, poor Jackie.
The movers were moving. They had his
It's not
wooden
more than
rocking chair on the
Oh,
road, moving it out. And that picture is stuck in my mind forever.
oh. See, you know what I think of is that little salute in the cemetery, and he was just a baby with John Jr.
Yeah, he saluted twice, and once in a cemetery, and once as the
coffin.
caisson was going down.
The what was going down?
The caisson,
What's a caisson?
horse-drawn carriage.
Oh, oh my God, that poor baby. Jackie Burns said Peter Lawford was married to a Kennedy daughter, Barbara. Oh wait, not Barbara. Wait, who said Eunice was the mother's name? And Jackie said her mother Eunice. Her mother was Eunice. Her husband was Sergeant Shriver, who started the Peace Corps. See, I'm not good with this history. I live on a need-to-know basis.
Yeah, because matter of fact, Jackie had
Oh, thank you, Sam.
JFK's done the way Abraham Lincoln's was with the
Copycat.
caisson, with the horses pulling it,
Why?
and because it's how she wanted it done. And the boots in the stirrups backwards means for a fallen soldier. Yep.
I didn't. Wait. Backwards boot. They put his boots on backwards?
No, in the horse. They put the boots in the stirrups backwards.
Oh, that's sad.
Yep.
Oh.
It's for a fallen.
See, I didn't know that they did that like they did with Lincoln.
Yeah.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. I just would have thought like, I just didn't know. I thought like they do their own thing. But oh my God, I didn't know about that. You know, is that true about like a flag? And I'm not talking about somebody being disrespectful to the flag. I'm talking about a veteran.
What?
If a veteran hangs the flag like upside down or sideways, that they're in distress. Is that true? And I'm talking about a veteran, only a veteran. I'm not talking about regular people
I
who are
honestly
not
don't know.
veterans. Okay. JFK hurt his back when the PT boat was bombed. And he also had Addison disease, which involves the kidneys, and he was in a lot of pain. That's what Jackie said.
That's why
Maria.
that's why he wore a back brace.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yep.
Rosemary, well, the one who died, the boat was cut in half, right?
JFK.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, JFK.
That's how they portrayed in the movie. It was.
Oh, in the movie. Well, movies are, take liberties.
Really happened because it was.
Oh, it did really
hit
happen.
by another boat, by a Japanese destroyer or something.
Okay. Oh, Enchanted said a flag upside down means distress. Okay.
And Beth says a flag
The-
upside down means the country's in distress.
Yeah. Okay. They hid his disease, Jackie said.
They did.
Well, that would be kind of easy to hide, right? Because it's like if you have it's not something you could see. And even though that's not to say he didn't suffer. But like if you have a back brace, you could say, oh, yeah, I pulled my back out or, getting older or whatever, Because it was like a invisible.
Oldest son.
Yeah.
Killed.
The rocking chair was designed for his
Send
back.
it to me. Send it to me.
He said in that a lot.
Oh, that's it too about the rocking chair.
They said that's part of the reason why he couldn't move in the car that day.
Boy, Jackie moved. Huh.
Because he had the back brace on in there.
Oh, well, maybe for sitting so long, he needed it.
Yeah. Well, because they flew in. So he was sitting on the plane.
Then he was sitting in the car.
Then he was sitting in the car. So yeah.
My God, that like when I seen a video of it happening and I see Jackie scramble. Oh my God, the first time I watch her scramble out of the seat across the back of the car, I'm thinking that poor woman's gonna land on the ground and or something. You know what I mean? She was going so fast, but thank God she was okay. Wait, Valerie, is that Joseph Kennedy Sr. or the boy who got killed in the war, the veteran?
I'm not laughing at you all. Trust me, I'm not. I'm gonna show you something, and you're all gonna
He's
love
laughing at us. No,
No, I'm not.
I'm kidding.
You're
Hey,
gonna love
Davida,
it.
I saw a picture
Trust me.
Kenny showed me of Joseph. He was good looking.
Trust me, you're gonna love it.
Okay, I'm gonna see this.
Let me bring it up here.
All right, I gotta close my comments so I can see it.
Gypsy Rose. Her friend blocked me on TikTok because I was making. What was she making?
Fun of Gypsy?
I was making too much sense.
Yeah. You're such a horse's behind, Carol, and you don't make sense at all.
That's what her tag is tonight.
What an ego. Oh my gosh. You know what? I hope they do get a cease and desist order against her. Let's see. I have the LL Bean replica of that chair for her bad back. Sarah with the blue dress says. Valerie and Davida, Kenny showed me a picture of Joseph Jr. and he was good looking. Our flag can only be flown upside down by order of the POTUS. Oh, okay, Beth. How did he keep up with Marilyn Monroe with that bad back, Enchanted said? Well, maybe she, did the work.
I don't know.
I guess she was on top. I don't know. Thank you, Davida, for telling me that persona.
He couldn't have been on top, not with that motion in the ocean. Not with that back.
Jackie says the sister, Kathleen, I guess her nickname is Kick, married an English flyer who was killed in the war, and then she was killed in a plane crash. Oh my gosh. That's horrible. Andrew. He got her lobotomy when they were popular. Oh my God. You know what? Back then, having a mental illness, you got to just be quiet because they'll kill you.
You think about it. They either did lobotomies
I love you too,
or they
Davida.
did, or they did electric shock. No, where
I
they
know it. And they
either
treated them horrible, right?
yeah.
Naked, hosed them down. But now they say she's not pregnant. Pregnant, not pregnant. You know what? He drowned her for a reason. She's a fruit of the loom. You know what? She's the whole fruit basket. Merv is nuts, in my opinion, allegedly. She's not relevant. They probably blocked her. You know what? If it's true, her friend of Gypsy blocked Merv was probably so that Gypsy don't hear stress and get stressed out from the nonsense. Because let me tell you, Carolyn was saying some really, when I say hateful, I mean really hateful things about Gypsy and her pregnancy and how she's going to suck as a mother and everything else, as if Carolyn has the prize of the year. Carolyn, you're too busy being alive to even know what a mother is. I'm surprised you had time to give birth.
I'm just guessing for a friend, you know, but me, I'm like I said, I'm just guessing for a friend. But if I had the $3,500 and I was Gypsy, I'd go to the lawyer and put a cease and desist on the woman.
Yes, and I would have it extended when it runs out.
You know, and then she would, you know, it
Yes,
gives her a chance
Sarah.
to stop flapping her,
And
you know.
she's not being factual. And this is the same woman who's on there flipping out before. Oh, well, you know what? The blue checks don't mind videos being done as long as it's factual. But here is the same person doing videos, meaning Merb, and she's not factual at all. Unless she's a mind reader or a psychic, which I doubt it. She ain't sensitive. You have to be sensitive and have a good heart to do certain things.
That's what I said. That's yeah, Sarah. Like I said, you know, if I was a friend of a friend of a friend, I would probably sit in here and do like she did and say, we all need to email Gypsy and her friend and tell, you know, we all need. But see, I'm just not that kind of person.
Really,
I'm
I
not,
don't think Gypsy gives a shit about Merb.
but what I'm
You
saying,
know?
but I'm saying, like I said, if I was that mean of a person, I would tell everybody in my chat that, you know, we ought to go report her to Gypsy and her friend so they will shut her up so they stop all
I
the lies.
actually thought of doing that today. I even said to
But
Kenny, I said, you know what? I said, sometimes I feel like emailing Gypsy Rose and telling her about all the crap Merb is making up, and she could put a cease and desist order on her.
mhm, yeah,
Valerie, that's true, Valerie. That was what I was saying. Valerie said, now they talk the same stuff with SW and that it was not CW, baby. If you said that to Merv, she'd be flipping. But that's the thing. Merv doesn't care. Merv is no, what do you call, advocate for anybody. None.
like I
She
said,
doesn't even report facts. She said,
like I said, I could be that person, but
I'll volunteer to be that person because and the reason why I'm telling you that I said that to Kenny, because I had no contact with Florida. I never said this to her. I told this to my husband earlier in the day. This is not Florida. My idea, I didn't get it from Florida. I just want to make that clear. Right, honey?
All right.
She's a mean, nasty piece of screwy spaghetti. Right, right, JC, right? She says what Gypsy thinks, what she feels. It's like, even if Gypsy said, oh my God, the baby punched me, that could be just nothing more than a surprise that she felt the little punch. But Carolyn makes it sound like, the baby's assaulting her from the inside. Like, oh my God. It's like, me,
they probably have no idea who she is.
I'll email her. Kenny, look up Gypsy Rose email or a
Like I said,
site that
we
actually
probably
gets
have no
with
idea,
Gypsy Rose.
but I mean, she's even guessing on how they're going to try and do the documentary with her being pregnant.
Yeah, and you know what? How was the crow you ate, Merb? How did that go down? You had to eat so much crow after a week of crowing. Oh, Gypsy ain't pregnant, blah, 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 blah. I know, Valerie, you know what?
She was pretty. Actually, both the sisters were pretty that died in the plane crash, Davita. Both of them were.
That's right, Sarah. Gypsy watches her. I know, she's so delusional. She said that the other day about a piece of fruit. Ah, Jackie thinks John Jr. looked like his mother's side and Caroline looks like a Kennedy. Well, I think both the kids were good looking. The daughter and the son.
Yeah, but John Jr. looked more like his mother.
She was pretty.
She
She had
was.
a little bit of manly look to her, but not too much. Do you know what I'm saying? I don't think that she looked like a man. When I say manly look, I'm talking like the bone structure in the face, if it's too strong. You understand? Like that.
Yeah.
Not that she looked like a man. Heck no. I thought she was beautiful. Oh my God, I would love her Chanel clothes, right? I would wear them now. She had great taste. Mommy Ramblings Destin said the CNN of YouTube.
Well, let's hope not, because CNN gets more of their shit right than she does.
CNN cannot narrate.
Oh, okay.
No, I
Okay.
made that up.
I was going to say, because she is not the CNN of YouTube.
She's more like the, let's see, what could we say? Remember I had a nickname for the MERB, MERB, what it meant? Oh, I can't think of it. Go on. She had a strong jawline. Thank you, Enchanted. That's a better way of putting it. Because she certainly didn't look like a man. John, yes, Ivy, that's what they call him. I wish that they did it. And his beautiful wife, oh my God. And the sister, oh, strong features, right. If they were any stronger, it would have looked masculine. That's what I meant to say. Yeah, Valerie, you know what?
Over the counter stuff.
Everything that comes out of mouth's murder. You know.
Valerie, that's a lie, because did she not have diabetes and other ailments that were wrong with her?
Well, you know what? Valerie's saying it is a lie, but Merv is saying that, right?
What I'm saying is, she had, I think, diabetes and
Gypsy?
no, her mother.
Oh, okay.
And other medical issues. So,
Lord Farquaad.
she had prescription medication. So,
Well, Davida, I think Marie is very girly looking now.
yeah, she did. Jackie, she would not take that outfit off.
Oh, Jackie kept the pink bloody box. Oh, I didn't know that. I knew that Monica Lewinsky kept her dress from Clinton.
They asked her before he took the oath of office on the plane if she wanted to change clothes. And she would not change clothes. She said she wanted everyone to see what they did to him.
Oh, she loved him, huh?
So she stood there next to him taking the oath of office for president in her
dress,
pink
outfit.
Yep.
Wow. Davida says now it's at a museum. Right? You're talking about, yeah, wow. Lynn says, I wonder how Aristotle and Onassis felt about that. Well, if you marry somebody that was
Well, they're
previously
both
married,
dead.
I mean, you got to accept that, right? JC Ray, Davida said it's in a museum. The dress. Grey Gardens, Eddie Beauvoir. I don't know anything about these people. Diabetes and gout. DD could barely walk. Well, unfortunately, she was very heavy set. And then what's really scary about getting heavy is it creates so many problems. And Jackie thinks the daughter has the dress, or maybe the Smithsonian.
Yeah,
So enchanted. I know what you mean.
she married Aristotle for protection.
But why kill Jackie? She didn't know anything.
Nobody killed Jackie. Jackie died of cancer.
No. I mean, like, why would they want to kill her? Is what I mean. Like, why would she need protection? They got their target. I don't think Jackie was the target.
The
Unless
kids.
she could have known too much, right?
The kids.
Oh, God, that would be awful. You know what? I don't blame her. Especially for the children. Mm-mm. Yeah, okay, they were killing Kennedys. Isn't that so sad? That's so sad. Big and Little Eddie. Who's that now? Big and Little Eddie. Oh, but she was beautiful, Jackie Kennedy. Oh my God, I loved her Chanel clothes.
Okay.
What?
The pink suit she wore.
I would too, Jackie.
The deed of the gift was signed by Carolyn Kennedy in 2003, which states that the suit must be preserved but not exhibited publicly until
Oh.
2103 at the earliest.
Oh, wow. So we'll all be kaput.
And it says to avoid in any way dishonor the memory of the late president or cause unnecessary grief or suffering to members of the family.
Oh, that was thoughtful of her.
So
What? Who is embarrassed in the Oh my gosh, how do you say it? Bouvier family? Is that right, Bouvier?
yeah,
Oh boy, I can't believe I got that right. Who embarrassed the Bouvier family, the house in the Hampton? Yeah, Ivy Lynn, you know what? I wouldn't leave my Kenny for a rich man. I would just, maybe just take his money and me and Kenny go on a yacht. No, I'm kidding. I'm not a thief. About the Bouvier family. You know what's interesting? The clothing she wore, Chanel?
yeah.
Okay. Coco Chanel actually knew Hitler. And back in Paris at the time when Hitler was unfortunately in control, initially the people loved him. And then they didn't because he got real extreme. He changed. Or either that or he wore a false mask, And Coco Chanel, the designer who made the clothes, she was, like elite, like upper society kind of thing, and she knew Hitler, so, yeah. And then one time, Kenny and I watched a movie about the German soldiers and Hitler. You know that what was the drug again? It was like everything from
Something like
it's like like if you did a crack cocaine or LSD or something. Hitler was giving it to his soldiers, and he literally would put them in submarines. And then one time the submarine didn't come back because they were so messed up on it. And so they started walking the soldiers who they injected with these drugs. And Hitler himself became addicted to these terrible mind-altering drugs. And he would actually, it was horrible. They would make the soldiers walk until they literally dropped dead. Because The test was to find out how long these soldiers can be awake and fight before they drop dead without sleeping. Can you believe that? I mean, it was crazy. Crazy. I know I kind of got off topic. Sorry. Unlike Carolyn says, I actually do have ADHD. Probably my Adderall's wearing off. The pink pillbox hat has some of Jackie's hair in the pit. Oh, you know that poor Jackie, man, when she ran off the back of that car. Woof. That lady could move, thank God. Can you imagine how horrifying that is?
Okay, it says that the famous suit worn by Jacqueline Kennedy is hidden from public eye, preserved for historical importance by the National Archives in a climate-controlled vault outside of Washington.
Mm.
It was also given was a blue blouse and a pair of stockings wrapped in a white towel that she wore that day.
Oh, wow. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me, Jackie Hitler being a narcissist. He was so evil.
So I just wanted to see where they were, and it doesn't actually tell you where they're at. It just tells you that,
or when it will be shown or nothing.
that they're archived,
Oh,
and it can't be shown to 2103.
well, I could see her looking out for the kids and the grandkids. Honey, because she said that she didn't want the children and the family.
2103.
Mhm. Hitler was a narcissist. Yes, he was.
Yes. Imagine that, like another narcissist. Ooh, 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 ooh. It's like Voldemort. She who shall not be named. Yeah, it was all kinds of drugs. It was crazy.
Well,
Oh boy, if somebody else took out Hitler, Ivy Lynn, that's what he deserved.
yeah, but there is a lot of rumor that he didn't die that day.
Oh no.
That
But he
he
killed
was
his girlfriend.
that he was was it
Excuse me.
Switzerland? I think.
Switzerland?
Yeah.
Oh, I hope not. Jackie said Jim Jones was a narcissist. Which one, Jackie? Jim Jones or Jane Jones? Hint, hint, hint.
Both.
We have the Jane here, the she who shall not be named narcissist, and Jim Jones. We have two Jim Jones. They compare me to Hitler. Well, if the Nazi symbol fits, you anti-Jew, allegedly.
Well,
Ivy Lynn, I would lose that.
be careful with that.
What? Oh, yeah, I'm just kidding. Yeah. No, nobody's doing that.
I'm just.
Right. Got it.
I don't want to offend anybody in chat if they're, because, like I said, I believe in many different things, and to each their own in what they do believe in. All I know is we're all going to die, and we're not coming out of it alive.
Right.
Okay.
Oh, we know we're not going to die and come out of it alive. Okay. Like, why are you saying this? I would never, you say challenge Merv to a trivia contest or debate with Hitler and the facts of World War II. I couldn't do that one myself. That I could not do. My son is very good. He loves the History Channel. I don't know if he had syphilis, but definitely, I mean, Kenny and I saw that thing, my gosh. We were shocked at what, I mean, these were his own soldiers that he did this to. Yeah, I bet, Jackie.
I think he was a narcissist too. But like I said, I also think that he was a cult leader, Charlie Manson, because
Yeah, he was another 4'9", wasn't he?
he's another one of those that led people or convinced people to do things to keep his hands clean. He never did nothing.
Oh, he got the people to do the dirty work. Sounds
Yes.
familiar. Yeah.
Yes, because I mean that was like the La Bianca murder.
Yeah, Tate LaBianca murders.
And
Yeah.
he wasn't there, but he had everything to do with it.
Yeah, he went with them, wasn't it the night before?
Mm-hmm.
To scout it out and tell them what to do.
Yeah.
And then the next night they went back and did it, or the same day but later. One of the two. But he definitely knew what was going to happen. And you know what now tell me if you've heard this, Florida. The house they went to where the Sharon Tate murders took place, right?
Mm-hmm.
Roman Polanski. Remember that he wanted to sing with the Beach Boys, and the Beach Boys at first were like listening and hearing him out, but decided nah.
Yeah.
But not the Beach Boys, somebody like some kind of record producer or something used to live in the house where Sharon Tate and Roman Polanski were either renting it or buying it, you know? That's where that record producer used to live. So was it at the Tate residence or the La Bianca residence?
I'm not
About
sure.
that record producer. Yeah, cocaine used to be in Coke. Oh my God, that's like in the 50s or 40s. It's some crazy stuff that they didn't know. They didn't know. Just like there was something dangerous in the face powder, and they were going blind for mascara.
That's what I'm saying. He was the mastermind. Like I said, Charlie was the mastermind behind it.
Yeah,
And,
exactly, Sarah.
like I said, he had everybody else do his flying monkeys do his dirty work.
Oh wow, Barb. But he was tiny. He was tiny.
So to me, his hand, well, I guess the court said his hands were just as dirty as theirs because he got convicted too. So
He was a cult leader. And I think he was like 4'9", 5 feet, maybe. That's it. He was a tiny little thing. Charles Manson.
yeah, Neil Young did meet Manson.
Wow. Yeah, because he was trying to do records and music,
Mm-hmm.
you know? And it wasn't working out for him.
Yeah.
Oh, Sarah said Terry Melcher, Doris Day's son, and Candace Bergen lived in that house. Oh, you're talking about after, right? After the murder, Sarah? Can you see, like, who lived in the record, was a record producer that was I'm pretty sure that the eight.
Charlie was 5'2".
See, I told you he was tiny. I wasn't, just saying it.
What's that called?
Shrimp?
No, what's that syndrome called?
Dwarfism?
No,
I don't know what syndrome. I mean, you said 5'2" in syndrome. What's
it called? The little general. What was his name?
Napoleon. Someone said it.
Napoleon.
You know, Jackie, when I was a kid, my father did work on the side for gift shops. He did engraving. Remember those plastic stories for weddings and silk screening and all that stuff. He was very creative. And somebody asked him to print on the book, you know, what they wanted him to say. And I saw that book, and my father would not let me read it, The Helter Skelter. Ah, Terry Melcher. See, Terry Melcher might have been. He met with the Mansons. Wow. Oh, before. Oh my gosh. Oh. Okay. Now I'm getting totally lost. Terry Melcher. So Terry Melcher, the record producer, owned the house before the before the Sharon Tate murders, and that's why they thought Manson went there. That's right, Sarah. Yeah, before the murders. Wow, right before the murders, the record producer owned it, but dumbass didn't know that Manson, and when they went there, they ended up killing Sharon Tate. What's his name again? Roman Polanski's wife. Roman Polanski was out of the country, but that Folger heiress and a friend of Sharon's.
Four or five people in that house at night?
Yes, Roman Polanski was away. Sharon Tate was pregnant. Abigail Folger, I think her name was her boyfriend, a male friend of Sharon Tate's. There was at least those four. Small man syndrome, Napoleon complex.
Jay, I think they did take over his house for a while, and he ended up throwing him out because I think they did.
Oh, how nice, Sarah. That's wonderful. Help raise money for the Doris Day Animal Foundation.
Yeah, they just took over the Wilson house.
But so he didn't even have the right people, but he was so spiteful. Spiteful, another cult, you know, tactic. He was spiteful, manipulative, because, you know, at his height, he was so tiny. Unless he had He-Man strength, I don't think he would have overpowered anybody. Yeah, Ivy, I couldn't look at the book.
There's another freak show that I'm trying to think which one I seen the other day.
Okay, Sarah. Harry did not own the house. He rented it with Candace before Roman. Okay, so he lived there, but not as the owner, as a renter before Roman Polanski rented it. Wow. Well, I knew it had something to do with a record producer because he was so angry that they didn't like his music. He had a fit. Can you imagine? The cult leader had a fit because they didn't like his music. I know, right, J.C. Ray? Poor Ivy Lynn was so scared she had an escape route. About the Manson story. It is scary. And you know what was interesting is these young girls came from different walks of life. Some were rich, some were not. They came from all kinds of backgrounds. So you see what a cult leader can do? They could take good people and oh my gosh, Sarah, you live close to the Spawn Ranch? Sarah, with the blue dress, Jackie Burns Creation says she cannot see you, and Jackie's asking if she's blocked. I can see you, Jackie. LMNW Barb can see you. I don't know. Sharon Tate's husband was awful to her because he didn't want kids and she got pregnant. Roman Polanski was her husband. Wasn't he like accused of inappropriate with young people? Or I don't know if that was true. That was only an accusation. But I think, I don't know if that was why he was out of the country or he was filming a movie. Oh my gosh, Ivy. That's sad. I'm sorry.
What?
Weird. Ivy said, I was like 9 when it came out on TV and wasn't allowed to watch it. But I was so afraid he would come and kill my family. I had an escape route to my grandpa's second home and really plotted this out. And then Ivy says in a different comment, I was always insecure. I remember sitting outside her bedroom door because I was afraid she would die and it was the worst feeling. Then by the time I was 13, she was dead. Weird. That's so sad. Nana Patty can't see Sarah either. Sarah, you got Harry Potter's cloaking thing, you know, like putting yourself in and out. Lori C cannot see you, Sarah. You think so, LMNW, that Roman Polanski was involved? He was a player, wasn't he? You know, Ivy Lynn, that's what I was just saying. I wasn't sure if he was in trouble for some hanky-panky with underage or if he was off shooting a movie, but I know he was out of the country. Oh, he was in the news recently. Poor Sharon Tate. Oh.
Trying to see if this is the
Sarah,
one
okay.
that I had seen.
You see Sarah's comment there?
Not yet.
Okay.
Be there in a minute.
Yeah, imagine all the kids that got messed up by all these awful things. When he was, yeah, because he's Polish or is he Russian? I don't know. SKI? I'm thinking Polish.
Okay, whose comment?
Sarah with the blue dress. Because I don't
So,
know if I should read that aloud.
the people in.
Let me see. Let me see. Polish and Jewish. Okay, because
Well,
thank you, LMNW, because it ended in SKI, so I'm thinking not Russian, maybe Polish.
well, Sarah will unblock them once she gets comfortable again. But anybody that's active in merge chat, I don't blame them a bit. I really don't, because they're just nasty people.
She says, hopefully it can be resolved someday. Don't personalize it. I had to
Yep.
protect my career from her.
Yep.
That's understandable.
Yep. Well, since we're into the gruesome.
You're good, Sarah.
Yeah, you're fine. Trust me. Everybody in here knows, especially with their careers and that.
Yeah, you're good.
I mean, I don't know if any of you guys remember it, but do you guys remember back? It was actually a true crime case.
Listen, Kenny.
The of the Lamb Funeral Home in California, where they were harvesting parts and
Oh my gosh, no.
and that kind of stuff.
No.
It says true
Jackie.
crime case of a ghoulish California crematorium owner.
Oh, I didn't know that one.
Mm-hmm.
I thought he came back already, Jackie.
It was a family business, and
Oh, wow.
like I said, does anybody remember that one?
I honestly don't. Maybe if you share some more details. It was in California, and it was the actual owner of the
Yes,
funeral home.
yes.
What was he doing with the parts?
Well, they ended up finding bodies, and there
Sounds
was a
like The
big.
Hills Have Eyes. That
They said
crazy
it was
movie.
like 19 bodies in each furnace, and cremating them as one, so nobody ever got, the right stuff, and they were,
So he was a cheapskate.
yeah, the ashes and
Bodies in the Walls. Was that
yep,
it, Josie Ray? Oh, I
yep.
gotta look for that. I gotta write that down. Bodies in the Walls. I don't think I heard of that.
It is creepy because what they have done now, I mean, with all the horrific things that went on in that funeral home, they are now turning it into, check this out. This would be one place you could not pay me to go into.
Thanks, Josie Ray.
I'm sorry I can't make it any bigger, but let me see.
Oh, excuse me 1 second. Sarah says that often I want you to say hi to Nana and Davida. Bidey and I now have contact. Please, Jackie, I'm so thankful for her help with HTTN. Please tell her. Okay. I
Okay,
just wanted to tell Jackie that.
what they did is, it ain't going to show this way.
We're in California. Do you see that?
Pasadena,
Pasadena. I think
they
that
have
was Texas.
they have turned that funeral home into an escape room.
That's just rude.
Be a bread and breakfast.
That's just bad form, as I like to say.
Yeah, it's in Pasadena, Davita. Check it out.
Bread and breakfast. So.
It is
I don't know.
disgusting.
I don't know if Nana Patty's still here, but Nana Patty, if you're here, Sarah with the blue dress wants you to know she often watches your lives. Jackie says I'm a bit insulted, but I will live with it. Okay, I'm not getting involved. I'm just relaying a message because, I was asked.
It's called. It was called.
Well, the movie J.C. Ray said is Bodies in the Walls. The
Well, like I
movie.
said, it's called the Lamb Funeral Home.
Lamb? Like that?
LAMB. Yes.
Oh, wow. Nana Patty's here and she says, hello. You know what? That is so crazy. An escape room. First of all, I wouldn't do an escape room. But
Hmm.
that where the older people were, that just feels wrong.
Why did that is just disrespectful to the deceased.
It
Digging up
is.
bodies. Well, Teresa Green said they dug up 100-year-old graves to build houses where she lives at.
Well, you know what? I'd rather they relocate them than build on top of them.
Well, they wouldn't build on top of them because they'd be digging them up. So,
Ugh. Oh no, J.C. Ray said, I was asking if they were the ones who hid bodies in the walls. Boy, this gets confusing. All right, well, we could probably find the name now that we know it was in Pasadena, in
okay,
California.
it says in July of 1986, David, along with his parents, created a new side business, Coastal International Eye and Tissue Bank.
Oh my gosh, that's worse. I don't know.
Tissue donations required the consent of the next of kin. So David's mother, Lorena, was in charge of getting the deceased family members to sign the proper paperwork, or sometimes trick them into signing the paperwork. And if they refused, hell, they'd just forego the signature anyway. It's not like something new where or even how to draw the line on depravity at this point. They were harvesting tissues
Oh,
and eyes.
from these bodies when it was the funeral home.
Yes.
That's disgusting. These poor people. I know that people have passed on and it's just their bodies, but still, it's such a tangible reminder of when they were here and who they were when they were here, you know? And I'm not all for moving graves either, but if they're gonna have to move them, because I'm thinking of my own parents, you know, and having them move. But I would like it to be somewhere nice, not somewhere cheap and
Check this
stupid.
check this out. The tissue harvesting itself was unscrupulously not handled delicately. Sconces and his employees used
Oh,
crowbars, screwdrivers,
oh,
pliers, and other common hardware tools they had handy to extract the organs they planned to sell in court. It was revealed that over a 3-month period, they had sold 136 brains at $80 each, 145 hearts at $95 each, 100 lungs at $60 each
what?
for use
First
in
of
medical
all,
schools.
oh, okay. I was gonna say this is not a living organ. Now,
But
this was when they dug up the grave? No, it can't be, because they
no,
would have,
this is
you
when they
know.
brought the bodies in to the funeral home.
Oh my gosh. Didn't people have viewings back then?
They might have, but you're not going to see if their lungs are there.
No, but you said they harvested a lot of eyes.
They're they're closed. Remember, people's eyes ain't open
Yeah, that's true. They could put something under there. Oh, I don't want to get morbid like that. Oh my
because they
God.
did it. They did it for money.
I know, but that's so, you can't have a soul and desecrate a person that way.
Yeah,
You're just so evil.
and now they have turned this place into a escape room.
No, it's just inappropriate and scary. I mean, I'm not afraid of the dead. I'm not afraid of the dead. I'm afraid of the escape room. I just don't think it's respectful of the dead.
Well, and they said, from what I had watched on it,
True, Barb. True.
that they were going to do the escape rooms around some of the crimes and the grisly things that happened there.
You mean like, what do they have? Like some of the tools or something?
No, yeah, and
Okay, so just the actual site of it. Like, this is where this happened. This room
no,
is where
what you
this
gotta
happened.
do, no, what you gotta do like an escape room is you have tasks you have to complete.
Oh my gosh, you're gonna make it
Okay.
like that?
So you
Oh,
actually have like a task you complete, and then you move on to this level and you unlock this part of it, and then you unlock this part of it. So, and they, like I said, they said they were going to do a lot of it based around the factual things that happened in that funeral home. So could you just imagine having to go in there and say, okay, like in this room we harvested a brain and we took their eye. So you gotta
no, that's even more
no,
disrespectful.
no,
Just
not
being
happening.
there with the escape room is bad form. And then to actually reenact it in a different way is horrible. It's so disrespectful. You know, it reminds me of that freak who uses that bullseye think clown on a little tricycle. What was the name of that? You
Uh,
know,
no, I
Kenny.
actually don't.
What?
Kenny, the freak with the little dummy on the tricycle with the bullseye logo, and they were like escape rooms.
Sure.
Saw those horror movies. SAW, Saw. You know, now I forgot who said it, but who said earlier about Italian accent?
See, I watch some freaky shit and deep dive on some strange things.
Yeah. Look
But
at that. Look what Jackie said.
it
Jackie said
is.
she saw a thing in Europe. Families pay rent for the gravesite. As long as someone pays, the body stays. When no pay, they dig up the bones, stack them, and rent the grave.
Oh, that's
Wow. What happens if you don't have family? Oh my gosh. Teresa Green says you pay up front for a 100-year lease, but I never imagined they'd actually dig them up. Ugh. Yeah, Desiree, it'll be good. I'll get cremated if the kids
Sarah,
release
it's
me.
fine. Like I said, one day you'll go back through and it's everybody understands. Trust us, we do.
I think Sarah just feels bad, but she's also scared of the tactics of Merb and her job. That's what it sounds like,
It
you
is.
know?
It is.
But I'm saying both. She also feels bad, you know. But yeah, that movie Saw. Nobody saw that horror movie Saw. It's
I
like
saw
this.
the movie. I saw the
Yeah,
movie.
that's what this stupid escape room sounds like, don't it? Because it's so horrible and disrespectful.
Like I said, I about flipped when I actually read that and seen it.
Barb, Sarah's protecting herself because Merb and her job, and she's just being super careful. And she feels really bad. She just said, "I feel very bad." Well, you know what? Oh my gosh, Jackie says I'm getting cremated, and I already have my picture and name on a headstone with hubbies. Oh my God, Jackie, I'd be afraid to do that. Like,
My
oh, I
mom
should
had
be.
hers done.
Oh,
My
you know
mom
what?
my mom went out and visited her headstone before she died.
Oh my gosh. You know what? That's probably just me. You know, I'm just like, well, my parents are together too. They're in a mausoleum behind one, you know, in the wall, behind one plate, not separate. Yeah. Barb says no one should feel bad about protecting themselves. Oh, thank you. And Lori, okay. That's how vile Merb is, exactly.
I mean,
Pre-planning. You're right, Jackie. You're absolutely right. It's pre-planning. It's
well,
just me personally that I'm just like, oh, you
I
ain't going nowhere.
mine's been planned for God, 30 years.
I know, JC Ray. It's just fear of the unknown for me, you know? Kenny's got a plot. I don't. But it's not a plot. It's in a mausoleum in the wall to be cremated. And his mother did that for her and his brother. And I'm like, oh, we got to change that. I don't think they're going to squeeze me in there with them. Have to put us in the same urn.
Well, I'm getting cremated. And
Yeah,
so is
that sounds good.
my one sister was cremated that passed away.
I think that's a good idea. Kenny's dad was cremated. My
And
mom didn't want to be in the ground. She didn't want that.
well, my sister that lived here with me is getting cremated,
Uh-huh.
and I am. And we're all getting buried with my mom.
Oh, Jackie, wow. See, Jackie got the whole family planned. Yeah, that's like Kenny's mom did, Jackie. Barbie's donating her Bobby to body to science.
Jackie,
Reminding me
you
of
sound
that song, Weird Science. I don't know why.
Jackie, you sound like my mom
Yeah, very
because
practical.
on the back of hers, on the back of her stone, is all of us kids listed.
Oh, wow.
Our names are all listed there.
Oh, wow.
And when my sister passed away,
Oh,
I had her birth date and her death date put on it.
oh.
And when us other two go, our dates will be put on it. But like I said, we'll be right there because she was actually buried. But we will
Wow.
be in the same plot as her with our names on the other side.
I mean, I think it's beautiful for the family to be together if you can afford it. That's wonderful. Like my sister's gonna be on the same wall as my parents. Me, I have nowhere to go, so just cremate me. Then I'll be easy, like I'll be portable, like easier to be portable.
It's sad to say, but when my sister passed away, I called the people to go have it to have her dates engraved on it on Mom's headstone. I will be damned if they did not do it on a
What?
cousin's headstone.
On a witch headstone?
On a cousin's.
Oh no! Did they? How would they fix that?
They came out. I don't know exactly how they fixed it, but they had to come out. You can lightly see some engraving on it,
Oh,
but they did, they offered to buy it, they offered to replace the stone, but the guy, he said no. But
oh.
so they had to come over to Rose and put it on the right one.
My goodness, you would think that that would be like very important to make sure you know where you're putting it before you put it. Good grief. It's like I say, even stupid people have a job, you know? It just, and that's just set out of frustration, when you get like, what? You know what I mean? Like, that's crazy.
Yeah, my sister went out there and she seen that before she moved here.
Uh-huh.
She about lost because we knew they had it done. I told her it was done.
Oh,
And she
boy.
went out there looking. And she calls me and she goes, "Man, it ain't here." I
Oh, that
says,
had to be such a terrible moment.
I says, "It's done."
Wait, this is the sister who passed, went and looked at her own gravestone?
No, my
Oh, I was gonna say that would be too much for me to do. Not criticizing anybody else who does it, but I couldn't do that.
no, my sister had passed, and my other sister went out there to
Oh,
look and make
okay.
sure the dates were on, and she couldn't find it. So she started scouring the family cemetery,
Oh boy.
and she found it over on a cousin's.
What? That's insane. That's crazy. You know what's nuts? Is like when you say about family thing, I wish it was like that, but like my grandparents are in a cemetery in Staten Island in New York. My parents are in New Jersey. I don't, wherever my body ends up, it ends up. But well, it's crazy. Well, yeah, I want to live too, and I want you to live, of course. Um, oh, you mean with me when you're dead? Well, not unless it's my time to go. Like what? But like, I know he don't mean it that way. Um, it was so crazy because and I don't even know if I should say this, but doesn't it seem like people go in threes? Like
Yes,
when my mother died, then her brother died the year after, and then a year later, his wife died, and before my mother died, so that's three. Before my mother died, her uncle's brother's wife. Does that make sense? No, her father's brother which would be her uncle, had a wife. He already had passed on. She passed. And after she passed, her daughter, my aunt, called, was talking to me because my cousin and I were very close, and my aunt, and she said, "Oh, Irene, when you die, just do the cremation. It's so much cheaper." And she even gave me information and phone numbers, and I'm like, okay. But she's so sweet, you know? And then she died. And then her brother died, who was a priest. I mean, it just happens in threes. You know what I mean?
Believe it or not,
Freaks me
Jackie.
out.
Believe it or not, Jackie. Mine's sitting in there in the case.
What's in the case?
My urn is sitting in there in the case, next to my sister's.
Oh.
Needless to say, it's empty.
Well, I hope so. Otherwise, who the heck are you?
You know, but it's sitting in there.
Wow. You know, you guys are tougher.
No, I just don't want to put that burden on my kids.
When I go, my kids can do whatever they can handle. That's okay with me.
That's.
But
I
they'll
just
have the money to do it, you know?
I'm going back to Indiana.
I used to live in Indiana for a couple of years. My dad's job when I was a teenager. That was crazy. I threw up. No, it's a beautiful place. It's just that when you go from the city to the boondocks and you got to ride your bike 3 miles for a pack, a 2 mile, no, not 2 miles, 1.5 miles for a pack of cigarettes, you're like, what? And it's nothing wrong with it. It's just drastic change is what it was. So that's where the family cemetery is, Indiana?
Yeah.
Oh, better not tell Scooter that. She's not there.
Scooter's older than I am.
Oh, you're safe.
But
Oh, Barb.
I mean, it's a whole lot easier to transport me in an urn than it is to take my body up there. So, like I said, I got it all picked out.
I don't want to be in the ground or in a mausoleum because nobody goes to see that. It's all, you know, like nobody does it. You know? Oh, I'll go with you, honey. Nobody, I mean, I'm not saying you never do it, but, you know, like when I was a kid, my whole family lived in Bayonne. You know, things were close by. You saw each other. You went to the gravestones, the grandparents. Nowadays, everybody's spread out. Everything is spread out. You know what I'm saying?
Now you can have yourself made into a piece of jewelry or what?
You're right, Jackie. It makes it so much easier for the family.
Yes, it does.
They could take care of ashes. They could be part of a coral reef.
They do make ashes in the jewelry.
I know.
Yeah, I can become jewelry. I'd like that.
Yeah, they do. They because ashes are carbon, so they can turn you into diamonds.
Right.
Oh,
Yep.
yeah. Well, what's my son going to do with a diamond? Because don't forget, I have a son and a daughter.
I mean, what do you do with a diamond?
Men don't wear diamonds.
Yes, they do.
Yeah.
I never see a man with a diamond. Like where? I don't want to be a cufflink or a tie thing because they don't always wear them.
Yeah, they can make them any color too.
Making a nice big rock.
Well, unless my son gets, you know, well, they got to share it. But, I mean, if they want it, they don't want it, they can just put me in an urn and stick me in a closet. I mean, it ain't going to bother me. It ain't like they're going to throw me away. I'll become a tchotchke on the shelf.
They do that. You know what? That's happened in Louisiana too, Teresa. With all the flooding in Louisiana,
What?
the coffins have came up, and they
That's so sad.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Because
like in Poltergeist with the
the
pool.
water tables are so high
Hey, Mr. Sunshine.
that They have been known to float.
I hope they made them waterproof. That's so sad, though. I can't imagine. Like, there goes your family floating down the street. That's like heartbreaking. Oh, Barb, yeah. I mean, my parents are in a mausoleum, and I still think, like,
Hi,
oh, you know.
Mary.
Hi,
Mary's
Mary.
in the house.
Oh, Lori. Hey, honey, can you close my back door? I got my hands full. It's chilly out here.
Yes, it is.
Chilly, chilly. Thank you.
Well,
Before you know.
Yeah, it feels like fall.
now we gotta get off this depressing shit.
What?
I mean, to me, I don't think it's depressing, but you know, that's just me. Like I said, but I just I had to share that with you though, because when I seen that escape thing, I'm thinking there is no way I would even consider. I mean, I've wanted to do an escape room. Like I said, they give you certain tasks you have to do or whatever.
Oh my gosh. Read Element W's comment. That's like oh no. That I think I would pass out. Either that or just fall down.
Ooh.
Right? Wouldn't you pass out? I'd be like, I don't know. I would be thinking like, depends what time of the year it was. If it was Halloween or October, I'd be like, okay, well, that's kind of all right. Wow, what amazing, you know. I don't know. I know. I don't know why I said that. It's just freaking me out, I guess. Yes, horror movies. Yes, it is. It's the stuff of horror movies. The poor people, geez, and their families. Oh my God. Oh my God. Then you'd start crying when you realize, oh my God, that's really people, you know? That's hard. That's heartbreaking, right? Sorry, but that was really unusual, right? So what were you saying? That just shocked me.
I just saying I had to mute a minute because
Okay.
my son just got home, so I'm good.
Oh, okay.
That would be so creepy. Could you
No. The first thing I'd be thinking is, you know, like, what? It ain't Halloween, or if it was Halloween, like, it's just not something you'd think you'd ever see, you know?
I mean, it wasn't. I mean, when I went into Indiana one year, they had a big tornado hit up there.
Oh no!
And it uprooted a lot of trees in one of the cemeteries.
Wow!
And I mean, there was vaults and caskets and broke and holes and
oh, the poor people.
I
mean,
just
was that scary?
It freaked me out, to be honest.
Yeah. Did you feel like passing out? I think I'd be so scared I might pass out.
I wasn't afraid to pass out, but I was more freaked out because you had to watch where you walked. Because
why were you going that way? You should go a different way. Oh, you poor thing.
You were walking into it until you got there.
Oh my God, you poor thing. That's so horrible.
We went to one of the old family cemeteries, and you got there, and like I said, there was trees over and just all over the place. So you had to watch where you walked because you didn't know the ground was still so soggy that you didn't know if it would give way on you.
Wow.
That freaked me out. That
oh,
really
you poor thing. That's like a nightmare and a nightmare. Oh, Lord, I'm so glad you have your mom. That's wonderful. You know, Kenny's mom is going to be 85, and she's sharp as a tack, too. Oh. Oh, Teresa, my mom was 78. She just
Just-
turned 78.
I'm so sorry.
It's so sad. Look at this. You see? Everybody's feelings matter. Oh, JC Ray, got a question for you, Florida.
Believe it or not, he is probably in there laying in the bed watching his dad sleep in the chair.
Fur babies rule the house, that's for sure. They're the
And
boss.
And then when he gets up, they switch.
Aw. Then he goes to his own bed.
No, he lays on his bed on the floor.
No, that's
he
so cute.
He actually,
He probably got a big mattress, right?
yeah, it's a dog bed.
Yeah.
It's a
I
dog
remember the vet telling, oh, this was years ago, the bigger the dog, the bigger the calluses.
He has a orthopedic bed. My handsome
Aw.
man does.
You know what I did when my son was a baby, and well, not a baby, a toddler, and he outgrew that. You know, like you buy those beds that use a crib mattress?
Yep.
He had that little plastic blue race car, which was great because my cousin's baby had the little princess one, and then my cousin had twins, a boy and a girl. So I gave her the car bed, and then she had the princess bed, and it was so cute. And then later she donated it to the church. But anyhow, I'm all over the place. When he outgrew that, I took the mattress and I kept it, and my dog would sleep on it, on the crib mattress. Remember Sammy? Googie? That's what I used to tell my dog Samantha. I used to call her Sammy. I'd say, Googie, Googie, and she'd go nuts. Kenny's laughing. He remembers.
I'm still waiting to hear back if we get to go do a meet and greet for Xena, because the people who were supposed to see her didn't show up, so they're rescheduling. So
I thought you want her.
I do want her, but
Well, then just go. Tell them that, say, look, I made it a priority. I'm here.
they won't.
Oh, darn. Oh, my sister adopted another black cat. I think August 18th is Black Cat Appreciation Day, she said.
Oh, that reminds me. I got to do a video for this month. In this month's.
Oh my God, that fell into an old grave after heavy rain. Beth, what haven't you done? Don't do that. Ugh. I'd probably pass out and then they'd bury me like, oh, I do. I love black cats. I don't know why people are creeped out by them. Some people, they're scared. They don't like them. That's crazy.
They think they're bad luck.
But why? I mean, that's silly. It's just a different color.
No, it's an old tale. It's an old tale with the witch and the black cat.
Oh my gosh. I know, but
that's what it is. It's an old tale with the witch.
Yeah, old being the key word. Oh my God, not every witch is bad. She only made herself miserable in this life. Yeah. And bitter. Yep. But wow, Beth. Falling into a grave.
That's ew. That's spooky.
Really? It's like, universe, what are you trying to tell me? Please don't do that. I know it's chilly out there. Are you going to bed, honey?
I wish it was chilly in here.
You know what? It's going to be in the 70s and 80s. But right now, it's 60. I'm outside. But we do have the essential air on.
I'm still running my air, and
so are we.
I bet a lot of people still are.
But it won't kick on, right? Unless it gets to a certain temperature.
Mine kicks off at 73.
Yeah, well, this house already had the ductwork for the heat, so it was easy to add the essential air, and it does the same thing. You set it. You can put 4 different times, and it won't kick on unless a certain temperature. I
Mine
like that
says
it can be adjusted.
you, element W's is 52. Mine
Wow.
says 82 and mostly clear.
See, I was just outside smoking because I don't smoke in my house, and it was 60.
I only have
Oh,
about, I only smoke about 3 cigarettes actually in the house. That's when I first get up. Okay, the first 2 when I first get up, and the last one before I go to bed when I'm talking to the kid.
oh. I go
The
out on
rest,
my porch
the
in my
rest,
nightgown.
the rest, either I'm in my room out here or outside. Do it like today. I went. Oh, I bought me the prettiest rose bush.
Uh,
I got a Miranda Lambert in the front yard already. It's a pink. I got it a couple
what's
years ago.
what's a Miranda Lambert?
It's a rose.
Oh, I don't know the names of all the flowers. Thank
Well,
you.
this one came out a couple of years ago.
Wow.
Today I went and bought me a red Dolly Parton.
Double stuffed Oreo.
It is
Dolly
the
Parton?
yeah,
Wow.
a red. It's a pretty red Dolly. The name of the rose is called Dolly Parton.
Wow.
Can you tell I like my rose bushes?
Yes. Yes. That's nice. Roses are beautiful. You
I got
know, the temperature in the house, the air won't come on unless it goes over 74. So what else you got, Florida?
I always told my kids to never, don't buy me flowers for Mother's Day or my birth. Don't do that. My kids has always bought me rose bushes.
Oh, that's nice. That's even better. You can plant them.
That's it. That's why the whole front of my house is lined with rose bushes from the kids.
That's
That
beautiful.
that way I can cut them as and I get a lot more joy than having already cut flowers because they
You
only
know,
last so long.
like Kenny's bought me flowers, and I say, don't spend a lot of money on the flowers. These poor flowers, they cut them and they die. I said, if you're going to get flowers, don't buy them too often and buy the cheap ones. Because believe it or not, the cheap ones live longer.
Mm-hmm.
And, I find that they do.
I just,
Yeah, that's a beautiful idea of the bushes.
I mean, in that way, like when my kids didn't live here, I could go out and tend my roses, and
What?
I still felt my kids.
Aw. Yeah, because you have all their love surrounding you.
Yeah,
I think that's absolutely beautiful.
but Teresa, you can get the ones that don't have a smell. You can actually get the roses that do not have a smell. They're the
How could you?
hybrids. They're
You
the
smoke?
hybrids,
Oh,
but
sorry.
the hybrids, some of the hybrids do not have a smell.
Mary Hildebrandt said she smoked when she was 5. What? How'd you get a cigarette at 5 years old? Maybe that's a typo. Oh yeah, Jackie. Yeah, yeah. Well, see, when I'm out in public, I am mindful like that. Like if we're in the store and I go outside to have a cigarette, I will walk away from the entrance where people come and go. And even at the family function I was at the other weekend before, um, even though we were outside and there was a smoking area set up, I still asked if it was okay to smoke because some people were eating. So I do try to be mindful and considerate. The only time I smoked in my house was when I had the foot surgery for the bunion, because I had trouble getting around. But I used to smoke in the basement. I used to put a fan in the window, like you put it in reverse and it sucks it out.
Yep.
Because it gets so cold outside, I shake. And believe me, I bundle up like crazy. If you see me, you'd laugh. But when it gets too cold, then I get sick so easy because of my asthma and my allergies that, in the basement. But I really try not to. I know it's a bad, stinky habit. I'm never going to defend it.
We just all we just all picked it up from the ones older than us, because they'd leave
Yeah.
their cigarettes laying around. So it's like, okay, we had to try it, right?
Yeah, I did that when I was not even a teenager. My father was downstairs and where we had lived, and he was doing the silk screening, and
Jackie,
he
why don't
put
you, Jackie, why don't you get more roses? You could have them potted, or you could do the rose trees. Them are beautiful. The rose trees are gorgeous. I had two until the kids started playing basketball.
Aw. He put his cigarette down, and when I thought he wasn't looking, and I took a puff and I put it right back, and he didn't say anything. And then after a few minutes, he said, "Are you okay?" And I was like, "Yeah." And he's like, "You're turning green," and it freaked me out. So he was messing with me. Good for you, Jackie.
See,
You know what? My anxiety, I think that's why it's hard for me to quit. Between that and my ADHD, Ozium, I don't know what that is.
it's a
Is it
air,
like
it's an air
Febreze?
fertilizer that takes the odors out of your room.
Oh, okay. Oh, I used to use Febreze in the basement, but I only do that if it's really cold.
But yeah, like I said, the rose trees are nice, Jackie. You could have those where you're at because they can stay in the big pot. They can stay in the pots. Well,
Yeah, Lori, too cold.
let's look at it this way. I've smoked over half my life now. I'm not stopping now. That's the only habit I got left.
Yes, Lori, great job.
Okay, that and cussing every once in a while. Okay, but that's
You know what? They say that. Now, I'm not talking about cursing as a way of talking, okay? But because usually if I curse, it's venting, like a release of emotions. It's not like a way of talking. Do you know what I mean? And they say that people who curse, I don't know if this is true or not. And I'm not saying this to defend it in case if people say, if there are some individuals who think, no, cursing is never appropriate. I'm not trying to disrespect anybody. But they said that it's a sign of intelligence. And I'm like, I don't get it, but has anybody ever heard that?
Well, if you listen to the thing over there, she says it's lack of intelligence. But
Well, you know what? The thing over there also denies being served. So, point made.
that's what I'm saying.
Oh, wow. LMNW said her mom quit smoking, then found out she had lung cancer. So LMNW won't quit. You know, my
what?
dad.
I had that argument with my lung doctor one day.
Really?
Yeah, I did.
Wow.
He sat here and he goes, you're going to get emphysema and you're going to get COPD and, you're going to. I said, yeah.
Those menthol cigarettes are the worst.
I said, but what's in our air now?
Right.
With, all the factories and the dust and the fires like out in California and all the pollutants.
And they put stuff in cigarettes now that used to not be in them.
And I said, so you tell me how much difference it's going to make if I quit or I don't.
That's right. Well, you know what? like I was saying, that menthol cigarettes, they say they're worse. There is no such thing as a good cigarette. There is no such thing. But menthol tears your lungs up more, they say. My dad smoked menthol. And when he passed, he was 86 and a half. And he had COPD, he had emphysema, and the last few years of his life, not a long time, just a short time, he was on oxygen. And he lived 86 and a half. And I think with all those problems, that was pretty darn good, right?
Yeah.
Mm.
You've never seen the rose trees, Jackie? Oh, they actually look like a little tree.
Yeah, I've heard her cuss. Wow, a rose tree. Is it potted?
Yeah.
Oh, so you could bring it inside.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, see, my dad did too, Lori, but they're supposed to be like I said, no such thing as a good cigarette, but they're the worst ones. So they say. Yeah, me either. I don't like menthol, but I guess it's what you're used to, right?
Yeah, see?
Mary said since she quit, she don't need oxygen. Oh, Jackie said she'd seen those trees.
Yeah.
Candy cigarettes. Oh my gosh. Remember that when you're kids, you had $1, you could fill up that little paper bag, and they had all kinds of candy.
Like I said, them are pretty because you could have them, like I said, in the pots. And
That does sound beautiful.
here's
Oh, they have mini rose trees too.
yeah, they do. And they have this is called Dancing in the Dark.
Oh wow. Oh, Lori, say that's sad. Smoking isn't cool.
No, it's not. It's just a bad habit all of us elderly people have.
But you know what? Like when I was a kid, cigarettes were 55 cents a pack. And you could buy Lucy's 2 for a quarter. I'm still wondering who I can't remember who it was that said about Italian accent in here. And I'm like, who? Like a Peace Rose. Lady Luck smokes. She covered her mouth and giggling.
Yeah,
And
I remember when I'd go on her channel over there, I'd have to hold my cigarette out here like this so all you guys could see was the white smoke going across the. You can't smoke on screen.
Is that just being bossy, or is that a YouTube thing?
Then she didn't want anybody cussing. She didn't want anybody smoking, but she could sit up there and, like I said, chew her cud half the night and
Slam her mug and
slap that cup down like she was.
what do they call it when the pigs slurp their slop? What do you call it? When someone like drinks like Merv. No, like the noise when they're drinking.
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know either.
Mary, your mom's 100% Italian.
Oh, Mary, you know what? My brother's ex-wife, because he's remarried a long time already. She's Italian, and she doesn't act like Merv. And believe me, she is a proud Italian. So Merv is not typical of Italians, right, Mary? Because my ex-sister-in-law is so sweet that we are still in touch. Still. And we consider ourselves sisters. But she doesn't act like that. We survived candy, cigarettes, guns, cigars, drinking from hoses. Yeah. Walking around barefoot on the street. Yep. If we dropped our bubble gum on the sidewalk, remember that? I don't know who else said this. Yes.
2 second or 3 second rule.
Yes, and then you kiss it up to God and you put it back in your mouth. That's what we used to say. Kiss it up to God, and then we put it back in our mouth. Never got sick. And I used to live in the city. Ah.
Just think how many people spit on that sidewalk.
Yes, I know. But you know what? When you're little, you don't think of that.
Oh, I know.
But when you think about when you're older, you're like, what? No. Oh, Lordy. See? Lori knows too.
I'll tell you, my sister-in-law would make Merv cry
Why is that?
with the just being it. Like I said, she's 100% Italian. Or my sister-in-law.
Well, you know what? That's the thing. Like, whether you're Italian, you can be proud of who you are. But Merv does it in such a way like everybody's shit and only Italian rocks. And it's like, what? You know what I mean? Again, it's the ego. It's the better
Well,
than you attitude. That's what it is. It's got nothing to do with Italians. It's Merv's better than you attitude. That's what it
well,
is.
it kind that too, but it took a little bit for the mother-in-law to actually,
Wow, Jackie.
because I was divorced and I'm not Italian.
Oh, you know.
Old school.
Okay.
She was old school.
She dressed in black.
No,
Oh, some Italian men, they dress in black all the time.
no, she
They look
doesn't.
like little black
Or it-
nuns without the white.
But like I said, it took her a little bit to finally fall in the groove that me and him wasn't splitting up. Like I said, because being old school,
Right.
and they were still stuck on the divorce thing. You don't.
Oh, yeah.
But it worked out fine.
There you go. Well, you know what? Old school. It's kind of hard to change that because that's just how they would think, and it was different, you know?
Yeah.
So it's good that it worked, and that's all that matters. Yeah, you know what? My son's wife's Italian.
I
I
mean,
don't know if she's 100% Italian, but definitely Italian. And you know what makes her mom happy? She's like, come over, come over. She says, what makes me happy is feeding people. And she actually cooks from scratch. And she's an excellent cook and a baker too. Oh my gosh. Delicious.
mhm.
Oh, maybe my mom used to cuss. My father didn't. He'd be like, stop it with the F bombs. That's what he would say. My mother, she'd tell you. My mother'd make Carol cry. That's for sure. She's
only
like,
time,
shut the F up or I'll slap you into next week.
only time my mother-in-law would cuss is you had to literally get her to her breaking point before she would
Well,
cuss.
well, sure, it's venting. It's not like a way of talking, it's
But
venting.
she was just that way.
Oh, chocolate. Oh, why are they talking about chocolate? Sorry. But you know what? That's okay. It doesn't make her a bad person, you know?
No, it didn't. It made it a little rough around me and her because she didn't.
Oh, well,
said,
yeah,
I mean,
that's not good.
Like I said, I'm a little bit hardcore, and
Teresa, if you're talking about a pig with
hard to watch.
chocolate, oink, oink, me too. Well, yeah, you know what?
Careful.
I don't care if somebody curses. The only thing I care about is, well, if there's little kids around, try not to. Because, certain places you gotta, be more polite. But I don't get hung up on if someone curses or not, except for the things I just mentioned. Like, I don't like to curse around children. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or if you're in certain public places, like if I'm in the store, I'm not gonna say, "Hey, Kenny, come over here and look at this effing shoes." Well, first of all, I don't talk like that, Because I know you've all heard me cursing on here, but I was just being goofy or venting, one or the other. But but I don't know. I don't judge when people curse or don't curse. It's like that doesn't define a person. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Now, see, you guys are all talking about chocolate, and chocolate's not my
I
thing.
know. That's what got me distracted. You
Chocolate's
know
not
what,
my
Teresa? Me too. That's why I said if you said you're a pig because of chocolate, I said oink oink. Me too. Like
Believe it or not, the only thing,
my pig noise.
yeah, I remember that night, Jackie. She threw them suckers and she broke them
Yes,
when she said that F word.
I saw that
That was
video.
that was good. That was
That
worth
was funny.
watching that night.
I don't know. Are they even real glasses?
Reading glasses.
Oh, okay. Because I was gonna say, like the way she throws them around, and she has that ugly leopard pair. No offense to people who like leopard, but you know,
Mhm.
and I'm like, well, it's a lot of glasses.
Oh, that's the night she got all pissed off and says, "You
Tell me your
fucking
secret, Teresa.
people don't think I shed real tears," and threw her glasses down and broke them and tried to wipe away her fake tears.
Yeah, I think she sheds real tears only when she's upset for herself, not for anybody else.
Yeah, that was good.
You know what, Jackie? I think it's on Heather's channel or Boondocks, maybe. I think it's on one of the channels. I
It
think.
might be on both.
Yeah, because I'm not gonna say I'm 100% sure. It's one of those. I believe so. You know what? What doesn't set her off? She's like what do they call those things in the ground that uh you don't know where they? Oh, mine. It's like walking through a minefield, talking to her or listening to her. Boom, 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 boom. You never know when it's gonna go off. Yeah, no offense to real leopards, right, Bob? Oh, so tacky.
You know what? I don't think I've ever seen her shed one either. To be
I've
honest,
never seen her cry a real tear. Even when she did those videos after you know what? I don't know. She did look very upset. So I'm not gonna say that she didn't. She did. But not the whole videos.
no, because I mean, don't get me wrong. Did you see how she put the lighting in there that was turned everything in the kitchen blue?
Oh, that's weird.
It was right after you know what happened, and
Oh,
she put
thanks,
the,
Sarah.
she put the lighting in there so everything was a toned blue.
Yeah, what, to make it look like she's crying? Like, really? That's ridiculous.
You know, to make it more of a somber looking.
That's just dumb. Why do you if you're really sad, what's with all the special effects? That doesn't make sense. Yeah, she makes a stupid noise that sounds like an air tube. Air tube.
Oh, so the one she goes down to the Dollar Trees and buys.
Yeah, 10 to a box, Sarah said. I believe that because the way she treats them. Plus, she has different ones. And I'm like, wow. When I bought eyeglasses, I only got them when I really, really had to because my eyes were so bad. And then I pay to, you know how you can see everything in Merb's eyeglasses? That's just cheap because you got to get that thing on them to prevent glare. So when people look at you, they see you, not the reflections.
That's how you know they're store bought.
Well, actually, yeah. Yeah, and also regular glasses will do that too. If you don't pay for the anti-glare,
That's what I'm
which
saying. It's how you know hers are like that because
yeah, no.
she
I
doesn't.
could buy some probably at Costco, I don't know.
Yeah, I remember that when she choked.
Oh my God, and she wouldn't stand up even though she was choking?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yep.
Really, turn out the lights. At least you'd be you won't die if you just turn out the lights. You won't die if you stood up on camera either, for goodness sake. But she doesn't worry. She don't live in our head, right? I mean, you know what I'm saying. Living in the head thing.
She
Yeah,
lived in,
really, that's dangerous.
God, if she lived in my head, I'd have a migraine.
She don't live in my head. You know what? There's so many times I just laugh because I'm like, what the hell? This is crazy. And I tell Kenny, look at this shit. I said, one time I showed my son and I said, look at this lady on YouTube. And he's like, what? He thought that was kind of like psychotic, you know? But he don't know anything. It was just, I don't know that he used the word psychotic. I think about like something's wrong. Like it's that he's like, yeah, he goes, that's why I wouldn't get involved with that, And I'm like, I'm not. And he don't even know anything, and it was so obvious to him. I can't imagine choking and just being afraid to stand up.
I
It's
don't know
like,
if she ever
please.
had COVID. I don't know if that was a true case of COVID or not, to be honest.
I don't
Like
know.
I
You
said,
know what?
first time I had it, and I hate to say it, but I was praying to die.
Oh my God, that bad?
I felt that bad.
Wow, that's hard. Didn't you get the pill?
Not until after. I didn't get the shot till after.
No, pill,
Wait,
the pill.
no,
Why
they didn't,
not?
because
You,
they didn't give it out then when I got it the first time.
oh,
Like I said, I was praying
oh,
to die
that's horrible. I
because
feel so bad for you.
I mean, even my toenails hurt.
Oh, you poor baby, that had to be really bad. Oh my
It
God.
sounds like Mary had the same thing.
Oh God, that's horrible, Mary.
So I'm saying, if she would have had the worst case of COVID ever, she wouldn't have been on that live stream that night. No way.
No way. Poor wee Ted's mom is still really unwell. Oh, Teresa Green, I'm sorry to hear that. What happened? Oh, what Jackie say?
Don't tell me don't tell me they got COVID.
You know what? Jackie, that's not true. Merv does not look better in the sunlight where she can't put on the awful filters. She put on this one filter. She had this video. I think it's a short video. You remember that video where she was standing outside and you know how aliens have the round head and the real skinny chins?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And she made herself look like that. Remember in that one video? I think that's a short. She used a filter outside, Jackie. It's crazy. I had COVID one time because Kenny caught it from work and I caught it from him. And I have asthma. So the pill I'm talking about, I wish I could remember the name of it. If you get the pill, you have to get it within as soon as you can, as soon as you know you have the COVID, or if you wait too long, they won't give it to you. And I think you have to maybe have a health condition. Like in other words, I got the pill because of my asthma. So even though I felt lousy, it wasn't like what you ladies are saying you felt, thank goodness. You know. But it was a lot of coughing. It was like a really bad sinus infection, like that.
I mean, it took me days to tell the husband that how bad I felt
Oh my gosh, why?
because I thought I was dying. It took
Oh,
me
that's
days,
horrible.
and then
So,
it got to the point to where I couldn't hardly walk because I couldn't breathe. He
wow.
said, "Okay, we're going." And
Yeah,
that's all.
I'm surprised you didn't go running when you felt that bad.
No, I couldn't. I was cold. I mean, I had 3 blankets on my bed, and to have the blankets on, it hurt to just even touch me.
Oh my God, that's so extreme.
You know,
Ooh.
Like I said, it took me to not be able to walk and breathe at the same time for me to go.
Oh my God. I would have gone, but when the blankets couldn't touch you. Look at
But
JC Ray said. That's funny.
I'll tell you, since I had it the second time, I can't shake this
Oh,
cough. I
can't
can't
shake what? The cold?
I can't shake the cough since I had it the second time.
Oh. I was lucky too, Barb. I got that pill. It made a huge difference. Because I did feel really lousy where your fingers hurt. Not my fingernails, but like a really bad sinus infection. Not as bad as what Jackie's saying, but bad enough to me. And thank God it didn't get as bad as that because I got that pill. I can't remember the name of it. What's Mpox?
Monkeypox?
The hell is that?
They got it. It's a thing out now. It's monkeypox.
What?
Not chicken pox. It's monkeypox.
What? I don't understand what that is.
It's,
Is it like chicken pox?
I don't know. These look like black spots on you.
The hell? Where'd that come from?
I don't know.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
JC Ray, you're funny.
Yeah, I hated the part of not being able to smell or taste anything for
That
months.
didn't happen to me. But then again, you had it pretty bad, so, and it, you know, I don't know. That didn't happen. Well, you had it like, oh my God.
And then when you
What?
do start to get your taste back, it tastes like metal.
Really?
Yep. Mine did
Confess.
anyway.
Yeah, Mary, I forgot how long, but yeah. And you had to get the pill right away with that COVID. Yeah. Well, yes and no, LMNW. Oh.
I remember I talked to Lisa that
Oh,
one.
Jamie, that was
She had
beautiful
it.
of your son. Talk to who?
Didn't she get it from Gary though? And then
Oh. Oh, Lisa D has to be careful, right?
yeah.
I hope they gave her that pill because it's like, I wish I could remember the name of that darn pill. But you gotta have like my asthma qualified me, or if you're a diabetic or your immune system, something like that. Does anybody remember the name of the pill? I want to say it starts with an F, but I'm not sure.
Pussycat, they told me the same thing, and you know what? My Tylenol bottle stayed right beside me in bed because I was
Oh,
taking the Tylenol cold and flu.
oh
So
wow. Oh,
it was like having my little bottle of bourbon sitting there with my Tylenol.
wow. Oh wow. Look at everybody saying that's awful. I know that's really a heinous thing to do, is to pretend you're so sick when you're not, just for attention. Because the poor people who really do suffer, you're disrespecting them and what they're going through. You're undermining it.
True.
That's
I think
terrible.
they named the name of the pill in the chat. Elemental W did. See, I can only take Tylenol.
Oh, good LMNW.
Only the Tylenol lemon and honey. It is the only cold medicine that will not give me heartburn.
I take a leave. Because sometimes I get a migraine, especially if my sinuses are acting up, or my ears. I got little, like inside my ears, a little opening is little, and the inside's a little. So when my sinuses, like you can have your sinuses act up off and on and not be a sinus infection. It's from the weather change, and my ears will hurt. And the doctor told me it's like everybody's ears inside is different. And but that Aleve helps the migraines, the Aleve helps my ears. Because I also have drops from my ears.
Jackie,
RSV shot.
best thing Lisa could do is start taking her some B12. Because since I had it the second time, I start taking it, and it gives me a little boost gives enough energy to do things. Because it just, like I said, it still knocked my socks off.
Wow.
But like I said,
That's pretty bad.
I take my medicine. I take my B12 in the morning.
Yeah, Barb, you got to get the pill. Like, as soon as you're aware you have COVID, you got to get it right away. And LMNW, thank you. Paxlovid. PAXLOVID. Oh, and Sarah too. Thank you. You know what? I got the 2 vaccines and that was it. Irene, J May stayed 3 hours after. J May's son stayed with a woman who was dying so she wouldn't be alone. Oh, and he looked like mom. Oh my gosh. Merb minimized true suffering. You know what? I'm so sorry, J May. And Merv is just you know, what do they call that? Flotsam on the ocean.
That's right.
That
She Addison's. I forgot about that.
is terrible. Merv is just. I was trying to think of something really icky. She's like the flotsam, the poop on shoes. That you step in. Look, I don't know how anybody can sleep good at night and do all the cruel things that she does, especially invalidating other people's feelings over a loss. That's just got to be right up there with one of the worst things to do to someone. No, not a steroid.
See, I got when I got COVID the first time. It wasn't called COVID.
What'd they call it? Oh, Mary.
I'm trying to think.
Oh, wow, Jackie.
It was maybe a month or two before they actually gave it the name COVID.
Oh my gosh. So you had like the beginning, at the beginning.
At the very beginning of it, when I got the first, yep.
Oh, you poor baby. And you got it so bad. And that's when they didn't really probably know as much as they did later. Oh my gosh.
Because like I said, they didn't even call it COVID then. And like I said,
wow.
They gave you nothing for it then.
Yeah, that that didn't come out till later. I think. Wow.
I never could figure it out. I worked with my sister every time we would go out. That we wore our mask. I mean, each of us had hand sanitizers attached to us. We would come home. We both changed clothes before we came in the house. We caught COVID. The husband never.
Wow.
Day has never caught COVID.
Wow. Connie caught it, but in work, the guys, they have their own desks, but different shifts. This guy sitting at the desk doing these hours, Kenny sitting at that desk doing other hours, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I believe it, Sarah. I had the first variant, and there was no medication then for that.
That's horrible.
Take your your fever medicine and go home and wait.
They probably said you probably had a virus or something, right?
Well, yeah.
I mean, like with no name,
J May's right too, because it is still called SARS. Because my sister that died a year ago died of SARS.
You know, my dad had COVID before he died, but he beat the COVID, but then he died not too long after.
She had went in because she had an infection.
Mm. What do you mean infection? Like a physical or like a cold or a virus?
She had a bunion, or she had her toes straightened,
Oh, okay.
and she got an infection.
Oh my gosh.
And they had her on a vent. They took her off the vent. She was okay. They was going to transport her to a nursing, a facility for her to get better. And next thing you know, back on the vent she went. They did a test, and she had SARS, and she died.
Oh my God, that's horrible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was all within like 2 weeks.
Yeah, nothing natural mutates that quickly. You got that right.
But
You
yeah,
know that? Go ahead.
if they would have tested her for something like COVID or that when she first went in, maybe. But they didn't until like 2 days before she died.
Oh. That's how migraines feel, Davida. It's horrible. That I get migraines and I get a sinus infection. I'm not speaking of everything you went through. I'm just talking about your head in the vice. It's horrible. You know what? They keep saying that sinus infection is surgery. What kind of surgery did you? Barb said it. Element W said it. What kind of surgery did you have to get after a sinus infection? I never ignore a sinus infection. Sometimes in the beginning, I'm not sure. No, Sarah, he didn't die from COVID. Um, he actually got over COVID. And that was the irony. He beat COVID, and then not long afterwards, he died. I personally think he was missing my mom.
Well, guys, I didn't tell you that to feel bad. I'm just saying it was when she said SARS, it happens that quick. If it's
That's
not treated,
horrible.
it will get in your blood, and it will happen that quick.
That's like so toxic. My
It
God.
is.
You know, Jackie, I had shingles once and I didn't know it was on my head. And my head hurt so bad. And because sometimes I get migraines, I thought it was that. But then I don't know how my husband noticed something. Because I was doing something to my head. And I said, "Do you see anything there?" And he noticed. He said, "Yes." But I only had a mild case of shingles, and it was only on my head, like on the back of my head, under my hair. I didn't get the shingles vaccine. You think I should get it? Or I already have maybe something built up from having had that mild case?
No, you can get it again. Trust me.
Oh, I don't want it. See, my son will never get it. He's never had chickenpox. My daughter's had chickenpox. I've had it, but my son's never had chickenpox. So if you've never had chickenpox, you won't, or you cannot get the shingles because it has something to do with the chickenpox. But he had to get vaccines to prevent chickenpox, even as an adult up to a certain age. So, oh, that
I
is
know
sad.
my mom got them really bad, and
Ooh, they went up your nose, Barb. Ooh,
she said it was just awful.
what was the shingles or the vaccine?
The
Uh,
shingles.
oh my gosh. You know, I was lucky that mine was mild. What'd they do for her when she had it? You get like an antibiotic or
Honest, I don't know,
I can't remember either when I had it what they did. That's why I'm asking.
because all of my family, well, all but my kids, live up north. And when she had it, I never went up because my sister told me not to, come up there.
Yeah.
So I never went I never went up there to see her in the facility.
Why is everybody saying the shingles vaccine is torture and they feel like they're dying?
The one that I would ask would be them, because some of them's
Well, yeah, I'm
probably had
asking them. Type it in the chat. Like, what happened? JC, I quit getting the flu vaccine. Every time I got one, I got sick. You know what? I keep forgetting to get the flu vaccine.
Oh, big needles.
Oh no! Well, it doesn't matter how long they are. The gauge is that how you say gauge? How thick they are that punctures your skin. Is it a big gauge in your stomach? What? You have to get it in your stomach?
See, I don't know.
Where do they give you the shingles shot? I get a pneumonia shot every so often because of my asthma, and I'm supposed to get the flu shot every year because of my allergy and sinuses. And also, I have a deviated septum. I think that's from when my ex hit me in the head, but
You get it in your arm. Well, Element W says in your arm.
oh, well, I have to get it in my left arm because I'm right-handed. I won't be able to crochet. It's not you know what? There's no steroid, or not steroid. Oh, what's the thing? Remember that time I was saying when I got the shot in the arm and I had a reaction? Was that cortisone? There's no cortisone in it, is it? Ugh, I gotta find out from that guy what the hell was in that shot. Oh,
Get it in
torture.
the base of your spine, Jackie?
What
Ooh,
happened? Who gets it in the spine?
Jackie.
What the hell? Why? That sounds so painful. Oh my gosh, Jackie,
Oh,
Jackie,
okay.
why?
She got the shot.
Oh, she had the shingles at the base of her spine.
Okay.
I think that's what she means. And she got a pill right away called, I don't know how you pronounce it. Aclivit, at, I don't know how you say that. Wait, where did that come and go? All of a sudden, chat just bumped up.
Yeah, and then Jackie got the and then she
Oh,
got
yeah,
the shot.
there's the name.
See, I
Yeah.
don't even know if I've had chicken pox. I'd probably say I have.
You have any tiny scar on your face?
No.
So it's like when you get it when you're little and you scratch it, you'll have a teeny scar.
Nope.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
Jackie got the shot in her arm. Okay.
Remember the shot that you got that left that scar on your arm in a circle?
Yeah, they did that in grammar school, remember? Oh, wait a minute. Let me just explain what grammar school is, because it depends on where you live. In the city, grammar school is one building with several floors, and it goes from kindergarten all the way to 8th grade. And I think I was in 7th grade, like 12. Yeah, and you're talking about that round. It was round with all the needles.
Yeah.
I never got a scar from that, thank goodness.
See, I don't even know if I
Oh,
have
thank
it,
you, Jamie.
if I got that, because I don't have a scar.
I got it, but I don't have a scar. And I know I got it. I don't have any pox marks. Oh, wait. Chicken pox. Yes, I have a little from scratching.
Yeah. The rest, the rest of the family did, but
I
I
was
don't have one.
elementary school. It depends on where you live. Like in the city, you're 9 years in one building. If you live more rural, It's like kindergarten to first grade, and then a separate school for second and third grade, and then another
Well,
school for fourth and fifth. So that's why I said the age. I was 12 when I
well,
got the shot. Florida, you're talking about that multi-shot.
yeah, like I said, it's
I don't have that. I don't have a scar. I mean, I had the shot, but not the scar.
I have no idea. See, that school I went through, it was from kindergarten to sixth. Okay.
Well, how
And
tall
then
was your building? Was it multiple floors?
three,
That's a good size.
three.
I guess, like I said, it could be different
But
from the area you live in.
then when you went into the high school, it
Yeah.
was high school and junior high, which was seventh and eighth.
Oh yeah, no, that's like in the more rural area.
And then, like I said, but it was all seventh through 12th was all in one school, but
Yeah,
they
it's different.
different classified it.
Yeah, see, like in Bayonne, it was 9 years in one school, from kindergarten to eighth grade. And then when we moved to another area, um, it was like every time you turn around, the kids got another school. You know, kindergarten to first grade, and then second and third grade, and then fourth grade was a different school all by itself, and then fifth and sixth grade was a school, and then sixth, seven, and eight was a school, and then the same like in the city, the high school is 4 years.
Since we're all talking about our ages here, do y'all remember when they'd come in there and do that stupid toothbrush thing at your school?
Oh my God, and your teeth are turn red and you want to die.
Yes.
And you're like, but I ate candy. That was horrible.
Oh,
Oh, good night,
good night,
Eleanor.
OW. Remember that? They would you'd have to sit here and do this,
I
and then
hated that.
they'd tell you to chew this, and they'd tell you, well, you didn't brush good enough.
Right? And you felt like kicking them in the shins. Oh my God. And you were so afraid of the turning red, and then sure enough, there'd be some red, and you're like,
You
and
got
you just,
that right, Beth.
oh,
Cherries over my ass.
I don't even remember them telling me.
And then you had to drink that god awful.
Oh, see, Sarah say about how they split the schools up.
Well, we did it at we did that
Wow,
at the
Sarah.
dentist office, but they also did it one time a year during school. They would come in.
That
And
stupid red tablet.
I mean, then you walked around for hours with
Embarrassed.
everybody had red teeth in your or red mouth in your
Pretty much. Pretty much. At least we're one of the only ones. Wait a minute, Jackie, your husband had polio when he was 5. Oh my God, Barb, they used to do it in the schools
Yeah,
here in the US. Barb's in Canada, I think she said.
yeah, they did it. Yeah,
I'm not doxing her. She put it out there.
I know.
Okay.
But yeah, they did it in schools here. They'd come in and do it by grades.
I hated the dentist. I hate it. It's so scary to me. I'd rather have my tooth pulled than get it fixed. I can't take that drill. Not at all. It's like a power tool in your mouth. Like, how is that normal? You think like all the things they've invented, why haven't they fixed that? But my God, you see what Jackie said? Her husband had polio when he was 5. Now, wasn't polio those things where they were sticking them in tubes and putting them in the wall? Or was that something else? Oh
Uh,
no, that might have been something else, but that was so sad. You seen pictures like that where children are basically put in a wall, like drawers, and only their little heads and part of their shoulders
that's
sticking out?
Irene. That's an iron lung.
What's that for? I forgot. I mean, I've seen it and I forgot. Because, like, when it comes to the kids and you see pictures like that, it's so sad. You don't want to look, you know? Oh, maybe that was TB.
Yeah, that was that.
Yeah, Barb, she's maybe that. Yeah, TB. Sarah said
Yeah, that was
iron lung. Yes, Barb, Jackie. Oh God, that's so horrible. Oh, wow. Thank God that that your husband Jackie is okay. I mean, that's a that's serious.
Yeah, I remember them too. Sitting
What?
there leaving their dirty, yeah. And then you'd go in there and get the cleanliness assembly.
You know what? I think women's bathrooms can be worse. I mean, I don't go into the men's bathroom, but sometimes when they open the door, sometimes you can see in there. Sometimes I don't know who's worse, them tinkling all over the place or the women. I don't know. It drives me nuts. I won't use the bathroom like that. My son's the same way. We'll hold it almost till we explode. We hate using public restrooms. And you know what? If I really can't wait, thank God I have long legs. I don't have to sit. Just tinkle. Like, yay. Thank you for my long legs, Daddy. It keeps me sanitary and I won't explode.
You know what? I don't care whose bathroom it is. Men's, women's, I don't care. Whoever has the shortest line and is unlocked. I don't care.
Wow. Oh, it's also used to treat polio, the iron lung. To help them breathe. It cripples the nerves and the muscles atrophy away. His left arm was paralyzed. Oh, Jackie. Wow. See that I thought that was serious, but thank God he's okay that he's there.
You had Disney Jiminy Cricket talk about puberty?
What? That's
Lord.
disgusting. That's not normal, Davida. Disney and talk about puberty. It's weird. Yeah, you had to pay a nickel to go in the bathroom. I don't remember that.
I did. I remember in the school bathrooms you had to pay for your
Oh
for your
God, I don't remember
bathroom
that.
tampons and that. Yeah.
You know what? I would have just crawled underneath anyway. You know
You know,
what, Davida, the belt. Oh my God. You know what? My mother was so bad, she didn't teach me nothing. And my sister helped me, my aunt helped me, and she brought me that belt at ShopRite. And I hated that thing. But thank God it was short lived because things got modern really quick. And I was like, oh, thank you, thank you. I
they got
hated that effing belt too, Barb. Ugh.
they got modern until you got pregnant.
Oh.
Because then it seemed like after you got pregnant and you had the baby, it came right back again.
Well, I didn't use a belt, man. You know what? Use your kid's diaper. The heck with that belt. That was too much.
I mean, needless to say, it didn't last long, but yeah.
That was horrible. Yeah, Beth.
What?
Well, my
No,
brother's girlfriend taught me how to use a tampon when I was a
no
teenager.
wonder none of us want to wear T-back underwear. We all had to grow up with that stupid belt.
Right? It's like a trigger of memories we didn't realize we were suppressing. It's like no butt laws for us. Been there, done that. Oh, that belt. Oh, that is a bad memory.
Like I
Mine
said,
was very
nothing like
short-lived, thank
T-backs.
goodness. Once my brother's girlfriend taught me about tampons, the belt was adios, amigo. No way. That was a good idea, Tonda.
You know what
It's
though?
better
I
than the
will,
belt.
I will tell you something, and I don't care. Couldn't do it.
What?
Back in years ago, the Amish girls used to have to use rags and wash them out.
Poor things. They're living like in, I don't know, 1900s to early 1900s
Yeah,
or whatever that was.
they have certain cloths that they use for that time of the month.
Those poor
And
girls.
then they had to be,
Well,
yeah.
you know what? I mean, it's not disgusting. It's nature, you know, but I just feel sorry for them. They had that extra work of washing that every
I
month.
mean, I don't know if they still do it, but that's how it was when I was going to school with them.
That's sad.
And that's sad.
Jackie, I love getting a hysterectomy. You know what? I love when menopause came. And no hot flashes, none of that. You know what? I think, I don't know if I said this before or not. I've never had hot flashes. And believe me, enough times gone by, if there was hot flashes would have happened years ago. I get cold though. I get so cold that I can't get warm and then it passes. And my friend said that some people get the hot flashes, some people get the cold. And I'm just glad I got the cold. But at least, you know, I don't know, the hot flashes just sound worse. Did
You
anybody
know,
hear that? The cold?
I've seen that on TV,
What?
that cup thing, and to me that just sounds
I'd be
nasty.
afraid that. Can you imagine that falling out?
Could you imagine taking it out?
It'd be quite messy. I mean, even when you use tampons, oh my God, yes, my doll. Best
Hey,
friend is right, Davida.
we ought,
You
we ought
still
to,
got to wear pads. You got to let it flow. It's just healthier, you know?
hey, we ought to put that question over to Miss. I haven't hit premenopause yet.
Please. That's so
Ask,
funny.
ask her if she uses that cup thing.
Yeah, cup my butt. I don't buy that for a minute. We already know that her credibility is put down the toilet. What's that? Oh, it flushed a long time ago.
I ran across the video the other day that she's even denying ever doing a video
Of what?
about the
Emma?
mini, the mini Emma or them balls.
Oh, see, I never got hot flashes. Did anybody ever get the cold I was talking about that comes and goes? You know what? It doesn't surprise me because she thinks she's, got to maintain her religious facade. Because, what Christian walks around saying, well, yeah, I sell dildos,
So I said, I'm gonna have to find that because there's one. She actually says it in there that the haters are accusing her of selling sex toys, and she never did that. I
You
gotta
know
find.
what? You find that video and then you put the clip of her with the big Emma. That would be perfect. Yeah, David, I consider myself lucky that I got that cold feeling.
I seen that, and I'm going. You got to be shitting me,
I
right?
saved
Don't
those
even
videos.
admit to that.
I saved those videos. Remember you put out that link that showed them? I saved them. The ones where she's selling what she denies selling.
So I'm saying we've all seen it 100 times. So
Oh, good for you, Bob.
how could she deny it? I'll tell you.
Because she'll deny that she breathes air if she could get something out of it. Are you kidding?
See, I made mine.
It is bull, Jackie. I don't believe her at all.
I made mine short-lived. I had my second son, and and the next day after I had him, the parts disappeared.
They didn't disappear. They took them.
I said, nope, ain't happening. Take them. They go,
Oh,
but you may want to have it. I said, trust me.
oh my God. You know what, Bob? That happened to my mother. And they took it out and everything was fine. And it was non-cancer. No cancer. Yes, they do, Jackie. Deny, deny, lie, 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 right?
That's why that's why I put on the thing tonight. Better get your hip waders on. Because there's a lot of bullshit being spread up on that mountain.
You know what? She's gonna have to do more than hip things. She's gonna have to buy that rubber suit that divers use. Crazy. Oh, thank God.
You know,
That's good, Bob. That's what my mom had. So I had no clue when this thing was coming. You know, it's weird at first because when you first go into menopause, it's kind of like, I don't know how to say it, the end of an era. I know it's not an era, but I don't know. You know, where it's like the closure or something. Like, oh, I can't have more kids. And you kind of get sad. And then you're like, wait a minute, I don't want more kids. And then you're okay, you know. I have my kids, you know what
I
I'm
was
saying?
I was perfectly fine with it.
Well, it didn't last long. I mean, you know, it was just a change. You know what I'm saying? And I don't deal well with change. But it wasn't like it lasted a long time that I felt like that, you know?
I mean, let me think.
Yeah, you know what? The first
Regardless,
it's really weird, like when menopause comes on, because for almost a year, every 10 days I'd get it. And I thought, oh my God, I'm gonna bleed to death. Because already I was like, I'd get anemia and I would take iron pills only for 7 days a month when, you know, when it was the time, not the whole month, just those 7 days every month. And I thought, what's going on here? And I got scared because I'm like, my God. And they last for 6 days, and then 10 days later, it's back. And I thought I was like, oh my God, there's something wrong. And I thought, oh my God, maybe I'm pregnant. And then I'm like, oh, thank God I'm not pregnant. and then that's it. That's it. It was done, and that was it. So it was actually house cleaning. Isn't that weird? Because everybody's different. Because my mom had the tumor, the benign tumor, and that, so we had no clue when that was coming. But you know what? If that happens, anybody who's young enough to that didn't happen yet, don't get scared because you know if you want, go get checked. But and you see, like my mother never told us this stuff, so I had no clue. And it's like when you're young, you don't really look up menopause. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, I was done with my family. I had like my son. He's the
22.
second one. I was 29 when I had him.
My last one was at 22.
Oh, you, at 22 was your last one?
Yep,
And how many you got?
2.
Good for you. I was almost 22 when I had the first one. 2 months later, I turned 22. Well, I only had anemia during that time of the month, but by taking iron pills for 7 days once a month, that prevented it. Okay. Oh, you do now? What? Oh, why do you have anemia now, Jackie?
Yeah, but Tonda, they can reverse that too.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know. Merv made a comment one time about older mothers, and I thought it was mean. That's why I made that comment about Merv. When she had the boy she has now, she was an old mom. So I'm not just FYI. I'm not picking or putting down old moms. I'm just pointing out the hypocrisy of Merv by saying that. You know what I mean? Because it's like who you calling old? She had to be in her 40s when she had these two boys.
Well,
So it's just ridiculous, the hypocrisy. So that's why I said that about her in the comments, that she's an old mom. How does it feel, Merb, to have your own words thrown back at you? How does it feel? Like
yeah,
Bob Dylan. How does it feel?
well, I had my first one when I was 20,
Oh, Jackie.
and I was right almost 22 when I had my second one
Okay.
because I want to be young enough to play with them.
You know, Jackie, I don't know. It could be medicines too, you know, or vitamin supplements. Yeah, me too. Me too. I wanted to be young enough to enjoy them. You know, it's crazy because I was married before, and I just turned 19 the same month I got married because I knew him since I was 17. He's an asshole, total abuser. Um, I mean, really bad abuser. And we were trying to have a baby, nothing happened. And then when you stop trying, bink, it happened. So, oh, Jackie, you're not that old. Don't say that. I love you, Jackie. You're okay.
Jackie gets around better than most of us. Look at the vacation she goes on.
I know. Good for her, right?
I won't even get on a boat, and she's going to go on a cruise.
I think it's a blood test, Barb. They could tell if you're anemic, right? It's a blood test, blood work. That's how I always found out was blood work.
I mean, crap, the husband has a boat, and I've only been on it once.
Yeah, I hope I get around as good as her. It's good, real good. Yes, go, Jackie, go, Barb said. Well, you know what? That if people choose not to have kids and have their tube tied, that's fine. That's the thing. It's a choice, you know, and people need to respect everybody's choices. They want kids, they don't want kids. They want to work and have kids, they want to stay at home and have kids. I mean, you know, everybody has that right to choose. It's their life.
Yeah.
Tiredness is a big one,
Well, you
Barb.
know, since you brought that
Tired.
up, you know, that's like she was talking. Oh, Gabby ass over there was talking about, well, you know, if she is, she's going to have to fake, you know, fake doing a miscarriage or something, or an abortion or something.
Wasn't that cruel?
First of all, tell you how informed she is. That new law that went through all of the states.
The new what? I'm sorry, I had to call.
That law that went through all of the states
What law?
about, you know, either an abortion or, you know, when she said
Oh,
about
it's okay.
that shit with Gypsy. As long as Merv was talking the length, it wouldn't have fit within the law because they have shortened that right down to just about nothing.
Really? Like they're taking away choice?
Yes, it was taken away when Roe versus Wade was overturned.
Okay, you know what? I'm going to say something here, and I hope I don't offend anybody, but I ain't going to BS either. So, I'm not for abortion. I'm not for abortion as a means of birth control. I am for abortion, medically necessary. Somebody got raped, because I don't think, you know, it's right to judge that. You know what I'm saying? But in this day and age, with, you know, with the after pill and all the protection and different things, there's no excuse. That's not a form of birth control. But that's
No,
just
it's
my
not.
opinion, and I'm
Let's
only
say
speaking for
somebody,
myself.
but I agree. Somebody,
But
there's
they're raped or incest or something like that. No, abortion needs to be there.
or there's some tests, you know, that, you know, and I'm not being insensitive, that it takes a little bit for them to see if the baby's having a problem or there's an
That's
issue.
right, because some
You
people
know what?
may not have the money to properly care, or the child will suffer and they don't want that. You can't judge those scenarios.
You know, and to take that right away was wrong. But yeah,
So
that was overturned when Trump was in office.
yeah, I like I said, I'm against abortion when it's used as a means of birth control. That's the best way I could put it. And it definitely needs to be an option for some people, and they shouldn't be judged. And I'll just leave it at that.
It should be one's own choice of what they,
Right, Jackie?
you know, and I agree with that. And I
Me
cannot
too.
believe after all these years They overturned that.
Because those men don't have babies. They don't get it. You know? They don't get it.
I mean, that
It's,
Roe versus Wade has been in law so long, and then 4 years or 3 years of him being in office, and that shit got overturned.
you know what?
Wrong.
If they don't allow legal abortions, you're going to have women doing what they did in old days and children being mutilated, mothers dying, you know?
I agree, Jackie.
And
That's
people who get raped, how can you judge them? You're not the one that went through that experience. You can't judge somebody for that or other situations. You can't do that. Like I said, I'm only against it when it's used as a form of birth control. Because in this day and age, there's no excuse for that. It's just lazy and insensitive, you know? Right? Can you imagine, Beth, if we said, no, we'll decide what happens to your penis and your internal organs? We'll decide that for you. You know, can you imagine?
but like Jackie says, I agree with that. Even
I
even
agree with that, but
trans
not for
people,
children. Not for children.
it is not my business.
It's my business if they're children. Because children can have a change of heart and are still finding their way. But not when they're adults and they can make their own choice. That's a different story.
But but
Right, JC Ray. That's what I'm saying.
there's
Lorena Bobbitt. Yeah, right.
I think they have way too much control over
Women.
that stuff's being overturned, and it shouldn't be.
I mean, they're
I mean,
ignorant. They're not going to stop it. It's just going to be dangerous for women.
it is.
Well, these conservative men ought to learn how to keep it in their pants. Did they ever think that was a way of solving it? Yeah. See,
Well,
I just think,
that's something I disagree with too.
what,
Because
do with children?
no,
Well, they
I,
talk about different
I
things.
don't
So,
know if it's everywhere,
yeah.
but I know here it is. They have male, female, or other.
Yeah, you know what? What is other? I don't identify. Well, sweetheart, you have to. When you go to a hospital, you need help. You can't say other. You know, they can't help you properly. And time matters, right? And also, I think in relationships, before there's any intimacy or anything, you should tell a person. You should be honest. And nobody should shame them for their honesty either.
That is a person should be able to make that individual choice. But until they are old enough, they ought to be raised as a boy or a girl.
Right. You know what happened for
But that's just that's something I just want to go out and say, hey, I'm an other.
it's like, no, you're not. It's like there's biology, there's facts, you know? Right, you're born a boy or girl. You know what it is? I feel like, look, how many years, how many centuries has it been that children have been doing perfectly fine, finding their own way, and becoming who they are? So just let them decide. Just let it take its natural course.
As long as
And
as long as we parent our children and we teach them right from wrong, our children will grow up to make their own decisions.
And that's how it was, and that's how it should be. Because I personally think this is political crap that because, the more people are confused, the more divided they are, yada, yada, And Jackie, when you say that education does wonders, it certainly does. But I certainly hope that it's the parents talking with the kids and not dumping it on the doctors. Because the parents will miss an opportunity to at least, couch it in respect and
Well,
for themselves and for others. You know what I mean?
well, that would depend on that too, Irene, because some kids in some aspect may not know how to talk to their parents.
No,
So,
but it's the parents' job to be the parent and talk to
what
the
I'm saying
kids.
is some kids may not know how to talk, say, hey, I'm trans, they may not know how to, so they would talk to their doctor and get some advice, just some advice on,
Yeah.
on how to, you know what I'm saying? Because
I know what you're saying, but you know what? I think it depends on the attitude of the parent too about sex.
it
Because,
does.
like, I didn't bring it up to my kids, and I'll use my son as an example because he's the younger one, right? He said, well, when he was younger, I didn't bring it up to him, but you know what? If he had a question, I answered it, and I answered it honestly,
Well,
regardless of what it was, and I didn't make a big deal out of it, and I didn't shame him, and I taught him about privacy, and the more he asked, the more he learned, and then you have the opportunity. So it's not like I bombarded him or I added all these things and made him uncomfortable. I let him take the lead. You know what I'm saying?
well, true. But like I said, it's
You got to make it comfortable for them and know that it's safe and okay to talk to you. You know what that's what I guess I'm trying to say. But I hear what you're saying too. Like some people will struggle with it. So here's the thing. I think we both have valid points because not everybody's the same. So I'm not going to disagree either. Does that make sense? I just don't think it should be like the parents don't do anything and just depend on someone else. That's bad. Whether it's,
Jackie. But see, Jackie, he he made his own choice, didn't he?
right. And see, that's the key words, their choice. That's who he grew up and decided through whatever means and time, this is who he is. And then whoever they are, you love them, you accept them. Why wouldn't you? I mean, there's nothing wrong with them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. See, I don't have, like I said, to each their own. The one I do have an issue with is like I think Teresa said, the ones that want to identify as a cat
Yeah, I
or a
mean, that's not
dog.
even a human. That's just, to me, that's feeding into delusion.
That
A goldfish,
that's a
Bob.
little bit,
Oh, we Ted's mom, how you feeling?
that to me is a little bit strange. Identifying as a cat.
Yeah, how many times do you hear little kids, even when you were younger, I want to grow up and be a dog, you know? Or my friend that I know since I was 17, and her daughter at the time was like 4, and I used to babysit her, and we used to have so much fun, right? And she'd tell me, I want to marry you. I mean, she's 4. I'm not going to take it serious, or we're not going to be like, oh my God, don't talk like that. You know what I'm saying? She's 4. They'll find their own way, you know?
No, Barb, it's not. It's not more of a fetish thing.
What is a fetish thing?
It depends, as like Beth says, it depends on the person. Some of them really,
They get confused. Again, everybody's different.
they really come out into public and climb around and act like they're cats. And
Oh, oh, glad to hear you're doing better, Reted's mom. Good for you. Just take it easy and speedy healing for the rest of it.
yes,
Yeah, but Jackie
yes,
Burns, and you pretended to be a horse. You didn't really think you were a horse and wanted somebody to put a saddle on you, right? That's funny. You're so cute.
and nobody to brush your mane, right?
Yeah, should kick him. There you go. But it's like, you know what? I don't know. I hope I say this right. You know, like those people who get the blow up dolls and they don't have a real relationship with human beings,
Yeah,
right? Um, it's so bad for them because they don't get to interact socially. They don't get the same like you would with a human touch and learning how to interact. So it's really a disservice to them. And why am I saying this? Hold on, I had a reason. um that oh yeah, because there's people who identify as a cat or a dog.
yeah,
I think it's like avoidance. They're not dealing with things they need to work on. Does that make sense? I hope I'm saying that right. Because it's not even human, you know? It almost reminds me of that where avoidance and oh my God, I can't imagine abandoning somebody for what? It's not like they're a murderer. There's not, you know, it's not like there's something wrong. It's like if they're a murderer and you're scared, like, okay, but it's crazy. And acting as an animal, I just don't get that. I wouldn't disown someone for that. I would just be trying to understand and get help if necessary, you know? Eat out of bowls on the floor.
okay, here we
I
go.
wonder if they were abused.
Watch me. I'll probably get struck for this shit.
You hear me? I wonder if they were abused.
I don't know, but like I said, watch me. I'll probably get struck for this shit.
Why? We're talking support, love, and acceptance and concern.
I know.
We're
Hold
not
on.
judging anybody. We've not said anything negative about anybody. If anything, we're trying to understand. We have empathy and
I said,
concern.
what? I'll probably get struck for this shit.
Oh, okay. Well, let's change the subject. Is that all right? Is that what you want?
To school and getting barked at, not by your teacher, but by fellow students. Well, kids from Mount Nebo Middle School in Payson, Utah, walked out on Wednesday because of furries. Yes, you heard that right. Furries, people who dress up in costumes of animals, are apparently distracting other students at the school. Not only do their classmates go to school clad in animal getup, but they act like it too, licking, biting, and scratching other students.
75 students and parents from the school took part in the hours-long protest that was triggered by a petition demanding a stricter dress code per several reports. A Change.org petition titled Students for Humans at School, Not Animals, aka Furries, went live on Sunday. And it's so far garnered nearly 2,200 signatories, far exceeding the initial goal of 500. In addition to calling for a stricter dress code, it also prohibits, quote, elements of a student's appearance that draw undue attention, distract, disrupt, or otherwise interfere with the learning atmosphere at school. Nebo School District Information Officer Seth Sorensen refuted claims that there have been incidents of biting and licking, telling the Daily Mail, quote, there are 11 and 12-year-old students, and while sometimes these children may come to school with a headband that has ears, and sometimes with giant bows, and sometimes dressed as their favorite athlete, there have been no students attending school wearing masks, animal costumes, or acting like animals. Now, Amber, I was in school when people did wear those big ears. It was kind of a part of like emo fashion at the time. It wasn't explicitly like furry stuff, but it's just.
Let's scoot on to where they show it. Are they going to show it? No.
We don't think that they just like to dress that way. We think they're doing it for attention. And
that's furries. That's the furries. And they're doing, like I said, could you imagine having a kid come up and licking your grandson or grandkid, granddaughter?
No, I think there's something wrong with them. Hey, look, I can't. No, you know what? I call bullshit. People need to stand up and say, no, you're a human being. What's next? We have to call the grass this. It's not really grass. It's that. Get the hell out of here. No, that's bullshit. Enough is enough. You know what? There's not even a comparison to gay people, transgender, bi, whatever. There's no comparison. This animal shit is just delusional BS. No, that's not okay.
First
what?
Kid would walk up there and lick on my grandkid or bite my grandson. Or
I tell my kid to kick him.
There'd be an issue.
You got that right.
And let alone putting their plate on the floor and eating off it. No.
That's so disrespectful to treat a person that way. Either the person needs mental help or they need to, just learn to follow the rules. Period. Don't act like a brat. Don't try to get your way by saying, oh, I'm this. I don't have to do that. It's like, cut the shit. Oh, the clowns. Yeah. Look what the clowns did. They went around and they started making trouble, right? Now, when these kids wear, like in that picture, if they're wearing the thing where you can't even see who they are, oh, what a great way for you-know-what to go around assaulting people. You know what I mean? That's crazy. I just think they need to grow the F up. And the world don't rotate around them because you know what? To cater to this bullshit is doing them, not just everybody else, but them, a big disservice. Yeah, right? Do they need attention that bad? I mean, that's not even human. You're feeding into delusion. And if it's not a delusion, then you're feeding into them being brats where they don't want to. No, I want to wear this. So didn't your mother ever tell you that you can always get your way, get it off, Crazy. We Ted's mom. My husband hurt his back trying to carry my fishbowl around the shop.
Definitely a child having too much control of the house. I can tell you that much.
Yeah, and that's the problem. I just call bullshit. Not okay. I'm never gonna say it's okay. Now, if the person has mental health issues, they should not be shamed. They should be helped. But people who just think, you think none of those people have mental health issues? There's another disservice for you. People who need help ain't going to get it because they want to be a fish and they have every right to be a fish. Well, you know what? I feel like being an ass and I'm going to kick you now. You know what I'm saying? How you like them apples? Because I'm an ass and I can't help it. Hell, that's what they do. It's just natural. Well, it's the truth.
It was good until you did the eating all part.
What? What? What'd you say?
When you did the eon part, you're an ass. Eon.
Well, they're acting like animals, right? So there's the sound effects.
Oh. I mean.
Oh my God. That's crazy. But come on. They're like, what are we going to call grass next? What are our houses going to be called? What are cars going to be called? Where does it stop? It doesn't.
No.
It's like giving into a 2-year-old. And then, you know what they always say? Once you ring that bell or set that tone, it is a lot harder to change it. Not impossible, but a heck of a lot harder.
What? I know. Could you imagine Them getting married. Could you imagine a dog and a cat getting married? What are they going to have?
They'll call it a mutation. They'll think it's something. I don't know. You know what? I don't know what happened. I mean, we grew up and we had to just deal with shit, and we're okay. And now these kids, like my mother-in-law tells you, these kids go to college and they get upset. They get to go to their dorm with a pillow for time. For time, they need time. They got upset. It's like, wow, good luck on your job, whatever that may be. You know, like who's going to cater to them like that? You think these corporations, these companies are going to kiss their butts like that? Wow. And then these parents out there, like, oh my God, where did you come from? You're the generation that had the hard knocks. Like, didn't your mother ever tell you she's going to slap you into next week? What'd you do? Lose your shit? You know?
I'm a bowl of spaghetti from now on. That must mean I'm going to be a can of Monster. Okay, I want to be a can of Monster drink. Okay.
Yeah. I want to be my cigarette. Oh no, I'm burning. I'm getting smaller. It's like, get the hell out of here. That's so insane. I mean, don't people realize the disservice they're doing to each other and the kids? You know, oh look, what's your mother? It's not my mother. That's my hamster. Like what? It's like, oh my God. Yeah, your mom and dad are furries. No. My mom, I called mommy. My dad, I called daddy. She was a male, he was a female. And you know what? They had a mom, dad, dad. I know what they are. They're human. You know? Crazy.
Like I said, I mean, they're letting.
Me too. I'm a crochet hook. I like that one.
They're letting them go way too far. You know, that's like what I was telling you guys a couple streams ago. Down here, they have got. It pisses me off so bad that they have to go through the school books before they even get brought into the schools each year.
For what?
To read through them and see just how much details or words are used in them.
Don't they want their kids to learn?
But they have to approve. They have to be approved.
Wow. You, what? These are the parents?
No, there's
Do the parents like this crap or?
Not all of them, no. They don't.
That's crazy.
You know, that reminds me back in the old book burning days.
That's crazy too.
Like I said, because they're only letting certain words, certain this, it's done by the school board. Like I said, and they are limiting their education.
You know what? Don't they also not teach them how to write in script? Right? Aren't there some places just teaching how to print? Nobody's ever heard that? Because I'm like, if these kids don't learn how to write in script, how the hell are they going to read it? And all this information in the books, you know, there's so many things in script too.
Yeah.
And I feel like, you know what this is? And look, I'm not trying to be a conspiracy theorist or nothing. It's just called good old-fashioned common sense. A lot of people don't have it. A lot of people do. And, you know, they're trying to dumb these kids down. Hey, let's talk about sex. No. Little 5 and 6-year-olds and 7 or 12-year-olds don't need to worry about that. You know what I'm saying? Teach them healthy relationships. If you want to get personal, teach them self-respect. Put home ec back into the schools. Put wood shop back into the schools.
Well,
you know, because even if they don't get a job with it, it'll help them when they get a house one day. You know, you see these commercials with that girl sitting in the bed? She's a grown ass girl, young woman, talking to her thumb with a face on it. When you gonna change that blinds? The thumb said. And she's looking at the blinds, and the thumb is telling her what number to call and how to find somebody to come and change your blinds.
There's
It's
nothing
like,
wrong. There's nothing wrong with teaching the students how to write cursive, but I can almost guarantee that most of them ain't.
I know, it's just dumbing them down. But that commercial where the girl has to hire somebody to change the blinds, just get a screwdriver, get something to stand on, turn the screw, voila. You changed your blinds, you dumbass. It just drives me crazy how they're making it so dumb. You don't need to pay anybody. Get a boyfriend, he'll do it. Like, what is this? He can show you how to do it.
Hmm.
Oh my God.
Yeah, the bad thing is now they are so hooked on the computers that
Yeah.
you tell them you log on to your laptop at home, and then you print shit out at home and you take it into school. They're lucky half of them can even do basic letters.
It's
Because
crazy.
they send it through the printer and take it to school.
And you know what? I don't believe that everything should be computers. I'm sorry, but I don't. I think that there should be more bookstores. You touch a book, you feel a book, you smell a book, you visually and tangible item in your hands. And you know what? If the computers crash, what would the kids do? Do they know how to write? Do they know how to go to a library and get a book? How to find it in a library? I mean, come on.
I got a better one yet. Could you imagine what's going to happen to these poor kids when their battery dies in their watch? Or they forgot to plug it in? They'll have no idea how to read a regular clock
Now that's crazy.
because it's not digital.
Yes, there are some good things, Jenny Barnes, like aware of neurodiversity and levels of student capability. That is a good thing. Because you know what? I always say you never get the front without the back, meaning you get the good and you get the bad. And it's up to people to try to focus on the good. And I look at it this way. If we didn't know what bad things were, we wouldn't know what joy is, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you have to be smart, and hopefully your kids will listen to you because they're not computers. You don't get out everything you put into them.
Well, that's like going to the driver's branch, okay? You literally have to sit there and fill out some of this paperwork.
Yeah.
You have to go to a doctor's office. You have to literally fill out some of this paperwork.
Well, a lot of the doctors are submitting it to your phone to register for appointments too, though.
Well, some, like I said, but some do.
But there's still paperwork sometimes
you
when you get there.
Yeah, you still need to be able to do this.
Oh,
That's it. Are we going back to the X's for a name?
excuse me. Ted's mom, you take care and get your rest. And I hope you get over that soon. And it's good to see you.
Better, but it was nice having you come visit.
Yeah, I'm glad she's starting to feel. She's still getting over it, but thankfully she said she's starting to feel better.
That's always good to hear.
Absolutely.
And it was nice she stopped in to let us know how she's doing. We always like to hear good news.
What does that mean, Jenny? One of my grandsons got his license. The teacher is not prepared to make him try so hard any longer. She said that she's never seen a child so hard over 2 years. He got his license for others. I'm a little confused with the wording. I mean, it sounds like a good thing, is my impression, but the wording is a little confusing. Look, when my son learned to drive, my husband and I, we put garbage cans out front. We taught him how to parallel park, make a K-turn, back up. We made him go to the alley behind our house where we have a parking pad in the yard. And, all these little things you could think of, like where he gets stuck or he has to turn around or maneuver, before he went for his test. We tried the best we can to get him ready. Look back at chat. Who am I looking back at?
What?
Oh, you have to learn cursive with a pencil, and then you get a pen license and can use a pen at school. Well, we didn't have a license, but they did make us use pencils for when you're younger, and then when you got older, we just simply were able to use pens.
I mean, I understand some things, some kids or adults or anybody with a learning
Challenge.
challenge
Yeah.
can have things fit to them. But
Right. Like I hate those watches that have no numbers on them. I'm like, is it 1:30? Is it 2:30? So I have to have at least a 12, a 3, a 6, and a 9 at minimum. But maybe that's because of my ADHD. You know what I mean?
it took me forever to teach my son how to read a clock because everything was digital. But I made him learn how to read a regular clock.
Yeah. Remember those clocks when they're toddlers and they have that big arms and the big numbers? And you start teaching them early. Like when my kids were little, like preschool, I taught them things like when they were toddlers. And boys, I'm so glad I did that. Like when I was teaching my daughter the alphabet, I laid out the flashcards in alphabetical order. And once I saw that she recognized the letters, then I would take them and mix the letters up. And then she had to think, like,
Well,
oh, because what happens is they learn the letters if you lay them out in order, but they got to learn to be able to know the letters in order without them being in order to be able to put them in order. That's important too. And it also helps create problem solving skills. You know what I'm saying? Do you know when my son went to preschool at 4 years old for only 2 hours, literally from when I picked him up? I mean, took him there and picked him up 3 days a week. That was simply to get him used to going to kindergarten. And when he went to kindergarten, that was the last year. It was half a day. I had to take him to the high school. And you would not believe all the things they tested him. Counting, numbers, colors, shapes, tying his shoes.
yeah.
There was some math. It was crazy. I'm like, what the hell? I thought my kid was going to school to learn. So thank goodness, I taught my kids these things. I can't imagine what it's like now.
Jenny, you're right. It's meaning she's saying that he was highly intelligent and put in so much effort, it would risk his strengths from developing. No one should have to work as hard as the neurodiverse kids were forced to. No, they shouldn't.
No, it's not fair because
It's not,
that's like saying somebody who's crippled, walk straight, don't limp. It's like, what? That's the way they're born. Or whatever. You know what I'm saying. That's not fair.
well, I'm not taking the easy road out by no means, but when my youngest was born, I was back to work a week after he was born.
Yeah,
I
I'm
was,
sure you know.
I was back on the construction site. So he was with babysitters until he got to B4, and then he went into Head Start, and then he went right into kindergarten and right into school.
Well, there
So,
you go. Head
I
Start
mean,
probably helped them out.
well, it did, but like I said, it took me forever to teach him how to do a regular clock, because
Uh-huh.
that wasn't something that, I don't know why Head Start or kindergarten didn't do it.
I
And
would
like I said,
say,
I'm not taking the easy way out. I should have helped.
but you did the best you can.
You know,
You know, moms got to get credit too. There's still people, they still have things in their life to deal with. And they love their kids and they do the best they can. Everything's not so cut and dry. You know what I mean?
yeah.
And you know what? All kids are different. Like I had ADHD, and uh, unlike people think, people with ADHD are actually pretty intelligent.
Well,
It's just that
somebody,
they face different challenges than the typical bear does.
somebody said earlier that didn't they used to give them colored glasses for when they had dyslexia? That I don't know about. But
Yeah, I don't know about that.
I do know, and I'll give you a prime example. Sammy Gravano. Back to Mafia again. Here I go. Don't you like my references?
Yeah, at least you have a context for them, and
Okay.
you're not just throwing out, Michael Corleone for no reason.
Sammy will admit to you he is dyslexic. Very bad.
That's good. He acknowledges it
And
and works with it, right?
when he went to school, it was never addressed in school at his time. Okay. So he was just always failing.
Oh
And
no.
it was just, he always felt like a failure.
You see,
So,
that hurts self-esteem.
mm-hmm. So he basically said that when he got to his a certain age, that's when he started hanging out with the street guys and the gangs and all that, because he didn't have to worry about being dyslexic. He didn't know he was dyslexic until he got way older. That, yeah, right, they were called problem kids. And like I said, he grew up in Brooklyn, right up in Brooklyn in New York. And like I said, he admits it. So he said, he basically said, if there would have been a different situation then, he may not have grown up to be in the mafia and be in that situation.
Right. They put him on the fringes.
They did. I mean, he chose to be there.
No, there's also a combination of the environment pushing him there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because the kid's gonna struggle. He wants to feel okay. That's normal.
Yeah.
He wants to fit in and belong. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm sure that's probably got a lot to do with how he says, well, if things had been different, things could have been different. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
When I didn't get diagnosed with ADHD, and I have severe ADHD, which sometimes I interrupt and I don't mean to, and I'll try to shut up right away. And I try to be mindful. It's a full-time job. And I've even apologized to Florida, who has been nothing but sweet and kind to me and never chastised me, embarrassed me, or nobody in here has either. So I really appreciate you all for the grace and the understanding, because
Sometimes you just got to mute her so she shuts up.
you know what? If it's appropriate at the time, I would actually thank you.
See?
Because the only thing that I would be hurt by is if it was done in a disrespectful way. But if it's done in a way that's not unkind, I get it, because I acknowledge my things, you know? And when I was growing up, a lot of times girls did not get diagnosed.
Oh,
You know?
well,
They thought it was like a boy thing, and that's not true.
you know, and Jenny, I
Right, Jenny? People,
I think the mayor of New York should be a hero, because there's still a lot of teachers that don't know that, you know, and they're not looking for it.
right? Einstein was thrown out of school. Isn't that crazy? You know what? That's fantastic,
mean-
Jenny.
I'll tell you, I don't know if I've told you guys or not, but when my kids started middle school, they wasn't the kids had changed schools from farther. We lived south farther, and we moved up to where we live now. So that school was behind this one. So the kids were a little behind.
Well,
And I
were they really behind, or is that just what they needed?
no, they wasn't the schools wasn't running at the same pace.
Oh,
Okay. So when I came up here and brought my, moved up here, and the kids started school here, about halfway through the school year, I got a conference call. They wanted to see me, had to see me. I went in, and it's me, my ex-husband, my child that was only in 7th grade. Okay, 7th grade. The counselor, the principal, and 2 teachers. And they're all sitting here telling me, okay, well, he's not keeping up the pace in this school and this and that, and giving me the whole line of bullshit that they give you. And the counselor for his grade popped up and goes, there's nothing wrong with it. She goes, your child will never amount to nothing,
piece of shit.
and we need to put him in SLD.
Is that like special ed?
Yes.
You know what? That's crap. That's just such crap. I call that lazy bastards. Excuse my language.
I'll tell you, I want to cross that conference table.
I bet.
My ex-husband had to grab my ass by the back of my pants.
Good for you. I understand.
Because
But trust me.
I'll tell you, I'd have had her.
Ugh.
I would have had that bitch in a heartbeat.
I mean, that's a piece of shit to
It's
say that
one
about a
thing.
child.
It is one thing to sit here and have a parent-teachers conference with the parent, but to sit here and tell my child to his face, or any child, they will not amount to nothing, I wanted to rip her head off and piss down her throat.
Ugh. You know, that's
I
disgusting.
was pissed.
I don't blame you.
And you want me to tell you something?
Sure.
Through all the bullshit she did, well, one, I was never allowed back at the school. We always had phone conferences after that.
Ah, chicken bitch.
Okay. My son graduated regular school and he made it in the who's who
Good for him.
2 years
Good
in
for
a row.
him.
2 years in a row.
Bravo.
That tells you how much that counselor and then teachers really want to do their job.
Yeah, they're lazy. They're lazy and they don't genuinely care about the development of a child. Children are not cookie cutter children.
Mm-mm.
They're not
All
all
it said-
identical.
all it was the other school he was at was not up to this one. They
Huh.
hadn't got to the point of where they were doing certain things.
So
And like I
their
said,
school was behind, is what you're saying.
the school they came from was, well, one was behind or one was ahead. You pick.
The point is, they didn't respect you or your child, especially your child,
Well, like I
talking
said,
like that.
sit in there and tell that to him.
That's
For
child
him to
abuse.
see this and hear it.
That's
Like I said,
emotional abuse.
I wanted to rip her head off.
I don't blame you. You know, Jenny, I have the ADHD, that's the hyper.
Tracy, you're right. It takes one bad teacher.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely. You know,
So my son went back in there after he graduated. And he got his diploma, he's got his cap, he's got his gown. He walked back in that school. You can tell he's got his mother's temper
good for
because he
him.
shoved it right in her face.
Good. That's very good.
With a regular, because she wanted to be such a snotty witch.
Uh-huh.
I was
You know,
pissed.
I could totally understand where you're coming from. I I won't get into stories because I'll just make my point that I have actually said to a principal, F you know, because it was such BS. The crap they tried to tell you is BS. And you have to be the advocate for your kid, just like you did.
Mm-hmm.
When my granddaughter was in second grade, her teacher was she sent home notes all the time, the stupidest shit. I mean, she didn't get back in line fast enough. Oh, she talked too much. Oh, she had to use the bathroom too much. And you're like, I got fed up and I wrote her back. And I was like, you know what? Quit sending me these bullshit notes home. I said, I don't want to hear about your petty problems, and I just told her off. And then one time, and get this, of all things, the bully specialist at the school, okay? She's supposed to make sure there is no bullying. Well, my granddaughter was little, she used to make hand movements, okay? Like pics. And then, and my granddaughter was upset when I picked her up. Second grade, 7 years old, just turned 7, right? She's crying. She's still sitting in the car seat. She's a little thing, right? And this bully specialist comes over and says to me, "Oh, what's wrong?" And I said she's upset because somebody in gym kicked her in the hiney when she was sitting down, and when she got cried, the gym teacher yelled at her, and he didn't even care about what happened. And then the teacher saying, "Oh, and she does, and she spread her legs and her arms instead of twirling her hands." And I was so pissed. And I said, you do know she's sitting right here and she's watching you, right?
Yep.
I said, you need to stop. And she stopped. And then she's like, well, maybe she's confused about being kicked. And I said to her, oh, so if I get out of my truck and I walk around, I kick you in your ass, are you going to be confused? And she looked at me and I was like, oh, I'm not saying I'm going to do that to you. I said, I'm just trying to make a point. But I was livid. I went to the principal's office. I drove, I went right to the principal's office with Olivia and I was shaking. Listen, I have a slow fuse and you have not seen me pissed off. Trust me. My fuse is very slow, but when it's lit, run. Believe me. And
Mhm.
I went into that principal's office and I was so pissed, I was shaking. And I was told her what happened. The principal was upset by what she was hearing. You know, that freaking bully specialist had the audacity to try to come in there and talk shit, right? And I put my hand up a few inches from her face and I screamed at her. I said, you shut your mouth. I said, you shut your mouth. I said, you have no right to say anything the way you treated her. And the principal asked her to leave. And I was like, oh,
Well,
thank God.
that's why I
You
thank
have to
God
be your
we have,
child's advocate.
that's why I thank God we have teachers like Wendy over there on Randy and Wendy's,
Mm.
because Wendy works with sign language.
Oh,
She does with sign language.
nice.
And she is very important in what she does. And she's an asset to the schools. But
I hear you,
the
Jenny.
teacher, I feel sorry for some of the teachers nowadays.
Yeah, when she Shitanda, I gotta say, I won't put a blanket statement about I feel sorry for teachers nowadays. I will
So,
say I feel sorry for the good teachers nowadays because
yes.
there's a lot of good teachers, and just like any other job, any other walk of life, you have your a-holes, and those a-holes unfortunately get into the school system too.
Yeah.
And it doesn't undo the good teachers, it just makes it harder for them. I feel bad for
Well,
the good teachers.
and I'm not going to sit here and point fingers, okay? I'm not. But we all in here have sat here and listened and to some people on the interwebs, as some call it, about teachers going into school, and I don't care if it's a joke or not. There ain't no teacher in the world should be smoking pot on property.
No,
But all right, we've all heard it.
they're held to a higher standard. They are
I don't care what
they
I,
gotta set a better example of impressionable children.
I don't care what you do at home,
Right, right,
but make sure your ass is cleaned up by the time you're back at school in the morning.
exactly,
That's like, I
exactly,
don't care if you go home and have a scotch. Just don't be drunk when you come to school.
right. And don't reek of pot either.
Like I
Because
said, a lot, some of us has heard it. Whether it's a joke or not, I don't care. It's a very bad joke.
it is. I get it that teachers are human, but there's a time and a place for things. And they have a responsibility to uphold a good example with impressionable young children.
Like I said, I don't know how many of you've all heard it, but I know I have. And
That's right. Humans have responsibility. If you can't do your job right, go get another job.
that's like I always taught my kids. Every action, no matter how minor it might be, there is a consequence for that action.
Yeah. I mean, what the hell? The kids can't even do boo and they get in trouble. Why not the teachers?
I mean, it might be a good consequence, but every action you do in life, there is a consequence for it.
That right, and you put it perfectly, Florida. That is life. You got it. Yeah, teaching dyslexics should be part of the standard. It's the same thing with ADHD or any other diversity, like, that is beyond. I mean, I have ADHD. I can, I didn't cause it. You know what I mean? Just like I'm tall, I got blonde hair. It's what it is. And to shame kids for it, I think probably one of the worst things, like, is like, I remember a few things. I won't get into them all. But I told you about being locked in the closet on my first day kindergarten, remember? Because I cried. And back in the day, I was home with my mom all the time. Moms were staying homes mostly,
Yeah.
And she shut the light to boot. And then when I got a little older, ADHD, there's some clumsiness, and it's not because of when you have ADHD, like I have the hyper one, and I also have anxiety, and you move so fast, you don't realize how quick you're doing something. Okay. And in spite of what a lot of people think, it's not a lack of attention, it's too much input. Okay, it's more complicated than the general people seem to understand. It's a lack of focus because of all the input.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes, you do something faster, you don't realize it, or you get distracted because you got so much going on. And I would knock my books off. Now, I was in third or fourth grade, right? And the teacher that I had for that grade, I did not see till, oh my God, maybe my last year of high school. She was a substitute for the regular teacher. And those little desks you sit at where it's this little chair with a little thing in front to put your books on and you can write on it.
Yeah.
And it's that one piece chair thing. and I accidentally knocked my books over. That bitch could not scurry over quick enough. And this is the substitute who was my fourth grade teacher that I hadn't seen since then. Guess what the first thing out of her mouth was?
What?
She looked at me with such a mean look on her face, like condescending, and she said to me, "You haven't changed, have you?" Right in front of everybody. And I'm like, I just pick my books up and act like I'm okay, And then later that same day, the high school had, it was like 3 or 4 city blocks long with multiple levels. And she was in the basement and I was down the end of the hall and I saw her by herself and I screamed, "You effing B," but I said the whole thing. Man, was she pissed when she turned around. But I was quick, and I turned, to the other side of the hall and she couldn't see me. And I was like, that little moment, it was a beautiful moment. You know what I'm saying? Because I felt like I was not this
Is that right?
powerless little thing,
She said that due to being busy and bored, engaged correctly, we have hyper focus, Irene. And
Oh my God.
she goes,
Yes.
us olders have PTSD from childhood. God, don't give her another excuse to have PTSD.
Who, me?
Merb.
Oh,
Since she watches everything on this channel,
I
give her
don't
another
have
reason to think
88.
she has it.
You know what? I could be wrong, so I'm not going to act like a know-it-all, but I strongly believe Merb does not have it. She remembers way too much off the cuff. You know what I'm saying? Too many details she could
Hi,
remember.
Karen. Good morning.
Hi, Karen.
But like I said, we don't need to give her another reason for her to find another.
But there's truth to what Jenny says for kids who actually are neurodiverse kids, because I do have PTSD. Yes, Jenny. And accident prone. And the hyper focus is true. I used to do data entry,
You know
right?
those diseases
For
that
hours and hours and hours. And I could sit there and just grab a cup of coffee and sit and do it for 8 hours because there's hyper focus. But here's the kicker. If there's something I have to do, I'm freaking out and leaving it to last minute. If it's something I want to do, I can't do it fast enough. Right, Jenny?
you're right. She pulled the ADHD card, and then but I agree with Jenny. She has the cluster B person. Yeah,
Oh, yeah, I agree with that. But you know, I think that Mary using this in a bad way for excuses, and because she's such a liar with no credibility, that's another reason I'm like, I don't trust it, because I can't explain everything properly. It's in my head, but I see things that she does, and I know everybody is different, and their struggles or challenges are different, but there are a lot of common threads, and Carol is missing a lot of the common threads. Does that make sense? So again, it's like that, poor me, grieving mommy, poor me, ADHD, I got it. I'm never late. I'm on places at time. I have to do certain things to make sure I'm on time, like have my husband get me up, have my husband, help me along, and hey, it's this time, it's that time, you know what I mean? But I do it.
good morning,
So,
big one. You up ready for work?
oh, thing one, hi.
She just came in.
Yeah, I see. Well, you gotta rub the sleepers out of your eyes.
You remember when she got her little boo-hoos hurt? And I just don't. I think it was the one after Sally Ann. Bullshit. Sally Ann's bullshit. I just don't think I can do lives anymore. I'm gonna have to record them and put my videos up.
That's Merb.
Yeah, I just don't think I can
Histrionic.
do it anymore. She's pulled that bit like 4 times.
Yeah, I've heard that. Isn't that histrionic or something like that? That behavior?
I mean, like I said, that one just about because she can't stand the criticism.
Right,
she
that's a
tells
pity party. So she
but she
throws
tells
those histrionics for it.
Yeah, but she tells everybody that you need to be thin-skinned to run a channel on here. You need to be thin-skinned or
Well, first of
thick-skinned.
all, I think it's thick-skinned.
Thick-skinned.
Thick-skinned, not thin-skinned.
I meant to say thick-skinned.
But you know why I think you said thin-skinned? Because Merb is thin-skinned.
Probably.
Because you know how you think something and you say it and you think you're saying something else?
Yeah,
Because that's a thought in your head? Mm-hmm.
that's probably what I did.
I think so. Because she's definitely thin-skinned. You know what I was reading about ADHD? And even though it's about ADHD, this is not limited to ADHD. People that have challenges, like, or are neurodiverse, what that word is, they need to work with who they are, not against who they are. And I think that can be applied to whether it's dyslexia or anybody else. You know what I'm saying? Work with who you are, not against who you are, and don't be ashamed of it. You know what I mean? And don't let other people shame you.
Well, you can tell the control freak over there because they only have one bank card.
That's crazy. You know what? I have my own bank account. My husband has his own bank account. And let me tell you, he knows how to access my bank account and vice versa. There's no secrets because there's nothing to hide. You know what I mean?
Well,
And if I say, "Oh, honey, I need some money. I want to do such and such," and if he has it extra, he'll give it to me, and we help each other because that's what you do. It's
well,
called trust.
that's well. My son can access mine. I can access my son's, and the husband just goes, "Here's the card." He goes, "You
Yeah,
got to take care of it."
yeah, that's it. I have my kids connected to my bank account. So if I want to help them or just give them something, boom, they got it instantly.
Well, it's not that. I always told the kids if something ever happened, somebody needed to be on their bank account.
Oh yeah, you got to take all that with in a will too.
Well, I mean, like if they, let's say they were out of town and they needed money or
Oh yeah,
like thing.
my husband gave my son a credit card with his name on it for my husband's account. I know what you mean. That's what you're saying, right?
Yeah, so like I said, I have access to his and my son has access to mine,
Mm-hmm.
but we just made sure that somebody is on it to cover it in case
Right.
in case something would happen.
Well, I always I don't have any I don't carry any balances. I pay it off the same month. As soon as it hits my account, I pay it. So if I want to use my Target card to save 5%, I spend only what I can afford to pay. And then I pay it off. So I don't carry a balance on any of my cards. And not only that, I locked all the credit bureaus. So nobody can open an account in my name. I can't even open an account in my name because I don't need more credit cards because I can't afford them. So you got to be practical too.
Yeah, like I said, you all right. It's on there in case something would happen, you know, for will purposes that somebody, like I said, you never know. It's not that I don't trust how my kids drive. I don't trust how other drivers drive.
That's why I tell Kenny to stay back. That's why my son stays back, etc. You know exactly what I mean.
Beth, you better snuggle in and get warm so you don't get sick, especially if
What's
it's
the matter? Oh, you're cold?
cold.
Oh yeah, get yourself warm. I can't believe it's only 60 degrees out and I got shorts on and a shirt and I'm wearing my bathrobe and I'm still chilly. Crazy. Bob is asking Panda doesn't Jimmy always leave his card at the gas station? Now, how could Murr be controlling and he not have a credit card? I thought he didn't have one. I mean,
Doesn't. They only have one.
oh my God. That's stupid. Because it's like, what if one went short? How you to help each other? That sounds like real trust issues to me and control issues. You know what I think was probably the worst thing I heard as a child? And I wasn't even a teenager or a tweenie when I heard this. And I heard it like a mantra. You have such a rotten personality. It's so difficult. When you grow up, nobody's ever going to like you. Isn't that lovely? That's why I say I wish that back when I was young, they would recognize that girls also had ADHD. Florida? Are you there?
I'm here. I'm just
Oh.
having
That's okay. You don't have to explain.
an off chat conversation.
No, yeah, you don't have to explain.
All right. Thank you.
I just mean I wasn't trying to be rude, you know. You know, when I was a kid, my mom would say, you know, oh, you guys better calm down or I'll slap you into Jersey City, you know? And I would just laugh because she never did it. You know what I'm saying? She never did that. It was just frustration. You know what I have? I have a weighted blanket, and it really helps when I sleep because anxiety, you don't get sleep good. And ADHD, you also don't get good sleep. You're just hyper, or at least I am. And the weighted blanket really helps me. And it's only, I think, 12 pounds or 15, something like that. And it's nice and warm, too. an, an allowance. Prison pay. I love that one. Hey, heads up, 7 Up. Missed you. Laura's here. She's just busy at the moment. She'll be right back with us. Oh, Jenny, they're good for adults too. They really are. And they're nice and warm. That, like right now with the summer, and like I said, we don't have the air on at a crazy temperature, just comfortable. And it gets too hot. Just sleep in your underwear and sleep topless, and it's perfect. And you won't be too hot.
Hi, heads up. I'm back.
Me too. I like to be cozy. I love my weighted blanket.
My son has one of those. He told me I need to get me. I'm afraid they're too heavy for my feet.
No, you know what? I have one. I think it was like 12 pounds, or 12 or 15, something like that. And they come in different weights. And let me tell you, Florida, when I'm tired, I can be so exhausted from not sleeping well because of the ADHD and the panic and anxiety, whatever. And I would lay in bed and lay in bed and lay in bed, and then I'd have to get up. But since I started using my weighted blanket again, I'm able to go to sleep when I'm tired, and I stay asleep until I get up. So it really makes a difference. You should try it. You don't have to get a real heavy one, and you can stick your feet out the end if you want. And
Then
sleep
then it actually might
topless.
help- Then it actually might help with my anxiety.
Yes, it does. I'm telling you. Because, like, if you have 2 issues going on, whether, like, for me, I'd say the anxiety, the panic disorder, the ADHD, or if you have 2 other issues going on, they flip on like a double light switch. It's never just one or the other. And those weighted blankets, they're a godsend. And like I said, you can get them in different ways and see which ones you like. But they really help you. Like I said, I used to just lay there, and not get any sleep. And since I started using my weighted blanket again, I get sleep. And if you're too hot, just sleep topless with your underwear, and it compensates for the being too hot, and you're okay. You're not too hot.
I sleep under 3 blankets.
Well, with the weighted blanket, they're warmer.
No, I sleep under 3 blankets just for the weight.
Oh, I get it. Yeah, you really should give it a try. You know, I found this blanket, believe it or not, at ShopRite a few years ago for $15. And sometimes, I don't know if you have a Big Lot by you,
Yeah, we
or
do.
check them. Sometimes they have the weighted blankets for like 20, and that's a lot cheaper than what you see online. Yeah, JC Ray. I don't have to get up peaceful much unless I drink too much water at night. Yes, Karen, I love my weighted blanket. Barb, yes. The weighted, you know what? If you Google about weighted blankets and what the weight and pounds should be based on your body weight, that's a thing. So you should look it up by Googling it because it does determine how much you weigh, what is recommended for the weight. And regardless, like if you weigh in a higher number, you don't need to go crazy and like, oh my God, I'm gonna have a 50-pound blanket. No. It's not that extreme. It's just, and children, you gotta be super careful. It depends on their ages and their weight and their ability to get out from under it. So they have guidelines for that. And you can Google it.
Heads up, I'm glad you found the channel and are catching up on the replays.
Me too. And you know what? I think with the weighted blanket, the best way I could put it is you feel grounded. Like safe, grounded. That's the best way I could explain it. Yeah, and do look into your weight and what their recommendations are. And like I say, try, because I have an expensive weighted blanket that's a full size, and they're expensive. But my husband bought it for me. But we found one at ShopRite, and especially, it's a little easier to manage. I've been using that one, and I bought him one in Big Lot, and like I said, $20. So that's a inexpensive way to figure out what works for you, And you too, Florida.
I'll have to check it out, like I said, because my son has one, and he loves that blanket.
I'm telling you, there's something about it when you put it on and it's the right weight. You just feel grounded. I don't know what other word to use. You don't feel exposed, like you're going to float away or unsettled, or you just feel like, oh, here I am and I'm okay, Contained? No. If you mean like in any way you feel trapped, that's the wrong weight for you. It should make you feel secure and grounded, not like you're pinned down.
See, even in the bed I sleep in, I have, since I was in the car accidents, we got well, that was, like I said, like 3 years ago.
Still sad.
I got, we got adjustable beds then. And even with that one, I have to have a king blanket rolled up behind me.
Okay, like behind your back, right?
Just to know that nothing can get back there.
Hey, whatever works, that's all that matters.
Yeah, what I'm saying is maybe it's like I got to guard my, with my anxiety, it's like I got to guard my back. So maybe a weighted blanket, I wouldn't have to have it rolled up and tucked in there like that.
Yeah, I strongly recommend trying it because it does help with anxiety.
It's more my anxiety that
those blankets are good for that too.
I'm very leery. Well, you got to remember, I worked in the jail too. So I don't like things. I don't trust things behind me that much. So when I sleep, I don't feel safe.
I think if she tries the weighted blanket, I think safe is another good word to describe it. Safe, grounded, secure, tethered, but not trapped. If you feel trapped or pinned down, it's simply not the right weight. I'd say start with, look at the guidelines and start with something like from Big Lot that's more reasonably priced, and um, do it like that so you can find what works for you. Because I know when I lay in the bed and I put the weighted blanket, I don't have anything behind me, but I have my husband. But I put the blanket on my back, my shoulders, all the way up to my, not my chin, but like my neck. And it has to be around me, like secure. And I'm telling you, it's crazy how much it helps.
Like I said, I think a lot of, well, between my anxiety and I think between, like I said, always having to watch my back at the jail.
Yeah,
And
I think if you put it on your back,
Yep.
you're going to feel the presence of the blanket. And you're going to, I think it'll make you feel secure because you feel something on your back, just like the way you feel the pillow.
Yep.
And oh yes, lavender oil. You know what I do with the lavender oil? And I buy the organic lavender oil. It's not expensive. I crochet a little thing and I put the lavender oil on it and I hang it near me so that when I'm laying down, I get the aroma. You can even put a little on something near you, some other object.
Believe it or not, my big handsome man used to lay right next to me.
Aww.
And he would lay right next to me and I would have my hand over him.
And that probably made you feel secure,
And
right?
I would rub his paw until I fell asleep.
Oh, that's sweet. And you know
Yep.
what? It wouldn't surprise me if he sensed your anxiety and comforted you.
He does. He does.
Because they're
But
so sweet like that and
see,
smart.
now I have it like more under control than I ever have because I can actually leave my house.
Oh, honey, you're singing to the choir. I'm a hermit.
Well, so now the husband snores really loud, which he probably should have a CPAP, but he won't get one. So my handsome man watches over him.
Oh.
So when he does one of his bits with the way he snores and that,
Uh-huh.
he goes in and wakes his dad up.
Oh. Does he need like a sleep apnea machine?
He does, but he will never get one.
They had different types of
Doesn't
masks.
matter. He will never do it.
Well, thank God for the smart dog you have.
Yep. So
see, animals are so underrated. They are your babies and they do everything for you. Like, I don't cry that often. I can cry over everything. Like, if somebody's hurt, somebody's sick, I see a sad commercial with animals or a cartoon or a movie, I can get so emotional. It's insane. But to cry for myself, I can't. It's harder.
Heads up, I have tried for 10 years. I have tried to get him to do it. He will not.
And heads up, it is like a hug. It's like a nice, secure hug.
He will not do one of them. So that's why I've tried it. Jenny, I've tried it.
What about those nose strips?
I've tried the mouth guards. And I'll tell you a funny one on that one, Irene. Are you all really? He's got that basic Italian fat nose. They're not made big enough.
You know what? They have a nose strip that is more firm, like more effective, and it doesn't have to cover his whole nose. You know where your nose is the skinniest between your eyes?
Mm-hmm.
And you go down a little bit right above where the nostrils are. And you just want to get that area opened a little.
No, ain't gonna work.
Okay.
Like I said, you can tell he is pure-blooded Italian. 'Cause he got that. He ain't got that pointy nose like Raymond does. He got that big white honker.
Oh, okay. See, I have a long, narrow nose.
No, he's got that white honker.
Oh, well, thank God you have the dog.
So
You know, Barb,
yeah,
also, it's funny you mention that. My friend across the street, you know how like you go to a heart doctor just for routine checkups as you get older? And she's not that old. She's younger than me. And uh the EKG was like, uh-oh. And then they had to put her on a medicine. And then they sent her for a sleep test. And do you know what? It turned out to be the sleep apnea causing her heart to not do like I don't know how to explain it, but it affected her heart because of her tongue, the way her tongue would lay in her mouth at night. And when she had the CPAP mask and they monitored her, she she has no heart problem. She didn't need the heart medicine. So thank God that this doctor's very thorough and took those steps because she didn't need it.
that's pro. Heads.
And the sleep apnea really helped her.
That's probably what would happen to him. To be honest, because I've watched him sleep. You know what? And I have never seen anybody suck their tongue back in their mouth so far.
Well, that's what it was. It was the tongue that was causing that with the heart. I don't care if you tell him this story. Maybe you should and just see.
Trust me, I've done it.
I believe you. I believe you.
I mean, I wished he would, because I know he is not sleeping.
Oh, wow.
I know he's not.
That's sad. I wish, you know what? Why are men so stubborn? But yet when they're sick, oh, I need a tissue and it's right there. Like, what?
Won't do it.
Oh, gosh. Heads up, that's scary. But thank God he has the CPAP machine. Kenny has one. He doesn't always like to use it. But you know what I do? On the night, like some nights it's not so bad. But there's some nights where it sounds like he's choking. Like, and I'm like, oh my God. So instead of telling him, I'm like, honey, I said, and I'll take my butt and gently bump him. And he'll be like, what? And I'll be like, honey, you're snoring too loud. You're snoring too loud. And he'll put the CPAP mask on. So, I do it that way too to get him to wear it.
Barb, he's exhausted all the time.
That's not good.
All the time he's that way.
Hey, Nana.
Hi, Nana Patty. Good morning to you.
Good morning, sunshine. We are all over the place in wonderful ways. We just go with the flow.
But yeah,
That's scary though. Do you think if a doctor talked to him, he might listen?
Nope.
Oh, that's scary.
That's what I said. Been there, done that, got the t-shirt.
See, I believe everything you're saying. I just don't know everything. And sometimes when you talk to people, you may or may not get new ideas. So I'm not assuming you didn't. You know what I mean?
Oh, I know. Believe it or not, he's already had heart surgery once.
Oh, God.
Okay.
That is scary.
Yeah, like I said, he's exhausted all the time. So
poor baby, that's rough because when you're exhausted, everything is worse.
Yeah.
Like if you get a little stress or you're hungry. Because I mean, that happens with me with the ADHD and anxiety. You ever notice, Florida, like, the more, if you're tired or too tired, like if I get too tired, I actually feel like I'm going to throw up. Or not like you're going to actually do it, but you get that feeling before that feeling, you know?
Yep.
Or if you get stressed out, it's a lot harder to handle when you're tired. It makes everything worse. You know what I mean? And I'm sure that even if you don't have ADHD or anxiety, it's still harder on a person from the lack of sleep.
Mm-hmm. So I said that's why if it that's why I use the blanket now behind my back, because my big man will he goes and watches over him. And
Yeah.
I'd rather have him watch over him.
Oh yeah, I would too, especially with that. But you need to feel safe too and secure. Go to Big Lot. Go to Big Lot. Look for those blankets. I think I know I said 20. I don't know if it was on sale, but I know it wasn't more than 25. I know that. Unless things have changed, and it wasn't that long ago. So that it's still cheaper. There's like the weighted blanket in the full size that weighs more. That's better for the winter, you know?
Right.
Because this weighted blanket is still warm in the summer. That's what I was saying about sleeping topless in your underwear. I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just simply telling you it makes a difference because the blanket's warm. So if you get too warm, that's not comfortable either. And that's an easy fix by doing that.
Oh,
But
Nana, we're all over the place tonight.
yeah,
We're
yes, because
or
that big blanket he got for me from this place online that makes them, that was over $200. And that's a lot. But because I have such problems, that's why he got it. But I this other blanket that's smaller. What happened is when my dad was sick, and I would go to my sister's a lot, and um, I'd stay over, help her, help my dad, and then when I went to sleep, Kenny got me this weighted blanket because I was really more anxious, you know. And that's how I found that. And in that time, I got really lucky because it was in ShopRite. It was like $12 on sale. But then when Kenny wanted one, that's where I found out they had them in the Big Lot.
I'll have to go up there and look. It's not like it's very far.
Yeah, or maybe you could even see online. And you know, like sometimes you can look up the store by you and look at the inventory and see if they have it also.
Hmm.
You know, depending on how far of a drive it is. Yeah.
Oh, it's not that far.
Well, yeah, then just go. Your color choices may be limited, but with the money you save, who cares?
I don't care. As
Me
long as it
neither.
ain't pink, I don't care.
Oh no, the one I have is gray. The one he has is blue. I think they had a green one. It's just like normal colors, you know?
And as of all the colors I picked tonight for our picture to be up here, our thumbnail was
I love
ladies in pink curlers and red wine.
You know what? I love those pictures you put. I think they're adorable and they're cute. And they really, you know, get the message across in such a fun way. I love them. And the music you play. And let's not forget, woohoo, the Cowboys.
Yeah. I remembered from Dandy's last night that it was Earthbound's birthday.
Oh, well, that you're so sweet. Remember people's birthdays like that.
Well, if she wouldn't have said something last night, I probably wouldn't have.
Oh, well, but how would you know? So you knew you did it and it was still sweet.
I mean, shit, I try to forget my own.
Not me. I like my birthday.
I don't,
I do.
because I get asked 6 months before my birthday, what do you want? What do
Ah,
you want?
that's not a problem for me. You know, I saw this cute little thing and I clipped it and I saved it under my pictures on my phone. And it said, everyone comes with baggage. Mine is just full of yarn. I thought that was so cute because I love to crochet.
I mean, I did see Davita. She made a candle holder. Told her she might get me back into doing a craft with that one.
Cool. I
for
like
home.
that food you made. That was pretty good. I
Oh,
was impressed.
I'm gonna get back into it.
But I was impressed by what you did. If you ever want to do a show of how to do it, and if you could tell us supplies and maybe do something on a smaller scale. Well, you don't have to do it on a small scale. You just need to tell us what we need, how much we need, and we
Right.
can make it on a smaller scale. That would be awesome.
I mean, I just
Oh, I'm sorry,
it's not as
Nana.
easy, it's not as easy as when I would sit and paint and listen to crotchety over there. So
The non-creative crotchety bitta, I call her.
stink, stank, stunk.
The what?
Stink, stank, stunk.
Oh, God. Yes. The worst. The worst.
Yeah, by that matter of fact, I got to do that sometime before. I don't know when.
Who
I got to have a
did you say nightmare?
no.
Oh. No, I mean nightmare like the person. I don't see her. That's why I was
Oh,
asking.
Nightmare? I
Yeah, I
don't
don't
see,
see.
no, I don't see her.
Oh, okay. Thank you. But you did a
Yeah,
beautiful job.
she's such a wonderful crafter.
Crafter. Yeah. You know what? I gotta say, she's an amazing crafter of bullshit stories. That's about it.
You know what? I ain't got my right one up, or I'd show you.
Oh, you
There's a
know what?
lady that does the shells that she does. Okay, but she
Oh,
also does resin,
that's what I want to do. I have some resin
and,
supplies.
and she does the shells, but she puts it in like there's little pools of water in them. You know, they look like there's little pools of water with little starfish and
Oh, but it's actually resin.
the the water is resin in it. Yeah,
That's cute.
yeah.
You know, I bought some resin supplies. I got a little bit as gifts, and I don't have a lot, but I have enough to try to do something. And Hobby Lobby always has half price so often. Okay, it's not always, but it's a lot of times. And I pick up little by little things, like a mold or the little jars with the sparklies or the little things you put into the resin.
Mm-hmm.
And they have them. Keep it on Hobby Lobby because it happens frequently. Half price. And there's a lot of brands and it's half price.
Well, Davida used to always tell us when what Hobby Lobby had on sale.
Ah,
That was
well,
nice.
I don't go all the time, but you know what helps me is by buying a little at a time, it's a lot easier than spending all this money all at once. And you can also pick up stuff on sale, clearance, half off when they run the sale. So it really helps.
Here, I'll show you. When I say she does crap work, I'll see if I can get it up here to show you. Let me see.
It's
Might
all
need to,
right.
hold on. Let me get this light up. Okay. Do you see the Christmas? Do you see the tree?
Yeah, go to your right slightly. Your right.
I got to get
Your
it back.
right. Oh yeah. No. Tilt the top forward a little. The top. Oh, you had it before.
I know. I just gotta. I'm watching to
Play
see if
with
I
it.
can get it lined back up, but I
Uh-huh.
turned my light. So
There you go.
see it?
Yes.
That's
Wow.
that's a tree made out of shells.
Wow. It's hard to see all the detail, but I feel you can see enough to see that it's lovely. And it looks like a Christmas tree.
Yeah.
Not none of those baskets with the saran wrap, like they were shrink wrapped or something that she was selling. Was it $10 or more than $10?
More. Let me see if I can. Let's try it this way, so I can hide the stupid light. Nope, I can't do it.
Tilt it forward, maybe.
You know what? Let me try this. Oops! I stood up in front of the camera. Oops!
And
You
you're
guys can see
gorgeous,
my ass.
baby. You're gorgeous. Shake your bonbon, shake your
See
bonbon.
my ass. Nope, still ain't gonna do it. What the heck?
You
Shit.
gotta, I don't know if you gotta tilt it forward, backward, to the side. I mean, you gotta play with it. It's hard, right?
Yeah, it is.
You know what? You should take that picture and,
There.
oh, there you
Now do you see it?
go.
Now do you see it?
Wow, yes. How did she move it to put it away?
It just picks up in one piece.
That's amazing.
Like I said, that is
Beautiful.
an actual shell tree that somebody would buy.
Yes. Well, what you sell makes me hungry. When you showed those ice cream things, and then with Davita and her fake bag, I'm like, oh my God. I don't know, like, you guys could, like, get it. You and Davita could get, like, and anybody else that does it could get, like, a job maybe making that stuff at the bakery,
Oh,
you
Davita
know?
did a great job. Here, let's see if I can do it and show you. See if I can. You know what it is? My camera's too bright until it goes down.
All
I
right, so
turn
we
this.
just wait a moment.
Yep. And then once my camera dims,
You could
it'll
also
go.
maybe turn down the brightness.
I could, but then I can't see the stupid thing.
Okay.
See it?
Oh, yeah. Wow, that's a different one.
Yeah. Like I said, these are the actual. Where I'm saying that she does the dim down.
Oh, well.
Like I said, and look at these. This
Okay,
lady
we're
wants $14 a piece for these, compared to the price. Come on, it's dimming.
Yep.
See it?
Oh,
Compared to
yeah.
hers.
Wow. I love
Yeah.
those little, what's that, a turtle?
Some have turtles, some have whales.
That's so cute.
Like I said, that's a lady that does them down here. But you see, like I said, the blue in it is resin. And like I said, she sells them. They're called Florida shell ornaments. $14. And what does she charge for hers?
I don't know, but it's per shell. Remember?
Yeah, but I'm saying, so is this lady's. But who needs a moderator, Nana? Do I?
What she need a moderator for?
No, do I need one?
Who's saying that?
Nana.
Where? What?
Wait a minute. Was Roxy in here?
Teresa said Roxy's nasty. I don't see a Roxy. I see them talking about a Roxy, but I don't see a Roxy. Oh, there. Oh, God, I tried. I just can't do Irene. See you next live. Toodaloo, Roxy. Don't let the door hit your ass.
Go on.
Who is that person anyway?
You know what? I don't know.
If
I was showing the things around it. I didn't even say, but it's.
But I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know that person. Does
Nope.
anybody know that person? Or is it a troll? That's what I'm trying to ask.
I don't know.
Whatever, toodaloos.
See, that's the good thing. I mean, some people are rude, but see, we are adults enough
Right?
to not sit here for 20 minutes.
Yeah, she's history, so who cares?
Nana, I will mod you up before I do the next one, okay? I will, yes, I will do that.
Well,
But
thank you for bringing it to our attention, but honestly, oh, because nobody in here behaves like that to each
no,
other.
mm-mm.
She's nasty from
I mean,
BBTs. I don't even go to BBTs. I have nothing to do with BBTs, so
is that where she's from?
Teresa Green says she's nasty from BBTs. I don't even go to BBTs.
I've listened to BBT.
Oh, Karen Duffy, trust me, I don't care what they say. You got to look at the source. It's like
But
Merb
I will
saying
but
something.
I will say this. I've never made a nasty comment in BBTs.
I've never even been to BBTs.
Okay. I don't make a comment in BBTs.
Right.
So, with that
Heads
in
up,
mind,
they got rid of her.
yeah, I did. I got rid of it. But with that in mind, I deserve the same respect that she gets that you give her over there.
Oh my God, Karen,
Because
you don't
I don't
have.
need to make a comment in hers if I listen to it. Because I don't want that hassle.
Right. Well, that's why if I ever hate watch Merb, I don't go in the comment section. I did the one time and that was it. But I spoke only truth, not attacks, remember? Oh, Karen Duffy, you know what? I
Like I
feel a
said,
little embarrassed, but that means a lot to me because it's like sometimes I hear myself talk and I'm like, oh my God, I sound so goofy.
I
So
mean,
thank you. That's so sweet.
I'm not going to lie to anybody. I listen to YouTube 90%,
Oh,
90% of the day. So at
thank
any
you,
given
heads up.
time, you can find me on you. I may not be in chats chatting,
Uh-huh.
either watching a video or I'm listening to a live or
Thank you,
something.
Nana.
But there's just no reason for it because the last thing I knew, that group over there was doing the same thing we're doing over here, and that's pointing out bad behavior by some other creator. So,
Oh, thanks up. Heads up says she thinks we both do a great show together and loves us. That's so sweet. We love you too.
you know, so I
Yes, it is
yeah,
that. Whoever
personal
that was, it's her problem. Because Florida could tell you the last thing I would do is, oh, I need attention. I'm going to constantly be here. No, I'm here because people want me here. Florida wants me here. Um, if there was drama, Florida knows I would step back. I would never want her to have a problem. And it's not because I'm taking that person personally. Can it be hurtful? Sure. But
and
you
say,
know what?
and
It's
if
like,
she pisses me off, I'll just do this. And that way I don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, it's not cool to make drama in a community where there is none and where people are kind to each other. I'm not going to do that.
But see, like I said, Irene don't mind if I want to get a word in edgewise, I just go and hit that mute button and I'll finish.
There you go. That's it.
She don't mind a bit because I know she has ADHD. So I know she has a tendency of rambling and she doesn't realize it sometimes. So
That's true.
see,
That's true. And I own it. And when you own something, that means taking responsibility. You can't just constantly use it as an excuse. And like I said, Florida isn't even mean about it. I mean, look at the way she's telling it now. She's kind, we're laughing. It's cool. Because I'm telling you, it's a full-time job. And to try to maintain that mindfulness 24/7, day after day after day, it's not realistic. I got to work with who I am, not against it. But I do try to make an effort.
hey, I refuse to have, like, I will say it again. I don't hate anyone. I hate behavior. I hate actions.
Right, the bad
So,
action.
you know what? And if I had to worry about being that hateful and be that disrespectful towards anybody, it takes a lot to get me upset. It really does. That day with the teacher upset me. Of course, it didn't take much, but that was my kid she was talking about.
Oh, yeah.
You could talk trash about me all day long.
Well, I don't know who this person is. Why she thinks her opinion means squat to me, that's for her to figure out.
Oh, well. Yeah, she's still around. Heads up. She's over there.
Who?
I like that. She said she didn't know that she was still around. Yeah. Yeah, look at all the hate bonders in here. I swear. Don't you just
Oh,
see
I
this
see.
chat full of hate? You know that, we want to go out and make phone calls and we want to call people's work and we don't say anything that isn't true in here.
And we can't deal with constructive criticism or positive reinforcements. Oh no, we can't do that. We gotta scream, "Victim, tell it to my face." It's just nonsense. That's all it is nonsense. Love bonding. Yes, we are. And we're not ex-ramblers. We're just simply us.
You know what? There's a thing in StreamYards that asks you what you want to name your team, which is the group.
Uh-huh.
I don't know what to name it.
Why don't we think of some names and maybe vote on it?
We could do
Or
that.
you can decide.
Like I said, I don't know. Because there's a thing in here that I like that. Jammy chatting. Usually we are jammy chatting.
Jamie chatting. That's cute.
But like I said, I've never done it because to be honest, I think a rambler's stupid.
Well, I don't even think of us as ex-ramblers, to be
I don't either.
honest. Maybe ex-victims, but not ex-ramblers. It's like ramblers don't define us. That's your delusion, not ours.
Gotta say, if that is all I had to do, I'd scream.
Karen, you're so funny. Roxy needs to put on her red dress and go about her business. That's funny. Jamie's chatting is cute. You know what? We should keep a list of names and then narrow them down by voting. You know what I'm saying? Like put all like figure out like how many names total and then keep voting on them until some names become the most chosen and then I guess pick from that. I mean, just a suggestion.
That's an
But
idea.
Jimmy's chatting is cute.
It is.
'Cause,
Depends.
like,
We may get some of those freaks in here think we're all up here on camera in our PJs.
yeah, we have to be put some thought into
Because
how it comes across. Good point.
we definitely don't want some guy in here showing these things.
Oh God,
Okay.
no.
Yeah, we definitely don't want that. I mean, we can deal with our cowboys dancing, but no,
yeah.
they keep their pants on.
Well, you know what I do to keep away weirdos? Look, one time I had a call on my phone, this guy. It was like, oh, he wouldn't stop calling me. And what happened was the first time he called me, I was like, hello? And he just started flirting. And I'm like, hung up on him. Literally, just hung up. And he kept calling back, but I didn't answer. And then like the third time or fourth time or something like that, I answered and I said, stop effing calling me and hung up. You know, he kept calling. So when he called again, I said, Kenny, I said, some a-hole is calling me and I don't like it. And he yelled at the guy. You know what that SOB did?
Call back.
Wait, he called back, but waited hours to do it. So the jerk was right when he assumed, oh, her husband will go out to work and she'll be home alone. But obviously I didn't answer it. So I called up my cell phone carrier, which was a different carrier than I have now. And I don't think it matters. It would still be the same answer probably. I told them and they're like, oh, all you can do is change your number. And I said, no. So I was thinking about it and I said, you know what? Why should I have to change my number? Because I already told them I ain't changing it, right? Why should I be inconvenienced? And I had a great idea. My son, he's got such a deep, manly voice. So if you call my voice now, you hear him going, hello, you know, and like that. Do you know that jerk never called again? And I got my same number.
Oh, that'd be so funny.
So that I'm just sharing this because it was an idea that worked. Because why should you be inconvenienced if you have a weirdo calling you? You know? No, I did that, and my son left the message for me, and it stopped it instantly. He probably thought I did change my number.
Oops. Let's see the good old.
Well, maybe we could add something to Jamie's chatting that, you know. But what? People are so weird sometimes where you think like, oh, that won't attract them. And it might be like, ooh, look at that. You know, you never know. Well, we can always tweak it if we need to, right? Oh, Jenny, that's so sweet. Because, you know, I make no mistake. This is Florida's show. This is Florida's channel. Florida always drops the link for anybody to come up. Anybody. All the time. Yes, manners are free. They're free. And they're much nicer than shells.
I'm sitting here reading my dumbass got blocked on. Sorry. She got blocked on TikTok.
Oh, don't be sorry. Yeah. You know what? I think you or somebody mentioned that earlier in the evening, and then somebody else came in and mentioned it too.
Well,
That from Gypsy's sister or friend, right? Is
her
that what
friend,
you're talking about?
Gypsy Rose and her friend, Gypsy Rose, her friend blocked me on TikTok because I was making too much sense. Well, I got news for you. There's how many people going to watch this live and you ain't going to make sense to none of us.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, heads up. You know
She
what?
make no sense to nobody in this room.
Who was it in the community here that said that the more Merv talks, the more she sounds like the Peanuts adult? Wah, 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 wah,
I
wah.
did.
Oh, I hated that about the Peanuts.
Yeah,
And
the
I
teacher
hate,
he would talk, the teacher would talk back to Charlie Brown. All you
yeah,
heard was wah, 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 wah,
I
wah,
thought that was so strange. And when I was little, I couldn't understand why this kid looked like an old man with a comb over of two hairs. My
well,
favorite was always Snoopy, and I mean, a lot of the other ones look like kids. I love little Linus with his little dusty blanket or whatever.
I bet you if I went through probably a month's worth of them lives over there and just hit hate for each live, I'd probably have 3 hours worth of that in
Hey?
clips.
Oh yeah, yeah. Look at all the love and support. I mean, you see this, you know, how can I say this? I don't want to sound stuck up. I'm just trying to acknowledge that. Look at the kindness. Look at the support and the love in this community. That's why I say that has to be a troll. I don't even know who that person is. So that's another thing. I appreciate everybody in here and the kindness and support. And like Karen Duffy says, be honest, be kind and true, and all those things will come back to you.
You know,
Beautiful comment. Absolutely.
that's why I said before,
Ah, JC
I
Ray.
don't care if I got 200 or I got 10,000. Numbers don't matter to me.
But you're about quality.
I mean, because she made such a big deal, like what she did with Robbie. I sent my people over there, and he got 1,200 people, 1,200 subscribers, and they watched it, and he got the views he needed so he could be monetized. I don't ever care. First of all, I couldn't play my music in. I couldn't play the music in here. Okay.
We curse.
I don't know if it has commercials in. One, they put a whole bunch of commercials in here, and I hate commercials. That's why I stopped watching TV. So, like I said, this channel would never be monetized.
And even if you change your mind down the road, I'd still stand by you.
Well, first of all, I'm never going to get 1,200 people.
Well, it doesn't matter. Like, for example, I'm thinking we should hit the like button because I'm wondering, like, well, if you hit the like button, doesn't it help with us getting notifications?
I don't know.
Or does that not impact it? I don't know either.
See, that's it. I don't pay that much attention to it.
Oh my gosh, so sweet. Yeah,
I
we curse, but we don't curse as a way of talking. Big difference, right?
And I'm not gonna. I mean, yeah, I may sit up here and raise my voice every once in a while, but I'm not gonna sit here and go say it to my face.
Right? And then block you so you can't.
Yeah.
Don't forget, you brought that to our attention very well. Okay,
Remember?
let me see.
Remember, everybody that was up on that panel that night muted themselves, and her little flying monkey would not come up on panel.
Right. And then when she went back there, it was a pity party. Like, please. you want to eat like, your crud or whatever that thing is, then what do you expect? Nobody cares how you eat. Just do it in private. No need to freak people,
Well,
freak people out.
I only went looking for that for the fact of the ass she was in some of the comments.
Oh, you got that right. She started it. That's for sure.
If there would have never been a comment made by by Philly Farmhouse, I never would have brought that thing up here of her on TikTok. Never.
Mm. Oh, Heads Up says it gets in algorithms. So that means it does affect the notices going out. Oh, whistle. I've done that, but then I'm afraid of hurting people's ears. And I reserve that for people who just don't stop calling me. Then it's like, well, you brought it on yourself because I'll warn them. And after that, that's it. Karen, is that two names you're suggesting? Quality Street? Cool name. And Yummy Sweets? Are those two names? Quality Street, Yummy Sweets?
Hi, Karen. See, I don't need a whistle. And I just
don't answer numbers I don't know.
well, one, I don't do that. And two, I go, hello. And if there's anything past that, I hit that nice little red button.
I don't answer numbers I don't know. And guess what? It's never heard a thing. Anything like a doctor or something important, they will leave you a voicemail.
Well, see, I can't do that because the husband's comes through from all over the place.
Oh, well, okay. That's a different situation. Sure.
I mean, the last couple I've got from Orlando, and I know he's not in Orlando.
Okay.
So.
Oh, it helps get the page out in the YouTube algorithm when you give it a like. Okay. Does it also Heads Up help like give the notifications so that when she goes live and you say notify me that they go out and that we're aware she's going live? That's what I'm asking.
See, they know more than I do.
Me too. Isn't that wonderful? We have such helpful people.
It's like I had a person tell me, well, if you ever have a Zoom meeting, I'd sure like to join it, and that line of crap. Well, first of all, I don't use Zoom. Second of all, you wouldn't be invited. And third, you would probably have your little leader over there sitting over your shoulder recording the Zoom. So I trust you as far as I can throw her.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Heads Up.
Yeah,
I wouldn't trust. Not at all.
It was somebody on the other channel.
Huh. Well, you know what? I think that when you feel comfortable and if you want to invite anybody into whatever, that's for you to decide.
Mm-hmm. But what I'm just saying, I don't do that because this way I can't ever be called out about doing shit behind the scenes.
Oh, you know what? There's always gonna be haters or people looking to stir the pot, and no matter what you do, they're gonna say what they're gonna say anyway. And I wouldn't. When you're not doing nothing wrong, I wouldn't worry to them because that's like letting them control what you want to do.
I mean, Christ, how many rooms did Merv have?
Well, that's it. She, it's like a catacomb, right?
Yeah, it was. depending on where you ranked, where you got in the rooms at. And that was crazy.
Oh, okay. So it's just Quality Street as the name. Okay. I never heard of that.
You know,
No, I'm sorry,
I-
Karen. I wasn't familiar with it.
so I just don't get it.
How about The Real Deal, No BS? But I don't know if that's a nicer channel name.
I don't know.
Something that, like,
We got time
you
to
know,
think. Like I said,
what?
it's gonna be there until we figure it out.
Yeah, you know what? It's like, like Merv has such a narcissistic name. Best community on YouTube. It's like, what a trap. And I don't know, maybe we could think of something that represents us in a fun way, in a real way. And everybody's here. There's so many creative people. I have no doubt that we'll end up with an awesome name that's not narcissistic like Voldemort's.
What is?
I
There's
know
gotta,
Nestle.
gotta
I
be a
don't know
candy.
what.
It's got to be a candy because she's saying orange cream.
Oh, is it candy or ice cream? I don't know. In a box or a bag? Oh, yeah. Probably, maybe it is candy. What did Wee Ted's mom say?
It's got to be a candy or something.
JC Ray said Wee Ted's mom said something really cool. What was it, JC Ray?
Jenny, it's strawberry. Strawberry.
You know what? I don't know. Maybe it's a biscuit, like or
If
something.
you say that, hearing that again, I'm gonna put you on mute.
No. They're talking about flavors in a bag, and then the strawberry. I know it's such a disgusting thing. And I'm trying to figure it out. Is this donuts? Is this biscuits? You know what I'm saying? Maybe donuts. Oh, it's okay. Heads up. Oh, Karen said, "Oh my God, candy is sweet. So sorry." You know what? We call candy sweets also, but just the bag, the strawberry. I don't know. It- I was just guessing different things. Quality Street. I guess it's the brand by Nestle. She
No,
commented under a live, I think. Oh, okay.
who did?
Wee Ted's
You
mom
know what?
said
I don't, Natalie,
something.
you know what? I don't care if somebody said something.
No. This is Wee Ted's mom.
Oh,
JC Ray. This is coming from JC Ray. Wee Ted's mom said something really cool. Something like, where everybody is somebody. She commented on a live. That's right.
ooh, I like that.
I'm writing that down. I remember that now, right?
We'll have to find it and see what it says.
I think that's what it said, where everybody is somebody. That's what it was. Oh, again with the chocolate. Was it Nestle or Hershey's that had that commercial about the chocolate? It was like a cartoon. Everything was chocolate. The people, the buildings, the street, the sidewalk, the cars, everything.
All I
And
remember is Nestle had the bunny.
okay. But do you remember the guy driving by in the car and waving at the ladies? And
No,
because he was made of chocolate, they broke his arm off.
no.
But everything was chocolate.
I just remember the chocolate bunny on Nestle Quick.
Oh, on the container?
Well,
That's Nesquik.
yeah.
And then they had the strawberry one, remember?
They had that too.
My kid used to love that as a treat because the norm was Ovaltine.
Eee.
Oh my God, my kids loved it, and it's good for them. It's, you know what I mean?
Eee.
Well, that, you know, okay.
Okay. That's
Hey,
that's kind of like that grits thing that I don't care how long I live in the southern state, I'm not gonna eat it.
I love it. Isn't that
Nope.
funny? And I'm in the
Will
city,
not.
and the city mouse likes the grits.
Can't stick. Nope. Yeah, she gotta have. Yeah.
What's the labs lines? We used to get lots of random pervs on the labs lines. What is that? Labs lines, Jenny?
Karen.
Oh, oh, strawberry. Mm. Oh,
is
that's
that
funny.
a way of is that a hint for something if you're getting it?
I know I'm kind of lost.
I'm kind of hoping when the sun comes out this morning, I get a couple new roses.
Ooh, isn't that amazing how flowers know when to snuggle up and blossom?
Well, I want to see how big Dolly Parton is.
You should take some pictures.
I will. Like I said, I just bought it yesterday, but I want to see how big her blooms are.
Oh, her bloomers.
Her blooms. I got to see how big Dolly Parton's blooms are.
That's cute. Oh, flowers are beautiful.
I have a lot of pink ones, and I have a yellow one, and that red one just. But I also got my candle lilies out back. So
Mm. It sounds like your kids are building you a beautiful rainbow of roses.
they are.
And it sounds gorgeous.
Told my mom I'm going to have to start moving them around back because I got the front of the house full.
Oh my gosh, you're gonna have a border of love
Yep.
all around your house.
That's why I told my husband I could never move. I could never leave this house because I would never want to dig them up.
Why, yeah, you'll be afraid that if they make it, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't know if they would survive or not. So
Oh my God, that's so sweet.
I don't.
You see, that's what gifts are. They're thoughtful. They're what makes someone happy, and they're treasured. That's beautiful.
Well, I hope them blooms aren't a triple D. Man,
Is that really why you don't want to move them? Because they're heavy?
I mean, they may not. Their little branches may not be able to hold them.
I don't know. Dolly Parton's pretty tiny, and she holds hers.
I'm still trying to figure out how. I'll tell you, between her and Cher,
Yeah. Well, you know what I heard, and if I'm wrong, somebody let me know. That Dolly Parton was already blessed, and then she made herself super blessed, if you know
yeah,
what I mean. And then later, as she got older, because she's getting up there, and she still looks
blessed herself.
amazing. I think she got them decreased
Yeah,
because it became too much, which is good because she's a tiny thing, and that's got to be really bad on her back.
Yeah.
I wondered like how much you paid for a bra. And before you think like, what the hell kind of question is that? I mean, when I look at bras, I'm like, what? $50? $100? I mean, there's people I know that paid like over $100 because not me, but they were super blessed. And it's crazy. The thing looks like hardware and it costs them a fortune. And I feel sorry for them. So I don't know why anybody would want that much. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I don't ever have to worry about that. But if I ever did, I'd probably have to go to none because my poor shoulder would never be able to hold it up.
Oh, I mean, don't you kind of hate bras? It's like, I just want to be free. I hardly ever wear one. And that's why I like the winter. I'd rather wear a loose sweater than wear a bra.
I mean,
I want to be comfortable. You love what?
when me and the husband were talking about getting married, we talked about getting married down in Pigeon Forge. But man, that was expensive down around Dollywood.
Ah,
So we went there for the honeymoon. We went to Pigeon Forge for the honeymoon.
nice.
That
Hey, that's a beautiful thing.
between
I bet you just had a great time, right?
Pigeon Forge and Gatlinburg and that. Yeah, we had a great time.
You say Pigeon Porch?
Pigeon Forge.
Wow. It is Dollywood, right? I love
Yeah.
pigeons. You know that? I love pigeons and I miss them because there's none out here in the rural area. And I think Pigeon Porch is cute.
She has a wildlife sanctuary for bald eagles
Aw,
on the property.
that's sweet. She seems like such a sweetheart, don't she? I mean, I don't know her, but you know what I mean. She just seems sweet.
She does, but if something tells me if you upset her, there could be a uh-oh.
What?
I just heard a honk and a truck start. That means the husband's getting ready to go to work.
Uh-oh. He's like, where's my toast, honey? Oh, no, your toast is for a handsome man.
Yeah, he'll get that about 10 o'clock.
Yeah. Sorry, I confused the men.
Yep. He gets up
Big difference.
He gets up about 10 o'clock and he's ready for his toast.
That's so sweet.
Flooded? I
What?
didn't know that. Tonda said Dollywood got flooded.
Oh, no.
I said I didn't know that. Wow. Yeah, I guess it would be because it's not that it's in the lower part of the mountains, true. Yeah.
Hey, that's cool. Jenny says, girls, we call the chocolates round, wrapped in fancy gift packets. Only America says candy. So they're okay. So you call them sweets, what we call candy. And they wrap them in fancy gift pockets. Wow. That's cute.
I don't know about that because when I went up to the sponge docks that day and I took you guys the video up there.
Oh, that beautiful store?
That one, it's called
Right.
It's something sweet.
Oh, okay.
It's yeah, because up there with the like I said sponge docks where all the boutiques and that, they actually call them sweets up there.
Donda says, just tell your hubby you're live. Oh my gosh.
My hubby's gonna come out here and look at me and just go shake his head and shut the door. What he's gonna do.
Well, that was a good one, Tonda. I'm live. I'm live. Oh,
I'm
God.
alive.
The cat. No, you got to say it with a cackle. And you got to say it super quick and nasty. You can't be kind about it.
Well, if he was 4 foot something, I'd say, Jimmy, I'm busy. I'm live.
Right? Well,
But
yeah, not to your husband, but to mimic her.
yeah, but he's not 4 foot something. So
Yeah, he's got little ears, Jimmy. Maybe you need like a microphone. Yeah, you have to use a microphone or like those things that cheerleaders use to yell louder. You need one of them.
for the
I'm
mega-
live, Jimmy. I'm live. That's what Merv needs.
Oop, there went the door.
Oh, candy sweets. It's all good. I'll eat them. Corn candy, corn sweets. I'll take one.
Not me.
Well, yeah.
I don't do much chocolate.
Oh,
Do very little sweets.
oh my gosh. I wish I was like that.
The only one that I actually like is and I'm too cheap to pay for it, to be honest.
Godiva.
No, is my big what do you call it? My all time is Knott's Berry Farm cookies.
Oh, good one.
That's
I like cookies.
the little like kids snack pack ones.
Mm,
Mm-hmm.
nice. You know, I found a
They're not my
cookbook.
favorite. Is the Knott's Berry. Never been there. Husband keeps telling me if I'll get my ass on an airplane, he'll take me there.
Oh, I don't like airplanes. Do you? No, right?
I'm asleep before we even get off the tarmac.
Oh, that's good. I don't know. I never was afraid to fly an airplane, but the way things have been in this world, I don't know about it.
I mean, all I got to do is take my anxiety medicine, and before we're even rolling, I'm sound asleep.
Oh, you got that right. Take my,
Mm-hmm.
medicine. Take some L-theanine. You got that right. Take some GABA.
We've
Some
done it.
lemon balm.
We've done it. I just hate the time change.
Is it a big time change?
Like 4 hours.
Oh, yeah, that would throw you off. Oh, soda. You know what, Jenny? When people say soda, it all depends on where you are in this country. Like in Indiana, when I was a teenager, and like I said, I went there because of my dad's job. We lived there for just a certain amount of time. And I went to the store and I'm like, oh, I want a soda. And they're like, what? And I pointed to it. He goes, oh, you want a pop? I was like, no, I don't want a pop. I want a soda. So some places call it pop. Yeah, JC Ray. I learned that from Indiana. Pop.
Yep.
And I'm thinking,
Well,
like, he thinks I want an ice pop or a lollipop. Like, no, I want soda.
well, that's because some of the places up there still do like the soda fountains.
Oh
And
my God.
they will make you a chocolate soda, a strawberry soda.
Oh, I would
they
like that.
they will still do it.
That's awesome. When I was a kid, my dad, like, we had a storefront on our house, and my dad had a candy store, and it was retro, meaning like back in the day, and I think it was like the 70s or something. And remember how you would go to a counter and they had the spinning stools and you sit down and the double sink and those huge containers of ice cream where you pick the flavor and then you scoop it out and then they have to rinse it off to do the next flavor. And they had the little toaster oven for the little pizzas and snacks. And he had this big candy case with wooden glass. And he had all this candy. He had a pinball machine. And when you wanted a soda, he had to take the Coke syrup and mix it with the seltzer to make you the soda.
Yep.
And when we were sick, they would give us a little bit on a spoon for your sore throat of the cola syrup.
Mm-hmm.
That was fun.
I just need to go tell my kid to bring me some home.
There you go. Thinking of those cookies. Now I got chocolate on my mind. Oh my God. I love chocolate.
That's like he does maintenance for restaurants.
Mm.
Okay, so I know every year they do the Shamrock Shakes at McDonald's.
Oh.
Okay, every year. And
you got an inside man.
I get the first one made after he cleans that machine.
Nice. Nice. You got the best one.
So he will bring it home after he's got it all cleaned and he gets it brought back up. He will bring me the first Shamrock Shake home.
That is so sweet.
Because they only get actually deep cleaned every 2 weeks.
Wow. That don't seem like enough.
No, they're not, to be honest. But that's how a lot of the restaurants are with their shake machines. They only get deep cleaned every 2 weeks. So he makes sure when I get mine, it's freshly cleaned.
You're lucky.
Because it's just all that grimy old stuff sitting on the paddles and
Yeah. Yeah. That's what I say. You're lucky.
So, but they happen to come around right around my birthday. So, when they start. So, I get my strawberries from the Strawberry Festival, and then I get my Shamrock Shake.
Oh, man, you got it made there.
Yep.
That's like a really good treat. That strawberry pie, right? Strawberry pie or cake.
Yep,
and a Shamrock Shake.
Yep.
Wow.
I usually get my Shamrock Shake on the way over.
That sounds delicious.
That way, by the time I'm ready to go, I get my strawberry shortcake, and I'm good. I'm content. Because I never eat none of the deep fried stuff.
Oh, yeah, I'm not for deep fried either.
You know, they always have the new deep fried. Okay, this year could be a Twinkie, and next year could be a cookie. Oh, deep fried ice cream, really?
You know, not to sound like a dumbass, but how the heck do you deep fry ice cream? Wouldn't it just melt?
It's frozen.
Yeah, I know, but the heat, wouldn't it melt that?
No, because believe it or not, it's actually dry ice freezes it harder.
Dry ice?
Mm-hmm.
But they're deep frying it.
Yeah.
Okay, I still don't get it.
The scoops are done, and they're kept in dry ice. Then they're battered, and then dropped. And the only thing it has to do is cook the dough.
Oh, so okay, I just don't understand the process.
So by the time, the ice cream, it's soft. It softens it so it ain't so hard. But it's not melted all the way. No. I only know that because my kid had to try it.
Cool. You know what? I have a really good chocolate. And let me tell you, if you eat this, it's dangerous because you won't be able to stop. The brand is called Brookside, one word, Brookside. Dark chocolate. You know that acai, I don't know if I'm saying it right. Acai, ACAI, blueberry flavor. And it's a bag of loose little balls of candy, and they're chocolate. And they have acai blueberry flavor.
Huh.
Oh my God. And
So
it's
it's
dark chocolate.
kind
And
of like funnel cakes.
it says no artificial flavors, no artificial colors. It's like, oh my God, I need that in my life. I haven't had that in a long time.
They have, it's a,
It is so good. It's crazy.
what's it called? They do like a banana one
Ooh.
for the funnel cakes.
Oh. I love apple pie too. I love like peach cobbler, apple cobbler. Oh my gosh. Those are good. You know what's good milk? Oat milk. I don't know if you've ever had it, but oat milk is a lot less fattening and calories than dairy milk, and it's not dairy.
Well,
I mean,
since I don't drink,
it's in the dairy section, but it's oat milk.
never had it. Of course, I don't drink much milk either, so.
I only like organic milk. Regular milk is, I don't know, it's kind of stinky to me. Not, I hope I don't offend anyone, but so that's why I drink
See,
the oat
see,
milk.
they do a lot of those deep fried candy bars at the fairs and the festivals. And I just don't understand that.
Me either.
I mean, I can barely stomach an Oreo cookie, let alone having a deep fried one.
Oh my, yeah, I don't want it deep fried, but oh my gosh, feed me double stuffed Oreos. I will love you.
I can't stand Oreo cookies.
Really?
Nope, do not like them.
Oh,
And it's funny, I made them in fake bakes.
yeah, but they're cute.
I
They
made
are
fake baked
cute.
Oreos that I don't like.
Well, you don't have to eat them, so it's perfect. You know what I miss? Remember they used to make ice milk? It was like milk, but it was called ice milk, and it was different. It wasn't frozen.
When I was growing up, they had a thing called, it was, to us, it was ice cream in the store. But it was made out of ice milk.
Oh, I love lattes. Yeah, they don't sell it anymore.
No, they don't.
And you know what? It was so good. When we lived in Indiana, the house my parents had a built-in blender, meaning the counter with, you know how like usually you have the whole thing with the blender with the motor and you have to put the thing with the built-in blender there, all right? It was just a flat cap on the counter, and you lift it up, and the motor's hidden in the counter, and you just take the blender cup part and put it on. And I used to put ice milk and a packet of hot chocolate powder and ice cubes, and you wouldn't believe the amazing chocolate shake you can make.
Well, see, that's it. Like I said, that's what we used to eat for ice cream, which they called ice cream, but it was called ice milk.
Oh my God, that was my favorite. And it
And
wasn't frozen, it was just in the refrigerator.
well, ours was in the freezer, but
Okay.
because like I said, it was done like an ice cream, but it was
Mm.
never hard.
No,
It never truly got hard.
no, it made, and you know what? Putting it in the blender, it made it nice and thick and creamy. But like you said, it was not hard.
Yeah. It was more like something whipped.
Oh, it was thicker than just whipped. It was good. It was so good. And it was just, you know, I I was just a kid. And like I said, I used a packet of hot chocolate mix and dumped it in with the ice milk, and boom.
Mm-hmm.
But I love oat milk. Yeah, right. I want chocolate.
Now
I
we got
wish chocolate made you lose weight, right? Wouldn't that be awesome? Now JC Ray is asking,
ice
I
cream.
don't how the candy bars don't melt in the deep fryer.
Everything's froze. I mean,
Oh,
everything is froze as solid as a brick.
you know what? I don't know if you guys tried this. Uh, Yasso, Yasso, and I forget the other brand off the top of my head. They have yogurt. Um, and it's like ice cream on a stick, like an ice cream bar. It's only 80 or 100 calories, depending on the flavor. You would have no idea, at least I don't, that it's yogurt. It is delicious.
Well, ladies, I hate to say this, but you know what?
Hasta la vista, baby.
The old, but yeah, we're getting tired.
And hungry.
Well,
We'll go eat.
I'm not getting hungry.
I am. I didn't eat anything today except for my protein shake.
Well, then you need to go eat.
Well, I
Ladies,
wasn't hungry.
I guess I can't say this, ladies. It was
People.
people.
No.
Wait a minute.
Cats.
He, she, or it.
What was that thing before? Those furries?
No, we're not going to do the furries.
Oh my God, please don't. I was only kidding.
I won't lose my stream. They'll just cut it down to 11.
They will have weirdos in here.
They've already did that to me once.
Really?
Yes. The
Crazy.
one we did for like 14 hours.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they cut it down to,
Oh.
yeah, they did.
Well, thank you, everybody. I love you all. You're all so sweet and beautiful people. And thank you, Florida.
You're welcome. Thank you everyone for coming in, spending the night with us. I can't even talk now. My tongue stuck in my teeth.
Need some water. Well, thank all of you too. No money was made, but lots of laughing and smiles, which is a beautiful thing.
Yes, it is. See, friendship can be cheap. True friendship can be. And laughter is good for everyone.
Laughter is good for the soul, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm. I want to thank everyone for coming in and spending time with us.
Take care, everyone.
To everyone, good thoughts, and I hope everyone has a wonderful day today. I'll be back up again in a couple hours once I take a nap, but
really?
Yeah.
What's a couple hours? Oh, you don't mean I'm live?
No.
That's why I'm like, really? How you're gonna pass out?
No, I gotta go up and I gotta be up and I got a couple pickets I gotta put on the fence and
Oh my God, make sure you get some rest. You're a hard worker. You have to forgive me. I'm very literal.
I don't need to have him sticking his head over visiting the next door neighbor's dog.
Well, I'm sure if you give him his toast, he'll be fine.
Yeah, but he still likes, they still like talking to each other through the fence.
Oh, that's cute.
So,
Well, thank you, everyone, and we hope you have a beautiful day, and I send good, loving vibes to each and every one of you. And thanks again, Florida. It's always a blast.
you're very welcome. Thank you, everyone. Have a good evening. Like I said, I hope you enjoyed the live.
We did. I did.
You all need to come up and start some of you come join us. Come up here and chat with us.
Yes, please. She drops the link and,
Bring up a new topic. Bring up a new problem. Well,
anything.
I don't know. Bring up anything.
Yeah, there you go.
Even if you want to light her feet on fire with some well-placed words. I don't care. You know me, I'm easy.
Yeah, come on down. Like that Bob Barker said. Come on down.
Wait a minute. That came out wrong. I'm easy, but I'm not. Wait a minute. Yes, I am. I'm cheap too because I don't charge.
It's free. Friendship and caring is free. And so is kindness. So, well,
Love to everyone, and we will see you on our next one.
Take care.
Bye-bye, ladies.
Prices. Good.